Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Was Son of Superman and Became the Hero of Tomorrow Part 2. Before we start, please go support YehosuaHernandez for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Deku is a male. Chapter 3: Strength of a Family, the Pain, the Betrayal Part. What seemed to be a titanic task for a pair of inexperienced parents ended up being the best experience of their lives, because after 9 months in which his wife put to the test everything the boy presumed, his strength, resistance, his analysis and his dream paid off. Once the waiting time was over, the world met the newest member of the Todoroki family, a little baby with hair as red as his father. The adults were moved by the image. Perhaps it was because it was their son, but both parents were in complete agreement that there would be no baby more tender than the one they now held in their arms. Once the mother and the child were able to meet before they put the baby in the incubator, the adults made the decision. When they were asked for the infant's name, they both nodded and responded happily. Enjire. Tuya Todoroki. The name of the little one was already decided, and once Ray and the little one were discharged, the family retired to their home, which already had everything necessary for the care of the infant. Endeavor had been in charge of buying everything necessary to take care of his son, even adapting the house so that the child would not have any kind of accident. On the part of his maternal grandparents had also brought many things, and once the child was in their house, there was not a day that they did not go to see him. Little Tuya began to grow with all the possible care. His parents made sure that he never lacked anything. That included the love to raise him and teach him everything necessary. His father and mother did not rest instructing the baby, and yes, there were days where both could not sleep and others where their nerves were subject to test, but it did not matter. In the end, everything was worth it if it was for the little one. Fortunately, Tuya grew up well, with enough health and a hunger for knowledge that was encouraged and supported by his parents. Ray admired how Genji could multitask without neglecting any. The Redeed carried out his work as a hero impeccably. He left very early, leaving breakfast already made for the family, and returned at a good time to help his wife with some tasks. There were times when the Redeed let his wife rest while he did all the housework and even prepared dinner. Genji was quite intelligent, and the couple was also fair with the household chores. And although the Redeed did not say it openly, it went without saying that he obviously learned this from his father, who used to tell him, "The woman is not an instrument, she is our life partner, and in a relationship they support each other." So a good time passed. Tuya was an exceptional boy, intelligent, quite a lot even for his young age. The boy surprised his parents as he grew up. Genji believed that life could not give him more surprises, but this was not entirely true, because after 3 years life blessed them once again, now with a new member, a girl. The parents were stunned. They didn't know how to react. They didn't even know what Tuya's quirk was yet, and now they were close to welcoming a new member. Any parent would have been terrified. It would have been a normal reaction. They would have undoubtedly been paralyzed with fear, but this pair of parents, although slightly inexperienced, did not flinch. The adult smiled and saw it in a positive light. At least now they had an idea of how to take care of a baby. Ray. Well, at least Tuya will have someone to play with when we're not around, love. Besides, it will be good for him, it would help him develop much better. Genji. That's true, but we would have to adapt the house again, Ray. Ray. Well, that's something you can do, my love, after all you are a hero, darling, haha. The white-haired woman kissed her husband and walked away to pour herself a glass of water. For his part, Tuya, who was already starting to walk, approached his father and took him by the leg. The Redeed looked down and saw him in the eyes. Genji. Did you hear, son? He said I'm a hero, haha. The Redeed smiled at his father, who picked him up and put him on his shoulders. Genji. And by the way, you'll have a little sister, Tuya, it's time to learn to be shared, son, okay? The younger Redeed just hugged his dad's head, smiling. Tuya. Dad. The Redeed smiled and looked up. Genji. Hehe, yes, Dad and you, together, son, we will have to take care of your mother and your little sister. The Redeed got to work, and once again, although more accustomed to it, Ray witnessed the impressive and almost superhuman efforts the Redeed made to always ensure that both she and her son had the best. But unfortunately, what the woman ignored on a daily basis was what was happening around the man at work, because not much had happened when Genji had managed to reach the number position. Almight had reached number in an unprecedented event because he shared it with Superman, since both having the necessary merits made it difficult to make a concrete choice, so finally the decision was made to put them together. Although the Superman had reiterated on several occasions that he did not want that position, because for him the salvation and protection of people was enough of a prize, obviously Almight did not share the same feeling, and quickly showed his annoyance at sharing first place, although for obvious reasons at the same time, he seemed to always accept this with a smile. But in every good thing there is always something bad, and once this happened the comparisons also began, because soon people also began to notice Endeavor more and more, and now the 3 men who covered the first 2 places were daily compared, always putting Genji below the first 2, because all the criticism said the same thing. He is not someone worthy of admiration. It is obvious that his place in the ranking is due to his contacts in the agency of the late Todoroki, which is now under the command of his wife. His power is much less than Almight's, and with this it is noted that he is far below Superman's power. Both men are at a much higher level than Endeavor. He has never stopped to give interviews, much less appear on programs. I think no one told him what Hero's work was about. No matter how many people he saves, he is not someone who inspires peace. He never smiles, he's not someone like All Might, he doesn't even have a signature phrase. I never left Japan to help other people, which All Might did as soon as he graduated from the academy, and Superman is an American hero who came to Japan. Endeavor has never helped other people other than those he loves, that is favoritism, and shows that he does not trust him. Every time Genji went out into the field, he was always criticized, no matter how well or badly he did. For people, the fire hero should even be in last place. At first these comments didn't affect Genji, who focused only on doing his job efficiently, and they were easy to ignore when there were only a few of them, but now. The bad thing about fame is that everyone thinks they know you, and that made people start talking about him more, and unfortunately, not everyone was like that Clark Kent who gave an objective point of view in each note. Unfortunately for Genji, people were blinded by the light that All Might gave them. The only thing the blonde was achieving with this was that people depended on him even when the blonde didn't even return to the city. Genji went to his agency where for his benefit there were already quite a few people working. The Redeed had made sure that his workplace had a fairly flexible working schedule, and he also tried to help people, including those who didn't have an agency when they left any academy. For him there was no distinction between Ueshiketsu or Ketsubutsu. After all, the three were the best academies and all of them forged future heroes who with effort and hard work would one day become great people and even legends. Because of this and because the professional hero wanted to help them on their path, Genji took the time to look at the profiles of the students from the academies to help them with their internships, either after the sports festival or the ones they had to do after the exam to get their provisional license. Genji admitted it, there were several promises in all the academies, young people with incredible quirks. Genji knew that they would be insured by other agencies, because even the family agency of the hero Ingenium had already removed several of these young promises, but the Redeed, who had inherited the stubbornness of his parents, did not give up. The hero of fire investigated all the students and sent the applications to the various academies. But once again the bad publicity played against him because no student wanted to go to his agency, at least voluntarily. The Redeed was always met with rejection from all the academies. It seemed that no student wanted to do their internship with him. The boy had to swallow this plus the criticism and get home looking calm, as if nothing was happening, but it wasn't easy because there were even times when the Redeed couldn't sleep thinking about various things. The man didn't want his wife to read the newspapers and watch the news like Tuia, because he didn't know what they were thinking. Did they feel that their husband and father was a failure? Is Ray ashamed of being his wife? After all, he was number and it seemed that he would never rise in rank. Every day bad thoughts flooded Genji's head and he felt a pressure looming over him, but he endured it because it was his duty, because a hero never complains, because a man can never stop. He had chosen the profession and he could not be intimidated. Genji would not give up, at least he still had his family, and although it seemed simple, that brought him peace. And so after 8 months that were a momentary distraction from Genji's problems, his daughter was finally born, a beautiful white-haired girl with red highlights. Genji and Ray looked into each other's eyes, knowing it was the mix of their hair. Of course, Ray made a few jokes about the predominant white color, but in the end they were just that, simple jokes, and Genji knew it. The couple decided on a name, something cute and appropriate for the new member, which would be Fayumi Todoroki, the first and only daughter they would have. The little white-haired girl with red highlights was an adorable little girl, very tender in the eyes of her parents who were grateful for life. But both had forgotten something, and that was that momentarily blinded by the happiness that Fayumi gave them, the parents had overlooked a small detail, which was that they lived in a world of powers, and now it was the turn of their eldest son, who with the passing of a year, would make the perfect demonstration of why he was the son of the hero of fire. Cremation. Apparently that was Tuia's quirk, a quirk as powerful as it was dangerous, which he discovered by accident and almost caused harm to Fayumi. Obviously Ray and Endeavor worried about both of them, but once they made sure that their children were okay, they could breathe a sigh of relief and at the same time happy. Their first child had a quirk, and from what he had, let's see, wow, it was a powerful quirk. Ray amusedly elbowed Genji in the stomach, who looked at her with false indignation. Ray. I guess Fayumi will never be able to call Tuia adopted, all because of you. Genji. Haha, what can I say, I'm proud of my son. But what seemed to be an incredible quirk also had a big problem, and that is that the boy could not control the level of his flames, which he could boast that they were even more powerful than his father's, being these blue, unlike Endeavor, who had the normal reddish-orange color. Once Genji noticed that his son's quirk also caused him great damage, he felt guilty. The boy had not inherited anything from his mother. Endeavor knew that there was a theory that said that each generation was stronger. Ray and Enji had already talked about this and the options that there were, and it was for this reason that they both hoped that their children would be born with Ray's quirk mixed in them to be able to control it. But now the Redeed saw that Tuya had not been the case. The Redeed felt extremely guilty, because now his little Tuya could not enjoy his quirk like all children. This sadness and guilt was noticed by Ray, who sat down ready to talk to her husband when her children were sleeping. Ray. What's wrong, Enji? Enji. Nothing, it's just that I'm worried, Ray, about Tuya. Ray. Tuya. What happened, Enji? Enji. I'm scared, Ray. I inherited a fire ability that is much better than mine, but it's also much more dangerous. Tuya is in danger with a quirk like that. If only he had inherited something from you to be able to counteract it. Because of me, our son won't be able to use his quirk freely. The Redeed stepped forward, putting his hands on his face. The fault was his. Ray for her part hugged him and slowly made him lie down. The albino began to caress the man's hair while smiling. Ray. It's not your fault, Enji. In any case it would be mine because it didn't get anything from me. Although well, it's not really the fault of either of us. After all, we can't choose what characteristics or quirks Tuya would have, and yes, I know it can be dangerous, but what if it hurts him right now because he's young? He doesn't know how to control it completely. Remember that we are not born knowing affection. With time we learn. If everything were easy, then it would lose meaning, right? Enji. What do you mean? Ray. You didn't reach the level you have now just because you trained constantly. You never stopped no matter how exhaustive it was. Your father helped you, darling. I'm sure that if you help Tuya, he'll be able to handle his power better. I'm completely sure that he would be a great hero like you. Enji. Ray. Ray. Train him, my love. Teach him to use that great power that I get from you. The white-haired girl smiled at Enji, who looked more motivated with this. It was true, his father had trained him, had motivated him when he was young, and now, the Redeed had the same duty. Now it was Enji's turn to do the same for his son. After all, he made the promise that he would never leave him alone, and the correct handling of his quirk fell into that area. Enji would never let Tuya suffer when using his quirk. Thus began the training of little Tuya, who, admired and motivated by his father, began to train tirelessly to be able to control his ability. It hurt, it was tiring, and there were times when he wanted to give up, but his desire to become someone incredible and strong like his father made him not throw in the towel. Obviously the training for the boy was light because he was still quite small. His body was not used to it, but this increased as he grew. Enji perfectly alternated his work as a hero with training with his son. The Redeed not only trained him with his quirk, but also physically. The human body was essential in the practice, and if it wore out then there would be repercussions. Enji worked hard on Tuya's routine, although he also had to calm his son's spirits, and sometimes the boy did not stop and train too much. He overexerted himself. The Redeed was surprised by the tenacity of his son, but also worried. So once he discovered this, he knew he had to put a stop to it. The years passed, and with the passage of time, Fayumi also developed and showed her quirk, which, to her parents' surprise, was the same as her mother's. Ice. Something a little easier to master. She only had to regulate her temperature because the girl, unlike her mother, could lower her temperature to surprising levels. Not even Ray could face them. The first time Fayumi used it was when she was 3 years old, and by accident while playing with her brother, she generated an ice steak that hit little Tuya, but the steak was so cold that even Fayumi was covered with a light layer of frost. Tuya tried to help his sister, but as soon as he approached, the ice on the steak began to melt. The Redeed, seeing this, knew it was dangerous, so he ran to his parents, who came to the aid of the minor. Both children were fine. Fayumi had only had a slight fever, but with the help of her parents, she managed to overcome this. Now there were 2 training sessions for the 2 children in the family. Enji took care of Tuya and Ray of Fayumi. In the end they had both taken out the powers of their parents. But after a couple of months both parents decided that training with Tuya should be shortened a little more time, and as that the child was already at the age to start studying, the parents knew that they could not demand much from their son. School was equal or more important than his training, and fortunately the child could already control his temperature so as not to cause harm to himself or other people. Another reason why they decided to shorten the training times was because they knew that as the child grew his academic performance also had to improve, and they were not going to overdemand him, because in the end more than good they would do harm to the little Redeed, but unfortunately the child thought otherwise. Tuya did not give up. The boy, blinded by his admiration for his father, trained alone either late at night or even in the rain. But as is known, this only ended up affecting him. Soon the marks that his fire left on his skin were more visible, until the point where because of the pain he could not eat or sleep well, and one day his parents noticed. Ray saw how Enji lowered his head. The man felt disappointed. The woman looked at her son, who looked sad. Thinking that he had disappointed his family with his actions and his weakness, Tuya expected his parents to scold him. He knew he had earned it. He could not answer, so when he saw how his father stood up straight, the boy simply accepted his fate. Enji. Come with me, Tuya. The older Redeed walked towards the gym, Tuya followed the older one without saying anything, both entered the place, and his father stood in front of him. Tuya lowered his head waiting for the scream and for his father to explode in fury, but what he didn't expect was for the older one to give him a hug. Genji. Son, sorry for not listening to you, sorry for not supporting you, it's my fault, I didn't explain it well, if we lowered the pace of your training it was because you are already in school, we don't want to overexert you because your body wouldn't take it, you yourself have seen the repercussions it has, sorry Tuya, but you have to understand, I slowed down for your health, because you matter to me, too much of something is bad, I don't want you to get hurt, you are my son, and I love you. The younger Redeed looked at his father, guilt was reflected on his face, Tuya understood that his father did not think he was weak, rather it was the opposite, the man knew that the Redeed was stronger than he appeared, but that same strength could hurt him if he did not take care of himself, Tuya looked at his father and returned the gesture with affection to his father. Tuya. Sorry for making you worry, Dad, it won't happen again. Genji. If something happens, tell me, we'll solve it son, together, just like we take care of your mother and your sister. Tuya started to cry and wiped his tears to smile. Tuya. Yes. But the surprises for the Todoroki family did not seem to want to diminish, and months before Fayumi turned 3, Rei informed her husband of a new surprise. There would be another member of the Todoroki family. Genji opened his eyes in surprise, he had never thought about that before, but having 3 children was certainly not in his plans, he was always an only child, so he didn't know what it was like to live with more children. The Redeed wandered around with this for a while, until he came to his senses in the best way, and that is that he didn't have to feel bad or get angry, at the end of the day he loved his wife and his children, and if one more was on the way then he would gladly accept it. That is why we are now here, with the advancement of Rei's pregnancy, she had to suspend her training with Fayumi who understood because she didn't want her little brother to have any problems at birth. And now after months of torture for Genji, that great moment had finally arrived, the Todoroki brothers were waiting with incalculable emotion in the hospital waiting room with their grandparents, who were happy when suddenly and after a long time of waiting, his father and son-in-law who had hospital clothes came out of a room, the man took off the mask he had, and with a smile, looked at those present who also returned the gesture. Tuya. So Dad. Fayumi. How's our little sister? Toya. What makes you think Fayumi is a girl? Fayumi. I know it is, because for my birthday I asked for a little sister. Toya. But you're already here, and I want a brother. Grandpa. Come on kids, calm down, don't fight here, better let your father explain to you. Grandma. Right, Genji, tell us how it all turned out. The Redeed began to shed a few tears and approached the adults who stood up. Genji. Rei is fine, she's resting right now. Grandma. Thank God. Grandpa. But tell us, how's the baby? The Redeed smiled and took the old man by the shoulders. Genji. He's fine, he's a healthy boy. The white-haired girl's parents sighed with relief and the children gave a shout of happiness. Tuya. I told you it was a boy Fayumi. Fayumi. Shut up Tuya, at least we have a little brother now. Grandma. Children be quiet, we are in a hospital. Tuya Fayumi, sorry Grandma. Grandma. And tell us Genji, have you already decided on a name? Genji. Yes, his name will be Natsuo. Donji's in-laws smiled and nodded accepting the name, thus welcoming the youngest son of the Todoroki, a little white-haired boy who was adored by all. Fortunately Tuya was already years old, the boy helped his parents in what he could even taking care of his little brother with Fayumi, who despite being years old was someone focused, apparently she had acquired this ability by mixing the characteristics of her parents, the life of the Todoroki always seemed like an adventure. But unfortunately deep inside Genji everything was a torrent of negative emotions, because the bad reviews increased, the Redeed one day saw by pure chance an interview that they did with his mother, apparently the woman was still in the city. Interviewer. And tell me, your husband has unfortunately been deceased for some time, but the company he managed is still one of the best in the city, whose only direct competition is the one belonging to the Yaoyorozu family. Are there any plans to compete with this rival or something in the future to beat them? Yukio. For the moment I can refrain from giving any information of that type, you should know that there is no kind of rivalry between us, I know Mr. Yaoyorozu, and I can say that there is a friendship between us which is apart from the work environment, so a purchase would not be an option, although I cannot rule out a union between the companies either. Interviewer. I see, but tell me, if there are no plans to buy something, what about an expansion? It would be impressive and interesting to see a company like yours come to America to try its luck, just like the No. Hero, Almight, did. Maybe we could see another Japanese Marvel shine far from home. Yukio. Haha thanks for the option, but that was already in the plans, it was a surprise, but well now I can say it, something like that is possible, and although we don't have a release date yet, we want to try our luck abroad, just like the #1 hero did, also needless to say we send our support to Almight, and we hope to have the same luck he had. Interviewer. Well, unfortunately we are about to finish this interview, thank you for your attention Miss Todoroki. Yukio. It's nothing, more like thank you for the invitation I should say. Interviewer. This is quite an honor, but before we leave, could I ask you one last question? Yukio. With pleasure. Interviewer. This is something personal. As far as we know, you and your husband Hayes, besides being a great business couple and husband and wife, also had a son, right? Genji Todoroki, if I am not mistaken. Yukio. Yes, he is our only son. Interviewer. That's good, well, now the reason for this, and I hope not to bother you, is that I was hoping you could tell us something, and it is that nobody knows anything about him. Our latest reports claim that he studied at the UA Academy with the great Almight, but after he graduated we don't have much information about it. Yukio remained silent for a few seconds thinking and analyzing her words. After doing so the woman took a breath and spoke again. Yukio. At this moment I cannot provide that information either. My son is a very busy man, and unfortunately I lost communication with him once he graduated from the academy. As you said, he studied at the UA Heroes Academy, so he already knows what his profession is, the risks it entails, as well as the time he has to live together, which is quite limited. Interviewer. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound arrogant, impertinent, or mean to offend. It's just that since your husband's funeral, there are no more photos of you together. Some even claim that you didn't go to your son's graduation. Was there some problem between you two? A family rift or something like that caused you to drift apart? The woman looked at the interviewer, as did Genji. From a distance, neither of them could know if he had only done it to provoke her, but the interviewer did not know that he had messed with the wrong woman, because the sensual redeed would not give him the pleasure of a scene. Yukio took a breath, and after meditating on his words for a few seconds he spoke again. Yukio. It seems to me that this information is private and should not be of public interest. My son is quite well, and as I mentioned before, he is a hero who always risks his life for society, so I can only say that no matter where he is, I send him my best wishes. He is a great hero, and we should not underestimate his work. The interview ended after some more exchanges of words. Genji thought that now he could contact his mother, so he called her phone without getting an answer. The boy dialed again, and also tried calling the agency number, and then the private number of her office, to end up calling directly to her home, but on all lines it was the same answer. The woman never answered the calls nor sent any messages. The boy looked at the screen, remembering the words of his mother with some annoyance. He is a great hero, and we should not underestimate his work. Iridid gritted his teeth in annoyance, remembering all the time she discouraged him without caring at all if he was okay. You'll be lucky to get into the UA. If you don't try hard you'll be nothing more than a simple brat helper. You won't embarrass me by losing once again. Iridid clenched his fists. She would never support his work, and most likely this time was no exception. She only said that to avoid controversy, as was normal in an agency as important as the one her father founded. The man decided that he would not let his wife or his children see his annoyance. For his family he was an impenetrable and indestructible wall, and that is how he had to remain. He would never show pain, except when the situation really deserved it. The adult breathed and went out to spend time with his family, who was already waiting for him for dinner. His family, after all, was the only thing that kept him sane, and above all Ray, who was the only person. The only woman who understood him and always brought him back to reality. The man would not let anything ever happen to the white-haired girl. Genji promised that to himself. His family was closer than ever and looked really happy, so some time passed, and at Tuia's birthday party, Endeavor met his son's best friend. It was a black-haired boy. Apparently at the school where Tuia went they were the only ones with fire quirks, so they got along almost immediately, in addition to the fact that their quirks were quite similar. Apparently Tuia's classmate, whose name was Ichi, had a fire quirk from his parents' marriage. His mother had fire hair very similar to her mother, while his father could breathe fire from his mouth. Obviously Ichi was a fan of Endeavor, so when he saw that his best friend's father was his favorite hero, he almost exploded with excitement. The fire hero also liked the young black-haired boy who asked Genji for his autograph almost immediately. The Redeed, slightly surprised by the enthusiasm of the young admirer, did not bother to give it to him. Yes, life seemed to be going from good to better for Genji. He seemed to be forgetting everything he had suffered before. The Redeed occasionally looked back and saw all the progress he had made. The fire hero smiled, knowing that it had cost, but now he finally had the life he always dreamed of, and now he would do whatever was in his hands, so that his children would never suffer what he suffered. Time passed, Genji didn't put aside any of his occupations with his family and his work, and now there was very little time left for Tuia to turn. Natsuo had previously shown his quirk, which was to take out steam from his hands, which could change temperature, making it so cold as to generate frost or so hot as to blur the image around it, but that was not the only surprise that life would give him, and in a talk he had with Ray, the Redeed was surprised with some last news. One that made his heart jump once more. Ray was pregnant, yes, again. Genji was perplexed. This was definitely not the life he expected. Genji now took a little longer to react and assimilate it, which was not in vain because it was easy to say, but the man would have children. The hero of fire collapsed in a chair while sighing in amazement. Rei for her part approached her husband looking at him carefully and trying to help him digest the news. She thought better about her words before speaking again. Rei. Yes, I know, it's a lot to digest Genji, I thought the same thing too. Origen let out a breath and then closed his eyes and looked up with a slight smile at his wife who watched him attentively, waiting for his reaction. Genji. Actually, what I was thinking was maybe I should give you some bunny ears, honey. Origen looked at his wife with a smile before lowering his gaze slightly, moving it to sigh, but his wife brought him out of his thoughts when she lightly hit him on the shoulder, causing him to see her. Rei. Just me. The woman raised an eyebrow in a sign of false indignation that made the fire hero smile again. Genji. Well, you must understand, my love, that 4 children were not in my plans. I was always an only child. Rei. Haha, I know my love, and believe me when I say that it wasn't in my plans either, but well, this is hard to explain because I want to have this baby. I don't know, something inside me already wants to see him in my arms, see his little face. I don't know him yet, but I feel like he's already here and it's a feeling I don't want to lose. The fire hero looked up at his wife. He loved the way she expressed herself. There was something in that made him smile, that made her look more beautiful. Genji didn't know well, but even he was infected by his wife's feelings, so smiling he took Rei's hand who looked at him. Genji. Well my love, then I will have to try harder. I don't want any of my children to lack anything. Rei. Genji, that's not necessary, you've always given your best for all of us. Genji. But it's never enough, not for my family. I love you Rei, so I will try hard. I will always try hard to give them the best. Rei. I love you Genji. The woman kissed Origen who responded to the gesture. The next day they told the news to their children, who were happy to have another little brother. So the days passed, everything was going great for the hero family. Rei, who could already be considered an expert on the subject of gestation and the care of her body during pregnancy, protected herself quite a bit. Her children helped her with her care, especially Tuya, who was the oldest of her brothers and always tried to make his mother comfortable and safe. When his father was not at home, Genji worked hard daily, giving an almost superhuman effort. Origen moved from one side to the other, helping people almost without stopping, which earned him more criticism that called him antisocial, arrogant, etc., etc. Genji tried to ignore this, but the truth is that mixed with his mother's words years ago, it made a pressure cooker generate inside him which was close to exploding. The man came home and did the corresponding chores. Many times he had the idea of hiring someone to help them do the chores so that his wife would not overexert herself. The idea was shared with the white-haired woman. Genji explained his points, hoping that the woman would understand. He wanted Rei to take care of herself as best as possible. The fire hero was not doing this for himself, but for his wife. As he promised, he would always do the best for his family. But Rei always rejected this offer again and again. The white-haired woman did not want to cause problems for Genji, and after hearing negatives for a few days, Endeavor did not try to dissuade her anymore because he knew that his wife had made her decision. But now, and for that very reason, Genji always fought to keep his house in order. As time went by and thanks to the reports he sent as well as the reports Clark wrote about him, he was finally given a recognition, a very well-deserved one, awarded for the largest number of cases solved in a short time. Without a doubt, the Origen's analytical skills made him someone quite capable of solving all kinds of problems. On the other hand, his son Tuya, like his father, was someone who did not give up and was always moving from one place to another, alternating in an incredible way his schoolwork, housework and helping his brothers. Fortunately Ichi, his best friend, had also offered to help him, and this was why on some occasions the Origen and the black-haired were seen doing some things around the house. Ichi helped Tuya's brothers with their homework, while Tuya did some chores. Helped his mother with what she needed or even bought the necessary groceries. The friendship he had with Ichi was quite solid, and the trust was much greater. Fayumi, once she saw the effort of her older brother, decided that she also had to help in some way. Even if she was the younger sister, she thought it was okay that she was younger than Tuya, but she could not leave the whole load on him when her father was not there. Fayumi got to work and also joined the children's team, lightening the load a little, carrying both infants. Unfortunately for Genji, the position of number 2 had more loads than he thought, because now the missions were heavier and also the number of them increased. The Redeed went from having 1 or 2 to more than 5, reaching the extreme of 10, among which were the conventional missions and the cases that were personally assigned to him for his analytical capacity. There were even occasions when they requested him in a more consulting role, which, although it made him feel useful, also increased his workload. Genji came to take the work home. He left the office later, tired, stressed, but seeing the effort of his children he felt guilty. They were young, they shouldn't be in charge of everything, that was their job. Genji apologized to his children and Toya's friend, but the young people downplayed it. After all, they could not sit idly by watching their father break his back daily to give them the best. The children had to find a way to return the support that their father always gave them. On Ichi's part, the young man found no problem in helping. After all, Toya was his best friend and Endeavor his favorite hero. Genji had no choice, so once his children exposed their pubs so as not to stay still, the fire Hedo caressed the children's hair, thanking them for this. So a couple of days passed, until one day Endeavor came home to find another infant, which he would have let go, but there was something strange, and that is that the new child in his room seemed hurt. His clothes were dirty, mistreated, somewhat torn, his face looked dirty with marks of some tears and blows. Genji was intrigued. The child in front of him did not look older than his son, not even his age, rather he gave him the air of being between the age of Fayumi or Natsuo. Uraraka approached the child, taking him out of his thoughts, and who, upon seeing the huge fire hero, was speechless. "Why you are? Genji. Calm down, kid, I'm not going to hurt you, I'm a pro hero, my name is. You're the flaming hero, you are Endeavor." "Endeavor? Do you know me?" At that moment the excited boy nodded his head, then behind him appeared some red wings with plumage like those of a bird. Yes, I'm your fan." The intrigued Uraraka slightly moved his head to one side. At that moment Fayumi, Toya and Ichi came out of the kitchen, and upon seeing their father, hero ran towards him. "Toya. Dad, you're here." The surprised boy turned his gaze to see the younger Uraraka. "Dad. Do you say he's your?" "Toya. With pride, yes, he is my father." "Genji. Toya Todoroki, tell me what's going on here. Who is this kid?" At that moment the Uraraka suddenly looked back at his father, quickly gave a glass of water to the unknown child, and then approached his father, while Ichi ran back to the kitchen and came back with more glasses, giving one to Genji. "Toya. He's a friend, we haven't known him for long, his name is Kigo." The Uraraka turned to look at the ash blonde, who was happy. "Kigo. Nice to meet you, sir, my name is Kigo Takami." "Genji. The pleasure is mine, Takami, but tell me, Toya, why are you like this?" At that moment the blonde lowered his head, slightly sad while his wings folded back. For their part, Toya, Fayumi and Ichi turned their heads, intriguing and worrying Genji. "Genji. So? Say something, kids, you're just worrying me more." "Kigo. My family is very poor, sir, and we hardly have anything to eat." "Toya. We met him a few weeks ago while we were playing, we heard screams, when we got closer he was being beaten by some high school kids, Ichi and I went to help." "Genji. Did they use their quirks?" "Toya. No, we were close, but no, sorry Dad, I know you told me not to get into fights, but you also taught me that if I see something unfair, I can't just stand idly by." Uraraka looked at the infants in front of him, gave a long sigh and smiled. "Genji. The important thing is that you are okay, children, tell me, Takami, how old are you?" "Kigo. Years old, sir." "Genji. Well, I think we still have clothes for you." "Kigo. What thing?" "Genji. Clothes, the ones that Toya no longer fits, I think they will look good on you, you will stay for dinner I suppose, right?" "Kigo. If you allow me." "Genji. Okay, have you told your parents yet?" "Kigo. Yeah, don't worry." The boy smiled at the Uraraka, but then looked away, making the Uraraka question if what he said was true. "Genji. Okay, then go and get ready, Toya, show Kigo the bathroom so he can take a shower." "Toya. Yes. Come Kigo." "Endeavor. And you heard what I said, give him a change of clothes that no longer fit you." "Toya. Yes sir." The younger Uraraka made a military exit and took the ash blonde, then Toya got off, and as the minutes passed Kigo did too. Genji heated up dinner and helped his wife to get to the table. The woman apparently already knew her children's new friend. Dinner passed without any problem, and late at night Genji took Ichi and Kigo to his house. The black-haired man lived a little closer because of what they went through with the first one. Genji saw the blonde who was sitting in the passenger seat. Uraraka looked at Kigo's backpack, which looked just as battered. The boy guided the fire hero to his house, but Endeavor parked and took off his seatbelt, seeing the blonde. "Genji. Takami, I want to take advantage of the fact that Toya is not present to talk to you seriously, can I do it?" The blonde looked a little nervous at this, but after swallowing he responded. "Kigo. Yes." "Genji. Well, as you know, besides being the father of Toya, Fayumi and Natsuo, I am also a professional hero. This means that I will always look out for the good of society, of the people, despite everything that happens, no matter what happens, right?" "Kigo. Yes, you are the number 2 hero, the flaming hero, the hero with the greatest record of solved cases of all." "Genji. Hehe, you are well informed. Well, as you just said, I have a record of cases, which is not easy because you have to be quite perceptive about everything, about those around you, about the people you know, and that the point of all this, Takami, is that a few moments ago when I asked you if you had notified your house you said yes, but something inside me tells me that you were not entirely honest with me." The blonde looked at the fire hero nervously. Without a doubt his reputation was well founded. The Uraraka was someone quite intelligent, very intimidating and very difficult to deceive. "Genji. Am I lying, Takami? Understand, I'm not accusing you of anything. It's just that just as my son and his friend worried about you, I worry about them and my family. I need to know I can trust you, son. So please tell me the truth." The boy looked at the fire hero, and after a few seconds he began to shake and cry, causing Endeavor even more intrigue. "Kigo. And no, sorry sir, I didn't tell them I would be absent. Genji. As a hero, I understand that it is my duty to ask why they might be worried about you. Kigo. Everything is fine, thanks for everything Mr. Endeavor, I assure you it won't happen again." Iridid looked at the boy but realized something, and that was that he had lowered the door locks so that the child would not feel uncomfortable at any time. Genji was sure that the questions had been direct and the boy's tears were proof of that. But there was something that caused him confusion, and that was that the man was sure that if the boy had wanted to, he would have gotten out of the car and gone into his house at any time, but in all the talk they had Kigo never touched the door handle. It seemed as if the child did not want to go home. "Genji. Is everything okay, son? If anything happens, you can let me know. That's what heroes are for. We save people and..." At that moment the blonde looked up, in the reflection of the Endeavor's door window, he could see how the lights of his house turned on, the door was opened and someone was getting out, without a doubt that someone would approach the truck, and Kigo knew who it was. The boy, totally terrified, took off his seatbelt and opened the door. "Kigo. Everything is fine Mr. Endeavor, thanks for bringing me, it won't happen again." Genji didn't understand what was happening, the boy simply got out, closed the door and went inside his house. The figure had returned a few steps to now stand under the door frame of his home. Endeavor couldn't distinguish who it was, he only saw the boy enter his home, and after a few seconds the figure followed him to close the door. Genji stared at the home for a couple of minutes, unsure of how to act in the face of what he had just witnessed. The man looked down, seeing that the boy had left his backpack. The Redeed wanted to get out to return it, but something inside him stopped him, it was like an alert in his head. The Redeed started the truck again and moved forward, losing sight of the house after a few seconds. The hero did not take long, and after a while he arrived home. He had taken down the little boy's backpack, which was recognized by his older son. "Duya. Dad, why are you after Kigo's backpack?" "Genji. He forgot it when he got off the truck, I'll give it back to him later." "Duya. Give it to me if you want, I can return it to him when I see him tomorrow at the park." "Genji. Thank you son, it would be of great help." Iridid gave the backpack to his son, who took it and put it on his shoulders. "Genji. Well, that's enough for today, it's time to sleep, rest little one, make sure your sister has already gone to bed, right now she likes to study until late, I don't know where she got that habit from." "Duya. Haha, well, of you, dad." "Genji. You shut up young man, it was a rhetorical question haha." "Duya. Rest, dad." "Genji. Likewise, son." The younger Redeed quickly went up to his room while Genji went with his wife, who was already fast asleep. The Redeed kissed the white-haired woman and stroked her hair. Genji turned on the television that he had installed in the room for Rei, so at least she would have some noise while she got ready to sleep. The Redeed began to get ready, but in the background all he heard was more and more criticism towards him, as well as praise for Superman and Almight, comparisons, etc. The Redeed, fed up and annoyed, went back and turned off the TV. The man felt the fury in his body, nothing seemed right to them. Did no one see their efforts? "Genji. Every day I break my damn back to save them, and not a single bucking thank you. I don't ask to be given the keys to the city or to be number one, but damn it, why don't they shut up for 5 minutes? Only one damn reporter speaks well of me, and I don't even know him." The annoyed Redeed got into bed with his back to his peacefully sleeping wife, and after a while he managed to do the same. In this way a couple of days passed, which meant that even if it was only a short time, Shoto's birth was almost here. The days were getting closer and closer. So one day, the Redeed arrived at his agency early in the morning, only to be greeted with a notification that they had found some people's bodies. Apparently it had been a robbery that went wrong. They only managed to arrest one of the criminals, the other escaped. The security cameras had been deactivated. The Redeed looked at the report carefully, because something in it seemed familiar. The report had photos of the arrested criminal. Genji got a good look at his face. It seemed quite familiar to him. The fire hero locked himself in his office and began to review the cases where he had been an advisor and quickly found what he needed. In the report they handled the case as a robbery that went wrong because of the murders, but it was not. The man put the two reports on the desk. The photo of the arrested subject was the same, but the last report said he worked with another subject. Only the photos they took of him looked bad, pixelated. As if they had ruined the shot of only his face. Genji did not understand why the government had handled it as a robbery gone wrong if there was already a follow-up of these cases. The hero began to bring out more and more past cases involving these two characters. It was not an isolated case. The criminals already had a dark past. They were not simple petty thieves, they were also murderers. The Redeed saw the photos of the criminals. The one they had arrested was in a clear image, while his companion always looked pixelated. The image distorted. The redeed did not understand this. NG read all the cases, and they were always the same. They robbed a store, a house, a bank, etc., etc. But they always left a number of victims. Some said it was to send a message, others said it was to threaten people, so they would not follow them. Nobody knew. The redeed read again the case that had been given to him in search of clues, until he finally found them. Apparently they gave it to him because of his number of solved cases. They had ended up only with one, the other was still missing, and that was the real problem, because besides not having a clear image of him, all the witnesses said that he was the one who killed the victims. The redeed looked helplessly at the photos. He had to find something as small as possible to be able to help. The fire hero sighed tiredly, until an idea quickly crossed his mind. Endeavor. They deactivate the security cameras of the places they enter, although it doesn't always work, hence the photos, but it's not the only way to see them. There are cameras outside, recordings with phones. We live in a world full of powers and technology. Something must have escaped these idiots. After all, even the best hunter misses the hare. With this idea in mind, the redeed called the public security agency and asked for all the evidence of the cases where these guys had been involved. Street cameras, phones, everything. Apparently the ruffians did not leave evidence easy to detect or track. They were not that stupid, but Endeavor was no longer a rookie. After waiting a while, all the evidence arrived at his office. The redeed began to break down the files. He would take the time to analyze all the evidence. There was something in this case that required him to put all his attention. The hero had even delegated other missions to his colleagues in the agency because he wanted to concentrate all his attention on this case. None of his subordinates put but in the order of his boss and got to work. Somehow this case was a challenge for him, and if there was something that the fire hero was good at was challenges. So a few days passed. NG was a pretty intelligent person, and while searching he had managed to find some answers. The puzzle was close to being solved. The man even went to see the survivors of the attacks in search of graphic descriptions or recordings that they might still have. It wasn't difficult to find them, much less convince them. After all, it was to arrest the culprit. The adult got to know the young Kigo a little more, who seemed a little reluctant to talk about his family. Which, although it surprised NG and a certain part, he understood because he didn't talk much about his family either. The redeed was fascinated with the boy's wings. It was a quirk that he hadn't seen before. Without a doubt the generations were getting stronger. NG started to think, and it was obvious that in a few years he would be obsolete. Then all his mother's words made sense in his head. He would be useless, weak to protect people. This bothered NG, who decided to turn a deaf ear and better concentrate on the mission he had, and the closer he got he felt something in his stomach. It was an alert that made his hair stand on end and warned him of imminent danger. But everything has an end, and Endeavor could not call himself the best hero and detective if he took too long with a single case. Finally the man had the face of the second villain, and he also had an idea of why his face did not appear on the cameras. The redeed assumed that it was due to a quirk or a device that somehow managed to block the camera signal. He also assumed that only he had that, so he could not hide the identity of the two. NG dialed the security agency once more, and after making a few more calls, he managed to find the suspect. At that moment his eyes widened as he recognized the last name. In his mind something clicked. Now he understood everything. The hero took out his phone and using speed dial, managed to contact his wife. Ray. NG, what's wrong? Are you okay? You don't usually punch in when you're working. NG. Ray, is Tuya home? Ray. Yes, she's with Ichi, and they're playing with Fayumi, Natsuo and… NG. Tell me Kigo is with them. Ray. Yes, but what's wrong, love? You sound upset. What's going on? NG sighed in relief and then saw once again the bonfire he had in his hands. The man activated his quirk covering his body with flames and headed for the exit. NG. I don't want anyone to leave the house, they'll be better off there. Ray. Okay. The redeed caught the connection, put away the phone and left the paper on the table to leave his office. The paper moved slowly through the air, revealing a name. Ikajin Takami. The mission was simple: catch him and hand him over to the authorities. What the fiery quirk hero didn't know was that the villain wasn't stupid. He knew what the public opinion of the fire hero was, so when he arrested him he started screaming, accusing the fire hero of unfair brutality, among other falsehoods. But that did make people start to riot against the fire hero to get rid of the villain, but Endeavor didn't give up. He made his way through the people with the villain and handed him over to the authorities, who thanked the hero, but the people kept criticizing him. Endeavor only lit his flames a little more, making the people fall silent due to the intimidation. The fire hero made his way through the people once more to retreat. After all, his mission was to arrest the villain, and once he achieved that he didn't have to stay on the streets. That same day and once he took the blonde to his house. Upon returning he told his family everything, even his children, who were surprised. They did not expect that the father of their best friend was capable of that, but after getting out of the shock they thanked their father for saving their best friend from that monster. The redeed downplayed it. They did not have to thank, after all he did his job. So a few more days passed which turned into months. Genji looked at his calendar carefully. There was less time left for the birth of his son. The Redeed was very nervous. Somehow fatherhood was more difficult than any mission he had ever had. He was never taught to be a father. He never knew if he had done it right. He had learned everything on the fly, and despite his children, Genji still did not really know how to raise a baby. The man also thought about the quirks that his children were developing. Somehow each one was different from the other. It was as if each one had adapted to his body. Tuya had a fire ability superior to him, but he had the kindness and maturity of Rei. Fayumi had an ice power comparable or superior to that of her mother, but she was as calm and smart as him. Natsuo was the first to develop the first mix of both of their quirks by being able to release steam and increase or decrease its temperature, in fact analyzing it well until now he was the most balanced of the three, since Tuya had a power much greater than he could bear. The burns he had were proof of this. Fayumi suffered the same. Her ice power was much greater than her mother's, to the point that it could freeze her if she was careless. Genji analyzed it with a cold head, but it seemed to be true. The most balanced so far was Natsuo. The Redeed began to think about what kind of quirk his son would have. Would he be able to surpass it? The way he saw it, Natsuo would be the best of the three, since steam is the only way to mix his fire and the ice of the beautiful white-haired woman. So the more he thought about it, the more he accepted it. For Genji, no other way to improve than Natsuo's. After a while, Genji was surprised to see what time it was, so after yawning, he decided to stop thinking about it and began to focus his attention on something else. So the remaining days passed until the day finally arrived. Genji was at the agency arranging some documents when his phone started ringing non-stop. When he saw the caller ID he was alerted because on the screen he could read his wife's name, so he quickly answered the call, bringing the phone to his ear with concern. Genji. Rei, what's going on? Grandfather. Genji, I am Rei's father. Genji. What's wrong? Is everything okay? Does Rei have something? Grandpa. Listen to me carefully, Genji, your child is coming. Rei has gone into labor. The Redeed felt terrified by this. He had to be with his wife not working. The man quickly went into the dressing room and activated the speaker. Genji. Call an ambulance, I'll go to the house right now. Grandpa. Genji, calm down, I'm talking to you because since our son started having pains we called the ambulance. They already picked her up. She's going to the Musatafu hospital. We are with her. We brought the children except Tuya. He wanted to stay to wait for you and to take some things that his mother didn't take, as well as something for his brothers. Genji. Then I'll go to the house right now, so if you guys are at Musatafu hospital, it will take me about half an hour to get there, maybe an hour at most. Grandpa. Exactly, fine, then we'll wait for you. Rei can't wait any longer. Please hurry, Genji. Genji. Understood. The Redeed quickly put on his civilian clothes and left the office, but was greeted by his secretary, who tried to keep up with him. Secretary. Mr. Todoroki, please wait. Genji. I can't, forgive me, but this time I have to run. Secretary. Well, I'll tell you quickly. The Redeed entered the elevator and the woman entered after him. Genji. Okay, sorry, it's just an emergency, a family issue, but tell me, what's going on? Secretary. Excuse me for interrupting you, Mr. Todoroki, but it's just that it's the Daijensui. The Redeed sighed in annoyance. There had been several times that the general of the Imperial Army of Japan wanted to talk to him, but Genji had been too busy to be able to attend to him, so he had always rejected the calls. Genji. What do you want? Secretary. She says it's urgent and she won't take no for an answer this time. Genji. Well, he'll have to do it. I'm pretty busy today, so tell him it'll be for later. Secretary. Boo, but sir. Genji. Please. The elevator doors opened and the Redeed ran out shouting the last thing so that he could be heard by his secretary who, having no other choice, sighed tiredly and pressed a button that would direct her up. Genji boarded his truck and quickly turned it on to move quickly towards his house, managing to reach the grounds of this with very good time. The man managed to cross the fence, but when he parked he noticed how in front of his house there were several cars that looked armored for miles, as well as a considerable number of soldiers with their weapons ready to shoot. The worried Redeed got out of his vehicle and went to the door to open it, noticing that inside it, and sitting on the couch with a cup of tea, was Daijensui who, noticing the presence of the fire hero, looked up. Daijensui. Oh, welcome home, Genji Todoroki. The general took a sip of tea while Genji frowned in clear annoyance. Genji. What are you doing here? Daijensui. Isn't it obvious? I came to talk to you. You're a very busy man. Genji. Well, I'm sorry, it will have to be another time, right now I'm very. Daijensui. Busy. The Redeed immediately became nervous. He had heard stories about the general, his bad reputation preceded him. Genji. Something like that. Daijensui. Please Todoroki, always use that excuse, it's worn out. Genji. Well, after all you know well, I am a hero, I have to always be active. Daijensui. But he's not even no. I don't understand where all his supposed occupations come from. The annoyed Redeed moved forward a little. He had no time to waste, and he didn't want to waste it with the general, but at that moment little Tuya came out of the kitchen, and upon seeing his dad made a clear grimace of joy. Tuya. Dad, I'm glad you're here. Grandpa's already. Genji. Yes son, he already told me. Aijensui. Very kind young man, he was the one who opened the door and offered me the tea, he raised him well. Genji. Not everything is my merit, my wife was also a participant. Aijensui. And by the way, where are you? Didn't you also have 2 other children? You're not going to tell me you abandoned them. I thought you weren't like your mother. The comment immediately angered the Redeed, who advanced towards the general until he faced him. Genji. Never mention my mother, my children, and much less my wife again. Aijensui. Well then, do you think we can talk now? The Redeed knew he could run the general out of his house, after all it was almost like an invasion, he didn't have an order, nor any reason to be in his home, but he was surrounded, if he did something the general could order the firing order without hesitation, and he wouldn't be able to stop all the bullets, besides his son was also there, and the Redeed wasn't going to risk him, the Redeed had limited options, but then his son cleared his throat, getting the fire hero's attention. Tuya. Dad, Mom is waiting for us. The Redeed looked at his son and saw the fear on his face. When he turned his gaze towards the general he saw that he had a slight smile on his face. The general knew that Genji had no options, so with a sigh of defeat, he shook his head negatively. Genji. Yes, I know son, go get everything we need to take to them, as for you. The general looked up with a superior smile. Genji. Let's go to my office, we'll talk there at ease, don't waste any more of my time. The Redeed advanced followed by the general who, knowing he was the winner, drank the tea in one gulp. Aijensui. Oh, I assure you, Mr. Todoroki, that my offer is something unique. The adult put the cup on the floor and stroked Tuya's hair, who looked annoyed by the action. The adult then followed the Redeed to his office. His plan was about to begin. The Redeed listened attentively to the general's words, but it only took a few words for the fire hero to want to kill him. Previously the hero of fire had been notified that the government had made an alliance with the Public Security Commission of Heroes with the intention of creating a secret academy, but this would not be for heroes, but they would use the children to educate them and make them work for them in different missions, as soldiers, double agents and even as suicides. They would do the dirty work that the soldiers would not do. Genji always thought that this was a myth. Because he did not believe that someone would be so cruel to strip children of their freedom, because basically when recruiting them they were trained until they became almost machines without emotions or feelings. There were also reports that these were not recruited on some occasions, but were taken by force or bought from their parents. All their records were erased and given a new name. The Redeed clenched his fists because now he knew what the Daijensui had come for. Genji. So that's what you came for. Daijensui. Straight to the point, Todoroki, let's not play dumb. Genji. He wants to take my son. Aijensui. No, we want to recruit him, it's a very exclusive special project only for the best of the best. Genji. Yes, his super secret agency steals children. The general looked up and narrowed his gaze at Endeavor, who did not look happy at all. Aijensui. So you are aware. Genji. I heard the rumors, but I didn't believe they were true. Aijensui. Believe me, almost no one believes it. The general walked through the Redeed's office, who slowly followed him with his eyes. Genji. He won't take it. Aijensui. No. And who would stop it? Genji. Who better than me? Aijensui. Mr. Todoroki, don't try to scare me, are you serious? Your house is surrounded, if you try to attack me, what do you think will happen? Haha, I'll tell you, I'm going to press this button, and you'll have a damn battalion inside your house, they'll destroy everything that gets in front of them and aim at you, maybe I can finish off a few, but after that, what? I'll give the order, all my soldiers fire and blow your head off, we take your son and we win anyway. Genji was upset, the Redeed approached the man in front of him and looked him straight in the eyes. Genji. Is it a threat? Aijensui. No. It's actually an omen, like the foresight of Almight's partner. Take it or leave it, we can do this by fair means or foul. Genji. You can't do this. Aijensui. Oh yes, we can, we are in fact, you more than anyone should agree with us, see the world out there. Every day there are new villains, new quirks still unidentified are born every day, what will we do the day a supervillain rises above everyone wanting to impose his will? Genji. We are all governed by a quirk per person, no one can exist that powerful. Aijensui. And what if that only quirk is stealing other people's quirks? What would we do? Tell me, oh great fire hero. The Redeed, for his part, remained silent. He was annoyed. He had forgotten that possibility because it was absurd. Someone like that would have already appeared. Aijensui. Also, that one quirk per person rule went to hell a long time ago, just look at that Superman. At that moment Genji saw how the subject frowned slightly when mentioning the Superman, Genji sharpened his gaze, now he understood. Genji. He doesn't like it. Aijensui. Excuse me. Genji. He's lying. Gensui. And exactly where am I lying? Genji. This has nothing to do with national security, it's all about him, Superman, he doesn't like him, that's why he's doing this. The annoyed Retid looked at the general who made a smile, lowered his head and slowly shook it. Gensui. Wow, I see your reputation is well founded, not for nothing you have a record of solved cases, you are quite perceptive. Yes, I don't like him. Genji. So it's his own ego talking, somehow he hurt him, made him feel vulnerable, just a little man. Gensui. Don't try to be smart with me, Todoroki. Genji. I touched a nerve, I see I'm right. The general now grimaced in annoyance, the air of superiority he had was lost a little by Genji's quick deduction. Gensui. I suppose I misjudged you see, I have my reasons for distrusting him and you won't deny that they are well founded. Genji. He's supposed to trust people, protect them, Superman does the same and so far he hasn't let anyone down. Gensui. You said it yourself, until now you see. At that moment the major began to walk around the office once more, this made Genji nervous because he didn't know what the general was planning. Gensui walked around the office, caressing the walls where there were some photos of the Retid as well as awards. Gensui. Superman is a very good person and everything they say but all his powers are somewhat dangerous no. Super strength, speed, flight, invulnerability, among many others. Although until now he has acted for the well-being of society, but what would happen if one day by the work of fate our great blue and red savior enters the Sori Daijin Kante Ia tilde Sedilla and takes out the prime minister to then kill him and take power of Japan? Who would stop him? The number 2 in the hero ranking is not a threat to him and Almight is not in the city, who would stop Superman if one day he decided to turn evil? Genji. He's putting his insecurities before work, his judgment is clouded. Gensui. You didn't answer my question. Retid was nervous, for the first time in a long time, everything inside him was screaming, all his senses were warning of a threat, an imminent danger, the hero sighed before answering. Genji. No one could. Gensui. Exactly, well not entirely, your answer is somewhat ambiguous, let me correct you, you couldn't. Retid clenched his fists tightly, steam began to emanate from them. Gensui. But on the other hand, future generations are supposed to be more powerful, each birth is a knowledge bomb, we already established the point that you couldn't even dream of fighting him hand to hand, but what if someone with a fire quirk more powerful than yours, your son for example, decided to unleash all his power against him? Charring the criminal until nothing was left, he would certainly be a hero, right? Genji. He will not use my son as a weapon. Gensui. No, you're wrong Mr. Todoroki, I don't want a gun, in fact this would even suit you, I imagined, if Tuia can I call you Tuia, right? Well whatever, if Tuia could kill Superman he would be considered a hero for the entire nation, it would be beneficial for his family, all the rewards they would have, it might even catapult his son as the next number 1, because you have to admit, your career as a hero has already stagnated in second place, there's no way you can surpass Almight. Much less Superman. Genji. How dare he? Retid approached the soldier who put his hand in front of him. Gensui. I wouldn't do it if I were you, remember what I told you a little while ago. At that moment the general took a button out of his pocket, his thumb was very close to pressing it, Genji stopped immediately. Genji. Get out of my house. Gensui. Oh no, believe me, I won't do that, not without what I came for. Endeavor. This won't end like this and you know it, I'll say it, I'll tell the truth to the people, and I'll disarm your brainwashing army. At that moment the white-haired man started to laugh. Gensui. Haha of course, and can you bet they'll believe you? Surely you'd say yes because you're a hero, but you're not the most popular guy friend, with your big arrest a few days ago or was it yesterday? Honestly I don't even care, but my point is that in that arrest it was seen, what would happen if by accident the villain you arrested is released and says that you arrested him to keep his wife or for a school dispute? Genji. He's gambling with people's lives, he's playing with my son's life. Gensui. You have your powers, the means to people, what else could you do? Genji. This won't stay like this. Gensui. And even if it were true, even if you decided to investigate on your own, do you think we're stupid enough to hide in plain sight? Many others have tried to investigate and have magically disappeared or been rectified, so why do you think what I'm proposing is just a rumor? Genji. How do you know my son's quirk isn't like mine? Gensui. His quirk is called cremation, yours is hell flame, there is a notable difference don't you think? Genji was surprised, only his family knew the name of Tuya's quirk. Genji. How do you know? Gensui. Come on, man. The world is an open book. You just have to know how to read it, or better yet, have someone read it for you. Believe me, we have a magnificent doctor on the peril. Genji. He is the one who gives them information about powerful quirks. Gensui. Bingo again. The white-haired man made a grimace that denoted a slight smile, a sly, winning smile. The Redeed was against the ropes and also had no more time to waste. He had to be with his wife and Genji had no choice, but Ray would never forgive him, and he would not forgive himself either. He preferred to die before ruining his son's life. For his part, Dai Jensui was happy. He knew he had put the Redeed against the sword in the wall. He had no choice but to accept. On the other hand, and without them both realizing it, little Tuya slowly approached the door. He had already arranged everything they needed, but they were taking a long time to arrive, and his father still hadn't come out. The Redeed was about to open the door when he heard the general speak once more. Dai Jensui. Decide quickly, Todoroki, what will be your next move? Tuya, intrigued, stood still and put his ear to the door. For his part, Genji didn't know what to do. The Redeed was gripping the furniture so tightly that he had even accidentally used his quirk, leaving a black mark on the wood. Genji considered his options, but the pressure on him made it so he couldn't think clearly. The man thought about his son. He couldn't let them take him away, he couldn't let them ruin his childhood, make him forget his family, his friends. The Redeed thought about his son's friends, thinking about the ties they had with his family, and then his eyes suddenly opened. There was still an option, but it was expensive and risky, and it went against all his principles. It would also mean the freedom of his son at the expense of his friend, because in the end it would be an exchange. He could save Tuya in return. In exchange for a piece of his soul. The Redeed looked up decisively, seeing Dai Jensui, who still looked at him with a smile of superiority. Genji sighed and in his mind asked forgiveness from heaven, the universe, everyone for what he was about to do. Genji. I can think of another way. Dai Jensui. Don't think you're going to change my mind. Genji. Sigh no, I already saw that it is impossible, but I have another proposal, an exchange. Dai Jensui. Genji, it's almost impossible for you to change my mind. Genji. I can, because Tuya will be of no use to you. He is weak, useless, his firepower despite his name is much weaker than mine, and his body can't take it, it burns if he tries to use it. If you want me to really do something against the super idiot, then forget about him, because if you fail the only thing you will achieve is having a corpse at the feet of a man who can run through your chest without blinking. Do you really want that? Superman would consider it an act of war against him, and he knows how dangerous he is. The Redeed wanted to bite his tongue with every insult he said, each word was like a knife stabbing into his heart, but if he wanted to make sure they never took Tuya away, he had to do it. Unfortunately for him, his son was on the other side of the door, listening to every word the Redeed said. Unbeknownst to him, Tuya began to shed tears as he looked at his arms covered in burns. As for Dai Jensui, he wasn't entirely convinced, it seemed as if Genji wanted to trick him. Dai Jensui. I saw the reports myself, your son is stronger than you, in every sense of the word, why should I believe you and not think that you are deceiving me? Genji. Please General, let's be realistic, I couldn't fool you, if I did, you would shoot me in the head and leave my house unpunished. I'm totally serious, just look at Tuya's arms, even if he was stronger than me, his power is useless, it burns him too, it will only make him burn until he is more useless than he already is. The white-haired man looked at the man in front of him, his face, the Redeed didn't seem to be lying. Genji. He wants to finish off Superman, yes, he has good points, but if he uses my son he will only fail. Dai Jensui. Okay, Todoroki, let's say you're right, that I believe you and your son really is useless like you say, who would I trade him for? He must be someone really strong to risk that much. Genji. General, if you're going to do this, do it right. I have 2 names in mind. Dai Jensui was incredulous. 2 names. Could he possibly have gotten something stronger just from a threat? Dai Jensui. 2. Come on, Todoroki, don't flatter me. If you do, it will make me distrust you. Genji. Consider it a gift for my behavior and for wasting your time coming all the way here. They are 2 boys, 9 and 6 years old, whose quirks are really worth it. On the other side of the door, Tuya couldn't believe it, his father, his hero, was about to do what he believed. The boy squeezed the door frame with all his strength, he wanted to enter and stop him, but his legs wouldn't respond, it was as if he had the weight of the world on him. For his part, Genji squeezed his heart, what he was about to do had no name, and he was sure that his son would never forgive him if he found out what he was about to do. For his part, the curious general decided to let the Redeed speak, he could get something much better than what he had in mind, and if it was true then his employer would be happy. Dai Jensui. And who is Todoroki? Like I said, this invitation is exclusive, and since we've seen his son isn't up to the task, let's hope his prospects are. Genji. I assure you they will, their skills far surpass those of my son. Dai Jensui. Fine, but tell me, what are their names? You don't think I'm going around looking for 2 children everywhere? Genji sighed, his heart breaking, his soul cracking, the Redeed clenched his fists and teeth before speaking. Genji. Their names are Ichi Shinobu and Kigo Takami, Ichi has firepower superior to my son, and Kigo can fly. Dai Jensui. Something not very good if we speak honestly. Genji. He has wings, a pair of red wings full of feathers like a falcon's. One day he stopped an accident using them. Apparently he has control of the feathers, and they can become as rigid as steel to stop a car. The white-haired man was surprised. They were undoubtedly impressive skills. Once again the subject smiled. He had obtained more than he expected. Genji. Do we have a deal? Gensui. He was willing to sell 2 children for his son. Wow, and I thought his mother was evil. Okay, Todoroki, we have a deal. Genji. You go get them and see for yourself. At that moment little Tuya started to cry. He was devastated. His heart was broken into 1,000 pieces. The boy ran to his room. He could no longer trust his father. Back in the office. Gensui. If I find out he's lying. Genji. What's more, I'll tell you this, I'll make your search easier. Takami is the son of the murderer I just arrested. They live in a poor neighborhood. I assure you that convincing his mother will not be a problem at all. Gensui. Hahaha, okay, thanks for the info. Genji. Go ahead, be careful. Gensui. I can say the same, after all you don't want to miss the birth of your son, do you? At that moment, the Redite opened his eyes. The man was terrified, but also angry. How much did the general know? The major left the room and they walked toward the front door. They found everything they needed in the room. The soldier smiled triumphantly and approached the door. Gensui. By the way, a brief aside, if I find out that you're lying to me in any way I'll come not only for your son, but for all 4 of them, including the newborn, and there'll be nothing and no one that can stop me. Aridid was now really upset. He was not going to allow anyone to talk to him like that, and much less threaten his family, so without wasting time he approached the general confronting him. Genji. Come near me or my family with threats again, and you'll see why I'm the hero of fire. Gensui. Is she a threat perhaps? Genji. A promise. The white-haired man just smiled and then turned his back on the man, and then got into his truck. The soldiers followed him, and once they were up they left the place. The Redite followed them with his eyes until he lost sight of them. When he turned around he realized that his son was already waiting for him, only that he had a serious cold look compared to his Quirk, although his red and swollen eyes showed the presence of tears. The Redite tried to approach the boy, but he taking some of the things they needed and advanced towards the door. Genji. Son, are you okay? Did you cry? Tuya. I'm fine father. Genji. Tuya really? Tuya. We have to hurry father, you promised we would be there and you never break a promise do you? The boy moved forward and headed to the truck. Genji was going to say something, but when he saw the time he took what was needed and walked towards the truck. He opened the door and they got in to move forward. The whole way Tuya didn't say anything, something that definitely surprised Genji, but he associated it with the nerves of being the older brother. The Redite arrived at the hospital, only to be greeted with the news that his son had already been born. The fire hero felt bad about himself. His in-laws looked at him with a slight touch of annoyance. The Redite decided that he would apologize to them later. He moved forward, and quickly after changing he entered the room. Genji didn't know it, but from that day on, things were going to get worse for him. The Redite made sure his wife was okay, and once this was done the nurses took him to see his son in the incubator. Once there the nurse asked him his name, since Ray had told her that they had both decided and just wanted to corroborate the information. The Redite shed tears as he looked at his son, a little boy with two-tone hair, before saying 2 words. Genji. Shoto Todoroki. Once the waiting time was over they were able to go home. Their grandparents traveled with them to help the family at Tuya's request. Genji couldn't stay after the next day, so he left early as always unaware that his life had begun to change for the worse. Chapter 3 Strength of a Family, Loss and Unity Part. When did we become like this? What happened to us? All these questions and many more went through the mind of the fire hero Endeavor, or rather Genji Todoroki, who did not know when his home had become a hell. He did not know the moment in which that place where he could find peace and tranquility away from the violence that was his heroic world no longer existed. It hadn't been long since the birth of little Shoto when everything started to go downhill. Tuya, who had always been respectful, affectionate and polite with his father, was now more aggressive, sharp, cold and even rebellious on some occasions, which although it surprised Genji, it didn't surprise him so much because he thought it was just due to a face, or that he was possibly slightly jealous of his little brother. The Redide wanted to sit down and talk to his son, but the infant didn't agree. Every time Genji tried, Tuya simply stood up and without saying anything he retired to his room, missing Genji, who didn't know the reason for this. But unfortunately for the Redide, things were only going to get worse. At first, Genji thought that his son needed to think things over a bit, some time alone to get his head around everything, and being someone who is understanding, the Redide decided to give him his space. Maybe that way, Tuya could calm down, and once he was ready, he would tell his father what was bothering him, but that wasn't the case. It didn't take long for Genji to notice strange behavior in his family. Slowly Genji could see how Tuya, Natsuo and his in-laws were slowly moving away from him. One day the Redeed arrived home. The last few days hadn't been all that good at work, missions, cases among other documents were piling up, people still didn't look at him favorably, the press and the news certainly didn't help much with this, his truck had stopped working so he had to walk home, and to top it off it was raining. Genji was soaked, but he was heading home without stopping to prepare dinner for his family, because Ray still needed to rest, and his in-laws had had to return home without explanation. Genji stopped for a few seconds at a traffic light, waiting for it to let him through when behind him, and almost by reflex, he saw a little boy with ash blonde hair, whose quirk was having a pair of red wings. Genji opened his eyes, and turned his gaze completely, seeing that behind him there was no one. Suddenly, and again out of the corner of his eye, he could see a little boy with black hair walking across the street. The Redeed turned around just as alarmed, but again nothing. Genji was puzzled. Had he seen correctly? It was Kigo and Ichi. The Redeed rinsed the water from his eyes and turned to see the whole scene, trying to find his children's friends, but nothing. Apparently it had been a joke that his mind had played on him. The Redeed was surprised, but suddenly the feeling of guilt for what he did to the children hit his head hard. The Redeed clenched his fists. It was true, he had sold the children, and although his excuse was that he had done it for a greater good, the truth is that it kept him from sleeping at night. The traffic light finally turned green, and Genji crossed the street, unaware that around the corner where he was standing, a black van with tinted windows had both children in it. Genji had finally managed to get home. He knew that his children occasionally helped with the cleaning of the house, so he was covered on that side. The man was tired and soaked, but breathing before entering his home, he managed to make a slight smile. At least he had finally arrived home. Upon entering, he noticed that his children were not in the living room as usual. The hero in his exhaustion downplayed it, thinking that they would be very tired and had gone up to watch a movie or play. The man advanced only to stumble and fall hard against the floor. Genji recovered from this, realizing that it was one of Natsuo's toys which was scattered along with some of his children's others. Apparently the children had played and left their mess on the floor. The Redeed noticed that there were some stains on the floor. When he touched them they were sticky, maybe juice or some soda. The Redeed sighed. Apparently the boys had forgotten to clean up when they finished playing. Genji was tired, but it was more important to help around his home than anything else, so after putting his jacket on the coat rack he began to clean. The man picked up the toys, cleaned the floor and also the table, because it seemed that they had eaten before him. Genji again downplayed it. After all, it was already late at night. The adult served himself something to eat and ate alone, unaware of one thing, and that was that nothing would be the same in his home. Days passed and Genji didn't know what to do. Now not only his children, but Rei herself seemed different, sometimes acting as cold as her quirk with him. Genji didn't understand what was happening. He was aware that he had to talk to her about what had happened the day Shoto was born with a general, but he couldn't. Somehow it was as if no one in his family wanted to listen to him. Genji was stressed. Before, he could always count on his wife. The white-haired woman had always supported Genji. Rei was the voice of reason and the emotional support that Genji needed, but now, that had slowly disappeared too. Rei had already managed to recover %, so now she was the one in charge of the chores, helped by Fayumi Queen. Despite being just a child, she did not stop helping, because she saw that her father came too tired. The little girl tried to help her parents, but more to her father, because she saw that her older brother no longer did it, leaving all the work to her mother. There were times when Fayumi even accompanied her father when they had dinner, even if it was just the two of them. Genji appreciated his daughter's gesture, but one day when he came home from work he heard screams. They came from upstairs, in the children's rooms. The Redeed was surprised. His children had never argued before, much less Tuya and Fayumi, so hearing them like that worried him, causing him to quickly go upstairs. Tuya. Why are you helping him? Fayumi. Because we can't leave everything to him now, Mom. Tuya. Mom is just coming out of her recovery, and Dad always gives everything for us. You didn't have any problem with that before. Tuya. Well, now you do, and you know why. Fayumi. You're not sure about that. You could have heard wrong, Tuya. You got to the end. The Redeed couldn't stand it anymore and screamed. Tuya. He sold them, Fayumi. Redeed arrived without hearing the latter, but finding his children with their fists clenched, Fayumi had her mouth closed, pressing her lips while tears ran down her face. On the other hand, Tuya had a face of explicit annoyance, although like his sister tears ran down his face. Genji, worried, approached the children calmly. Genji. Hey, what's going on? You've never yelled at each other like that before. You kids might wake up your siblings. Redeed looked at his father, giving him an annoyed look. The younger Redeed wanted to yell at him, confess that he knew everything he had done, but instead he turned away. Tuya. It doesn't matter, father, we never matter, we're just children, right? Redeed approached his son, trying to find out what was happening. Genji. Tuya, what are you saying? You're very important, you're my children and… Tuya. Leave me alone, father. At that moment the younger Redeed entered his room and slammed the door, causing his father to hit the door. The father was beginning to get tired of the younger boy's behavior, so he grabbed the door handle. Genji. Tuya, open now, seriously. Fayumi, for her part, approached her father and grabbed his shirt, causing the Redeed to see her. Fayumi. Dad, are we important to you? The Redeed saw how his daughter's eyes were red, so he bent down and gently stroked her hair. Genji. What are you saying, daughter? What kind of question is that? For me, there's nothing more important than you and your mother. I'd give my life if necessary so that you never lack anything. At that moment the girl hugged her father, who returned the gesture. Genji. I don't know what's wrong with your brother, but I promise I'll fix him. The man smiled at the girl and helped her to bed. Apparently hunger had made her eat before her father. Genji smiled and put her to bed. He wasn't angry because he knew that Fayumi didn't have to wait for him always. The man turned off the light and left the room, heading downstairs, meeting Rei, who was preparing a coffee. The hero approached his wife and kissed her on the cheek, noticing how cold it was, something that worried the Redeed. Genji. Is something wrong? Rei. I've already lost a number of times they've argued. Genji. Genji. They had never argued. Rei. I'm afraid that one day he'll hit her. Genji. That will never happen. Tuya takes care of his sister. He would never do anything bad to her. That's how we always taught him. The Redeed tried to hug his wife, but she moved away slightly. The Redeed sighed sadly, so he did not insist and went to serve himself a plate of food. The Redeed sat at the table feeling uneasy. He did not know what was happening in his home, and he did not know how to fix it. Rei. You don't know how to fix it, right? Genji. Rei, we'll find a way. We've always done it, haven't we? We're a team. We'll solve this together. We have to talk to the children and… At that moment the white-haired woman burst into tears, causing the man to suddenly look up, worried about his wife. Genji. Rei, that. Rei. Because you did it, Genji. The Redeed was speechless, perhaps she already knew. Genji. Rei, tell me you don't mean. Rei. You handed your children's friends over to the government. You think I don't know that? Genji went white, he didn't understand how she knew. Genji. Rei, I swear I can explain. Rei. No, you can't. What excuse do you have? How can you justify it? You did it the day your son was born and you never told me. Genji, that's not healthy for either of us. Have you been hiding things from me all these years? Genji. Rei, please understand. Rei. What do you expect me to understand? Genji, how could you have the heart to do that? How can you sleep at night knowing you ruined your children's lives and the lives of 2 other children? The Redeed put his hands to his face, trying to calm down. He didn't want to lose control. Genji. Rei, I'm tired, but believe me when I tell you that I'm doing the best I can. At that moment the white-haired girl shed more tears and carefully wiped her nose before looking Genji in the eyes. Rei. Yes, I hope not. I hope it's not all you can, because if it is, I'm scared for what you did to 2 children who were your admirers. You betrayed them, you betrayed their trust, that of your children, and above all mine. I'm serious, Genji. Please tell me why you did it. And it was then that for the first time in all the time they had been married, Genji became desperate. The negative feelings that were inside him exploded slightly, causing the man to suddenly stand up and slam his fists against the table, scaring the white-haired woman. Genji. I had no choice. The Redeed wanted to cry. He felt that it wouldn't be long before that happened, but then he noticed that for the first time in the little more than years of marriage, he had raised his voice. No, he had yelled at his wife, a violent attitude that he had never shown. The Redeed raised his face, seeing Rei's face, which showed a slight fear. The man raised his hands, noticing 2 slight indentations in the table. The Redeed walked carefully to his wife. He didn't know what had happened to her. Genji. Rei, forgive me. But the white-haired woman had begun to shed some tears and slowly moved away from her husband. Rei. How can you sleep at night? Genji looked at Rei, who was scared, disappointed in him. The Redeed gulped. At that moment from both of their rooms, the crying of a small baby with 2-tone hair began to be heard. Rei turned to look at the room and then slowly lowered her head. Rei. I'll go see Shoto. Genji, for his part, stood up and then turned to look at the table. Genji. Yes, I'll stay and clean the table. I'll catch up with you in a few minutes. The man looked back in front of him, realizing that his wife was no longer there. The Redeed did what he was told, but when he finished, he didn't enter the room. It seemed as if an invisible force was preventing him. The man leaned his head against the door for a few minutes, feeling disappointed in himself. The man walked away from the door and headed to his office where he slept. Genji put a futon on the floor and looked at the ceiling, while he felt his tears fall. Genji. But what did I do? So the next few days passed. Genji now knew the reason for everyone's annoyance, and now he understood. He didn't want to believe that in everyone's eyes he was a monster, a potential hero who didn't do anything right. Every day he left early. Rei was in charge of taking Fayumi and Natsuo to school. For Genji, that place of peace where he could enjoy life and was his home no longer existed. The man now only felt more pressure at home than even on the street. His children, with the exception of Fayumi, no longer paid him the same attention as before. Rei seemed to be so disappointed that despite not complaining directly, it was not necessary for her to do so. Because the simple fact of seeing his face was already enough punishment. The days passed and the Redeed felt more and more trapped. There were times when he couldn't sleep. Genji sat in his office. The adult put his elbows on the table and rested his face on his palms. It was almost as if all the negative feelings he had had since childhood and that he thought he had forgotten had returned, ready to torment him eternally. So the years passed, his family was slowly falling apart, they were moving away from him, Genji didn't know what to do, and the worst thing was that it was getting worse. It even seemed as if Tuya grew more disrespectful as he grew up, and the fact that Fayumi would help him when he wasn't there made it worse. The arguments between the brothers were getting bigger and bigger. Tuya, who was now more rebellious with his father and more attached to his mother, with the idea that his mother, unlike his father, would never betray him. Ayumi, on the other hand, unlike before, became more attached to her father. Natsuo followed the example of his older brother, attaching himself to his mother, which made Genji feel even worse, but unfortunately time did not stop passing, and to the misfortune of the Redeed, the bad reputation that the media had given him, as well as the constant criticisms. Comparisons and the most recent criticisms that mysteriously had appeared made them slowly break down the mind and morale of Genji, who did not help himself much, always blaming himself for everything and agreeing with his mother that he would always be useless. Unfortunately, all this would converge into one thing. A dark thing that would be harmful to your family. Shoto was almost 4 years old. He was an adorable and quite intelligent boy like his brothers, learning to walk at a young age and starting to say a few words from time to time. The only relatively bad thing was that he had a lot of energy, being somewhat hyperactive and leaving things scattered on the floor sometimes. Genji sometimes came home late, finding toys lying around, the occasional broken plate and juice on the floor. The man held his forehead, trying not to lose his calm, and started to clean up the mess, sometimes being helped by his daughter and his wife. But as life has its limits, and Genji's patience was already hanging by a thread, unfortunately this thread would be broken by his own son. The Redeed had arrived home. When he opened the door, he was greeted by a strangely familiar scene, because in the living room was his entire family, all sitting on the floor with Shoto in the middle. The Todoroki family was laughing and clapping. Genji didn't know what was happening and entered his home. When he closed it, he made the classic noise, causing everyone to turn to see him. The fire hero could see how everyone's joy disappeared from their faces. Fayumi and Rei immediately stood up, while Tuya and Natsuo made a face of disgust. Genji. Family has arrived. Rei. I'm glad. Genji. Fayumi. That's great, Dad, how did it go? Genji. Everything's fine, nothing important to report, but tell me what's going on. Why are you all on the ground? Rei. It's nothing important. Genji, do you want to have dinner? It's still hot, I'll check everything. The Redeed noticed his wife's shifty gaze and immediately knew that it was something much more important than what they were trying to make him believe. Genji approached his family, who slowly stood up. Shoto for his part began to run, followed by Natsuo, amused, but with this action, Genji could see how on the ground where he was there were some burn marks and some light water stains, which indicated the presence of melted ice, which intrigued the Redeed. Genji. Nothing important. And why do I see burn marks on the floor and walls? Tuya. It wasn't cool at all, I was just showing Mom that I could control my flames a little better. Genji. Have you been training? That's great, I'm glad. Tuya. Just remember, it shouldn't be too long. Tuya. Believe me, father, you don't have to say it. I know perfectly well what my limits are and I'm not weak at all. Genji. I didn't mean it like that, I'm just worried about you, you've seen what your flames can create and… Tuya. Also, why don't you say something to Fayumi? She caused the ice. Fayumi. Hey. That's not… Rei. Daughter, please bring the hairdryer to clean the floor. The white-haired girl with red highlights stopped abruptly. Now her mother was also preventing her from speaking. The girl had no choice but to do as requested, but when she was about to clean up, her father stopped her. Genji. Calm down, daughter, I'll take care of it. You better go wash your hands. We're going to have dinner soon. The white-haired girl saw her father and nodded slightly, causing a snort of annoyance from her older brother, but both left, leaving the Redeed alone in the living room, who finished cleaning, but still with certain doubts because the man knew his son's quirk perfectly well. His cremation would not have left a mark, it would have calcined the piece. The Redeed had his doubts until he was abruptly brought out of them when he heard his children arguing in the distance. Genji left the jargon in a corner and walked towards them quickly. Fayumi. Why are you doing this? Tuya. And why do you help him? I already told you what he did, why do you keep supporting him, Fayumi? Fayumi. Because he's our father. Because Mom isn't fully recovered yet, she has to take care of Shoto, and because I'm his daughter. The Redeed looked at his sister, whose face showed a clear sign of annoyance. Tuya didn't like fighting with his younger sister, but then Fayumi made a small but significant mistake. Fayumi. Kigo and Ichi would agree with me, you know how they admired him. Tuya, who had turned around to leave, upon hearing this, stopped abruptly and turned to face his sister. Tuya. You can't say their names, Fayumi. Not after what he did. Fayumi. Something you overheard and have no proof of. Taya. He sold them out to the government. He sent them away, goodbye, and that's it, Fayumi. Why don't you understand? We're nothing to him, just tools he can use to become famous. Genji had arrived just in time to hear that, stopping abruptly. The man even felt his breath hitch. Genji clenched his fists, feeling as if his son's words were piercing deep into his being. Even though the boy didn't really know why he did what he did, Genji couldn't deny that he was right. He had sold 2 innocent children. But there was no time for anything else because after this statement the man heard his daughter's cries, so he quickly arrived and found his daughter who had her hands on her face covering her expression, while Tuya who was near her had an angry face. The Redeed knew that there had been no blows, but the simple fact of seeing this bothered him, so he stood between the two. Genji. Tuya, Todoroki, apologize to your sister right now. Tuya. I don't have to do it and you know it. Genji. Yes, you have to do it. Tuya. This is nonsense, I'll go to dinner. The Redeed turned his back on his father and started walking towards the kitchen, but he also heard his sister speak once more. Fayumi. We were all happy, Dad. Shoto developed his quirk, and it's wonderful. At that moment the Redeed came back to start screaming. Tuya. Fayumi, will you shut up? You didn't have to say that. Fayumi. He has the right to know. Tuya. You don't know what you just did. Genji. Tuya, control yourself, you don't have to. Tuya. You don't even have the right to know our quirks. The comment angered the Redeed who was about to lose his mind again. Genji. Enough of that tone, young man. I won't tolerate any more rebellious behavior. Apologize to your sister and. Tuya. I can apologize to Fayumi, but in the end I'm right. We're nothing to you. You never cared about us. The Redeed wanted to control himself, they wished they could, but their son was making this more and more difficult. Fayumi for her part saw this, and knowing that her older brother was provoking her father tried to stop him, but the heat that both of them began to emanate began to rise, and soon it would be dangerous for her. Genji. I'll just repeat it once, be quiet and apologize to your sister. Fayumi. Dad, there's no need, Tuya. I won't do it because you know I'm right. Genji. Please son, But the younger Redeed couldn't stand it anymore and taking the pain out of his heart he shouted at the fire hero. Tuya. You're not my father. You're just the man who sold out my best friends. The Redeed stood looking at his father who clenched his fists in annoyance. Fayumi began to cry inconsolably now yes, Genji tried to soften, but the truth is that now he knew what had happened. Tuya hurt him and was the one who told everyone. The Redeed understood, he was hurt, especially after what he had done. Genji. Son, it wasn't like that, understand that. Tuya. I understand, father. That you offered Ichi and Kigo just to secure your spot in the ranking. Genji. No, it wasn't like that. Tuya. You're the number 2 hero, that's impressive, how did you get there? What other children did you separate from their families just to get on board? Genji. Tuya, you have to listen to me, it wasn't like that, I was protecting you. Tuya. Protecting me? Do you realize how ridiculous that sounds? Because protection isn't insults. Genji. Tuya. Tuya. How did you say that? It's useless. His body can't handle his quirk. He's a good for nothing. All they'd have left would be a corpse. Genji. That wasn't the case, son. You don't know what I talked about with the general. Tuya. That doesn't matter father, you preferred to sell my friends to probably be number 1 than to protect them, you preferred to insult me to ensure your role as a badass and yet. At that moment the Redeed finally exploded, his patience had reached its limit and clenching his fists he shouted. Genji. Shut up already. His flames rose a little surprising his children, Tuya for his part, began to shed some tears. Tuya. How do you expect me to keep quiet when I can't even sleep knowing that to my father I'm just useless? Genji. You don't know anything, you're just a little kid who heard an adult conversation that he wasn't supposed to hear and got the wrong idea. Tuya. What ideas? Tell me what ideas, father. I respected you, I wanted to be like you, I told my friends how much I admired you, I endured difficult training for you, and you come to tell me that. Do you know how I feel? Genji. I wasn't going to risk your life. Tuya. And that's why you killed my friends. Genji. Never say that because I didn't do it. Tuya. You gave the general their names and quirks. How do you expect him to take it? Genji. I didn't want that life for you. Tuya. You can't decide that for me, it's my life. Genji. You can't make that decision yet. Tuya. It's my choice. Genji. You don't have the right to talk to me like that kid, now go to your room, if you hate me so much then go to your room, I don't want to see you for the rest of the night, you're grounded. The Redeed was crying looking at his father who had his fists closed. Tuya. No, you're not my father, you're a monster. Fayumi. Brother. At that moment the Redeed ripped off all the bandages and took off his shirt, showing the burns he had acquired over time. Tuya. I won all this because of you, because of your quirk, all my pain, all the suffering is your fault. The older Reed looked at his son. At that moment Ray appeared and quickly covered his son to hug him. Ray. Calm down Tuya, you don't have to do that, everything will be fine, come on, you have to eat. Tuya. I'm not hungry, I was forbidden to eat. The white-haired girl looked up at Genji who understood everything, now he had ruined it, the man just advanced towards the door, he was angry, but now he couldn't express it, something like that would only cause more disasters, and he didn't want that, the man approached the door and took the handle to sigh, he gritted his teeth in fury. Genji. Do whatever you want, I'll eat outside. I'll see you later. The Reed left the house and closed the door behind him, the dark sky was cloudy, not even the moonlight could filter through, Genji advanced a little further until he managed to leave the grounds of his house, unaware that at that moment his little daughter left the house at full speed at the same time that the clouds unleashed their fury against the earth with a dense downpour and deafening lightning. Ayumi was getting soaked and unfortunately the lack of light did not help her much, adding to her vision, which seemed to have started to fail a little lately. The girl looked around trying to locate her father without success, the little white-haired girl crying began to scream. Ayumi. Dad. Dad, where are you? Please don't leave us. Ray left her house with a blanket for her daughter and quickly wrapped the girl to try to get her into her home with problems because the little girl did not want to enter her house and she heard something that the older Reed had whispered. Genji. I didn't want to lose you too. The girl was finally forced to enter her home, knowing that indeed, Tuya did not know the whole story, and now her father would bear the weight of all the pain of a family, and unfortunately, Ayumi did not know how much more she could bear. The happy days for the Todoroki family were over, now it was only a shadow of the former happiness that was lived, Tuya tried to hide it, but the truth is that living in the same house was impossible. So a little more passed until the day came when Genji finally managed to discover his youngest son's quirk, which consisted of half ice and half fire. The Reed was surprised, although before he thought the quirks could not be mixed, now he was surprised because this is an option that he did not believe possible. His son even had red and white hair, as well as his eyes which had a rather unusual heterochromia. Genji picked up his son who at years old saw him in an unusual way, Genji knew it. There was an influence of his brothers on him. The Reed did not make the slightest intention of provoking the child, and better left there, he no longer slept in the same room as Ray, but still saw her when he returned from work, as well as his children, who did not interact at all with the Reed, except for Ayumi who was still quite attached to her father, but several times the Reed tried to explain to him that he should be with his mother. He did not want his brother and her to argue because they had never done it before. Genji tried to convince her daily for the good of the other members of his family, but the white-haired girl with red locks was stubborn and never left her father's side because she knew something that her brothers ignored, and that was that their father was not to blame. So the days passed, unfortunately for Genji who tried to ignore and look better this didn't work, the Reed was stressed, he knew his family had broken up, he was to blame, and didn't know how to fix it, his family didn't hear him, and unfortunately, everything went from bad to worse. As the days passed, the Reed was losing himself more, it seemed as if a darkness was growing inside him covering more ground as if it were a cancer. The poor Reed did not even act as he normally would, as well as his son who was already years old and did not seem to want to listen to his father. The bad thing is that after the first argument between the two came more, and Shoto being the youngest of his brothers, had no control of his quirk, and to the misfortune of all his flames were hot. Not as much as Tuya's, but they were certainly capable of hurting either Ayumi and Natsuo due to the difference in their quirks or a child of Shoto's age. Likewise, his ice was dangerous. Unfortunately his emotions also had a great impact on this because there were times when his crying was such that when they arrived, they found his bed frozen or engulfed in flames. Genji noticing this spoke up and wanted to start training his son as well that he had done it with Natsuo and Tuya, but unfortunately this had caused a further argument. Tuya. How can you think you have the right to do such a thing? Genji. You can't talk to me like that Tuya, I already told you, you have to start respecting me because whether you like it or not, I'm still your father. Tuya. You ask for respect when you don't even respect us, you don't even respect mom. Genji. Be careful with your words Tuya. Tuya. I could help him control his power better than you could, I would be 1,000 times better than you. Genji. You have no idea how to use and train quirks, you're just a kid who grew up with great power, but can't even handle it. The Reed had finally exploded, it wasn't the right way, but the circumstances and everything that had happened had led him to explode like this. Genji looked at Tuya who saw him with a face that mixed sadness and fury of hearing his father say that. Genji on the other hand, it was strange, before, the man would have become depressed when he realized what he had said, he would have regretted it as was common. He would have apologized and left to let the spirits calm down, but now the man felt nothing, it was as if his whole being had gotten used to this explosion of anger and fury accepting it in his being. Genji didn't say anything else and continued eating, somehow silencing his son didn't bother him, in fact he had liked it. Fire is not bad, it cannot be pigeonholed into either good or evil, fire is simply spontaneous, it is we who give it the direction we want it to go, there are those who use it for good and others for evil. Genji Todoroki had disappeared, the man who wanted to protect and help his family had disappeared into himself, consumed by the flames, and something else had sprung up. The hero of fire tried to suppress this change, but it was imminent, soon the negative things that were in him became objectives. The general had been right about something, the hero of fire had stagnated in second place. Almight had already returned to reclaim his title, and Superman was the man of the moment. This increased when he surprisingly rejected the title of symbol of peace before the entire nation. Superman. Peace is not a prize, it is not a reward, but a task in which we all cooperate. We all have to work together to achieve this peace, all equally. It is lived and done one day at a time. One good deed makes a difference. The crowd had erupted in cheers applauding the attitude of the black-haired man, who was undoubtedly someone everyone respected and loved. Wherever the black-haired man went, he always saved everyone. People began to say that if he deserved to be called the symbol of something, it would not be that of peace, but that of hope, the hope of a better world, the light at the end of the tunnel. Toshinori for his part was named symbol of peace a short time later. Although Genji knew it, he had known Toshinori for a long time and was sure that the blonde wanted to reject the award because he had sought to win it on his own merit, and yet it seemed like a consolation prize. For Genji, this made him laugh and annoyed. Laughter at seeing someone put his former partner in his place, and annoyance because he also thought that all that Superman speech had been very corny. It seemed as if the black-haired man was trying to be perfect before the nation, which bothered him because he didn't understand how someone like that could exist, a paladin of justice in all its splendor. For Genji, the name was nothing more than a Boy Scout in a hero suit. Genji was annoyed, but using his great analytical ability, he distorted the general's words in his mind. It was true, he was already stagnant in second place. Surpassing Superman was something very difficult, but things can change. Future generations came with great power, and Genji knew someone who would be perfectly capable of surpassing the super idiot and the American fool. Yes, Genji had changed. At first Origen would have thought that Tuya could be this child, after all his blue flames would be an excellent offense and defense, but soon discarded this idea. Although the Origen could force his son to train, this would no longer make sense, because it was safer that his son's flames would consume him before being able to make a great attack. For Genji, thinking about Tuya doing a prominence burn was just a fantasy, because the only thing he would get would be a flaming corpse. Natsuo was easily discarded because, as with his sister, his vapor only served to cloud people's vision, but without great power to accompany him, it would only be a hindrance. Genji thought about his daughter. Her ice was dangerous, both offensively and defensively. It would undoubtedly be a good idea, but Genji immediately discarded it. Somehow the Redi did not want his daughter to get involved in everything he had in mind, but once he discarded all his children, he fixed his attention on the youngest of the family, that one, a boy with two-tone hair, heterochromatic eyes, and a destructive power divided equally. A few days passed where Genji made more changes to his house without telling anyone. The family woke up only to see that there were workers outside modifying their house. Everyone was questioned, which caused more friction between Tuya and Genji, but the Redi no longer cared, so Genji managed to put a room for himself, since it had been a long time since he slept with his wife. Without a doubt, his children now saw a significant change in their father, who no longer seemed to care about his family. The hero concentrated only on training and doing his work as a hero. Likewise, Rei entered a state of severe depression without anyone knowing. Slowly the woman was getting into the darkness, wondering day by day when had been the moment when her marriage had gone to shit and how she could not be able to stop it. So some time passed until the date Genji had been waiting for had finally arrived. Finally his son had turned 5 years old. The two-colored-haired boy was now ready. No one could stop Origen from taking the boy and practically forcing him to train. Shoto was barely 5 years old, and the training his father had subjected him to was harder than the one he had put Tuya through. There were times when the poor mixed-haired boy begged for mercy, but only received more orders or blows from his father. Endeavor. Get up. The little mixed-haired boy was on his knees on the floor. Shoto was crying, while saliva mixed with the vomit that a blow from his father to the pit of his stomach had made him bring up dripped from his mouth. Shoto felt the unpleasant taste in his mouth, which made him vomit more, while his sadness was noticeably visible in him, but Genji had not stopped. Endeavor. If you choke on something as poor and weak as this, then forget about beating All Might and Superman, you'll never even be able to beat the small villains. Damn it, you don't even try. At this rate you'll only be good as bait or as a hero's sidekick if you're lucky. Origen got on his knees while Endeavor, with a serious face mixed with anger, put his foot on his son's back and with a little force made him collapse on the ground. At that moment Rei, who had managed to freeze the lock plate, was able to break it to enter and, running, tried to defend Tuya and stop Genji. The woman got on her knees to try to help her son, to the annoyance of the fire hero. Rei. Stop please Genji, he's only 5 years old. Origen was fed up with his wife's behavior, now he saw it. It was obvious where Tuya had gotten his weakness to his own fire. Shoto, for his part, was barely getting back up when he heard it, a dry, simple and hard blow. The bicolor raised his face quickly to hear his father scream. Endeavor. He's already 5, get out of my way. These were the days for poor Shoto, who could only rest when he slept or when his father was at work. The little boy clung to his mother, crying while his mother hugged him. Shoto. I don't want to, mom. I don't want to be like dad. I don't want to become someone who bullies you and hurts you, mom. The white-haired woman, for her part, hugged her son. The woman understood that it was not her fault, it never would be. The woman maternally stroked her son's hair while trying to calm him down. Ray. But you want to be a hero, not a son. Previously, the little mixed-haired boy had expressed his desire to become a hero, one who would protect people, inspired by great professional heroes like Almight or Superman, the protectors of the people, the most important heroes in the world. Ray supported his son's idea because he knew that his little boy's wish was not imposed by endeavor, but had been born from him. It was for this very reason that the Origen never stopped supporting her son's wish, thus managing to calm him down, making sure that when the child looked up, he saw that Ray had a calm, maternal smile. Shoto felt safe, unaware because of his age, that smile was nothing more than a mask, one that his mother had put on, because inside the woman was ready to break. The following days were the same for the poor boy. His brothers could study and play peacefully accompanied by their mother. He watched them from a distance, eager to join them, but when his father arrived, this joy was replaced by pure terror. Endeavor. Don't look at that, Shoto, they are from a different world than yours. Origen took his son by the arm and pulled him along with him, in front of the sad expression and tears of the little boy who tried to stop him without success. That's how things were for little Shoto. His brothers could never do anything, and Genji had no intention of stopping the hellish training. Ray, for her part, was sinking deeper and deeper without being able to save herself. It seemed as if her sanity was hanging by a thread, which even if it didn't break it could bend. The days continued their natural course, darker, but it was the path they had. Little Shoto was already close to turning 6 years old. His training was still as painful as before, and it even seemed to have increased a little, but at least he was still alive. One day Shoto was approaching the kitchen. He was a little hungry, and taking advantage of the fact that his father had not arrived yet, he wanted to order a plate of soba or some snack that his mother had. The little boy approached the sliding door, but soon discovered that his mother was talking on the phone. Apparently it was about a matter with his grandmother, a matter that would change the little boy's life. The younger Todoroki didn't want to interrupt and began to listen to the conversation without making any noise. His mother had her back to him, her voice was broken and trembling, indicating the presence of tears and sadness. Ray. Mom, I feel terribly bad, I can't stand this anymore. My children, Tuya, Natsuo, Fayumi, I can't look her in the eyes anymore. I feel like they look more like him every day, and I'm realizing that Shoto's left side is. The woman swallowed and trembled before continuing to speak, the pain was clearly evident in her words. Ray. It's ugly, horrible. The woman said this without knowing that the minor could hear her on the other side, but the white-haired woman did not hesitate. The woman put a hand to her head before continuing to speak. Ray. No, what am I saying? That's what I mean, Mom, I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand it anymore if I stay here. I don't know what might happen. I don't want to anymore. I can't raise them. At that moment little Shoto opened the door, which made a noise that scared Genji, who thought it was her husband. Shoto. Mom. At that moment the woman turned around, her phone fell to the floor. Shoto felt scared, his mother's gaze was strange, frightening, darkened. The kettle on the stove began to squeal from the release of steam caused by the boiling water inside. What happened next, it has no name. Somehow the woman grabbed her son by the arm with incredible strength. The boy wanted to move away, to get away, but it was useless. The woman looked around, focusing her sight on the teapot, and without wasting time she grabbed it. On the other hand, her son looked terrified at his mother's actions with incalculable fear. Ray opened the nozzle, pointed it at her son's face, and then everything went dark for him. Genji, for his part, had finally arrived home. The older Origen had to face a few friends that for everyone was already usual, but that changed when suddenly and far away he heard a heartbreaking scream, a scream of pain, a scream that could be recognized from miles away. The Origen only opened his eyes before saying something with great concern. Genji. Shoto. The Origen didn't know when his body started running all over his house. Finally arriving at the kitchen, the man immediately opened the door, suddenly discovering the kettle on the floor quite far away, still spilling some drops of water. Genji turned his gaze, seeing that his wife was on her knees in a corner which was completely frozen. That's where the screams were coming from. It was his son who was screaming in pain while his mother with her quirk created ice to put it on his eye. The woman rocked from side to side in a vague and weak attempt to calm her son and herself. Ray. I'm so sorry, Shoto, son, I'm really sorry. Oh my god, what did I do? What did I do? What the hell did I do? Enji approached his wife and took her by the shoulder. Rei turned her gaze to find an Enji whose expression was one of total concern. Shoto had fainted from shock. The white-haired woman carried him to see her husband. Rei. What did I do, Enji? What did I do? Iridid hugged his wife, the man called an ambulance, and they both took Shoto to the hospital, although things didn't get any better. Rei asked to be admitted, Enji tried to plead against it, but the white-haired woman spoke almost like a litany of what she had done. She gave every reason until they finally believed her. The doctors had no opinion, and Enji just watched as his wife was carried away from him. That day Enji returned home with Shoto who had the burned part covered. The boy was still asleep. The children who had seen how the three of them left in the afternoon had questions which would be answered indirectly by their own brother. When he woke up, the boy woke up in his room. He felt his face, feeling the strange lump in his eye. The moment he touched it, the boy remembered everything. Shoto began to cry and got up from his bed to start running. The boy stumbled and fell several times but got up. The infant had finally reached his destination, his father's office. Apparently the fire hero was talking to his in-laws. The call was cut off after a few minutes. Shoto took advantage of the moment to enter his office. He didn't care about his father's well-being. For the little one there was only one question on his mind. Shoto. Where is my mom? Iridid looked at his son, surprised that he was already awake. It was already night. Enji saw his son and sighed before speaking. Endeavor. She stayed. Because she hurt you, she'll stay in the hospital for now. I'm sorry, son. The mixed-haired boy looked up to carefully observe his father. At that moment anger erupted from him. All the things Toya told him apparently were not lies. The boy began to get angry without knowing that his brothers were outside the room. Shoto. She didn't do this. Endeavor. What do you say? Shoto. She didn't do this, it was you. This is all your fault. You forced her to do this. She said she didn't want to raise us anymore because we looked like you, but it's your fault that she thinks that. You forced her to hurt me. It's your fault and I'll never forgive you. Iridid looked in amazement at his son's gaze, which was cold and emotionless, just like Tuia's. The mixed-haired boy took a breath before saying something that would make the Iridid slightly regain consciousness. Shoto. Mom isn't a monster. I hate you, Dad. Iridid looked at his son who had a very evident expression of hatred. The child looked furiously at his father. Enji looked into his son's eyes trying to ignore him, but the truth is that the look in the mixed-haired boy would not be easy to forget. Shoto was still in the same place when his brothers entered. Natsuo quickly managed to take his brother, while Fayumi and Tuia stayed in the office. The Iridid was dizzy. It was as if a torrent of emotions took possession of him and hit him with everything. The Iridid looked for a place to sit, but Tuia was not willing to leave things as they were, not this time. Tuia. What happened today? Endeavor. Not today, Tuia, I don't want to argue today. But the Iridid was not in the mood to talk quietly with his father, so he quickly banged on the table and approached the Iridid, scaring his sister. Tuia. Don't give me that. Tell me what happened. Today I saw my mother and my brother leave and only Shoto came back. Tell me what happened to mom. Fayumi. Brother, please. Tuia. No. Don't tell me to calm down, Fayumi. We've been putting up with her whims for so long, and it's enough. You have an obligation to tell us what's going on in this house. Endeavor. And what do you want to know? Iridid shouted this, trying to control himself without success. Tuia. What did you do to my brother, to my mother? Where did you take her? Tell me what you did to our family. Tuia's flames ignited, scaring his sister. Enji for his part was going to sit down, but his youngest son kicked the chair, making the Iridid fall to the ground. Fayumi wanted to help her father and stop her brother, but the heat in the room was starting to get more intense. Enji breathed heavily. The fire hero began to feel as if he was running out of air. The Iridid looked up, seeing that his eldest son's face represented fury, sadness and disappointment. Enji looked him in the eyes before saying. Endeavor. Your mother, it was an accident. I don't know what went through her mind. It must have been a mind control quirk. There was a kettle of water and… The younger Iridid turned off the intensity of his flames while he watched his father guess what would happen next, while Fayumi covered her mouth with her hands in horror. Endeavor. I hurt your brother. Tuia. Like. Endeavor. But she regained control and used her quirk to try to calm Shoto's pain. It was an accident, Tuia, don't blame her. Iridid was about to get up when his son spoke again. Tuia. A mind control quirk. What's that? A stupid excuse to justify yourself. Does saying that make you feel better about yourself? Endeavor. Tuia. Tuia. This wasn't an accident, you pushed mom to the limit. It wasn't a strange quirk, it was you who hurt us all. Endeavor. I wasn't the one who did it. Iridid started laughing sarcastically as he headed for the door. Tuia. Yes, maybe you weren't the one who threw the water on our brother, but with everything you've done to us, to Ichi, Kigo, to mom, to Shoto and to me, it's like you've hurt everyone. And saying this, the Redeed left the room, leaving the man alone with his daughter. Little Fayumi wanted to help her father stand up, but she couldn't. For the first time her legs didn't move to help, but rather to leave the room, leaving Enji alone, who once stood up. He walked towards his office, where he found a photo where Rei, Tuya, Fayumi, Natsuo and him were. Rei's pregnancy was noticeable, but everyone was still smiling. Enji had Natsuo on his shoulders while he hugged Rei. His children were at the bottom of the photo smiling. Enji looked at the photo carefully. That could probably be the last photo where the Todoroki family was happy. So the following days passed, Shoto's birthday and many more. The Todoroki family was broken, and it seemed that nothing could unite it again. Life looked dark for everyone. Enji had stopped training with Shoto so that he could recover, although obviously no one in his family believed that. No one believed in the hero of fire anymore. Even his daughter Fayumi, who had always defended him before, now looked indecisive, afraid of her father who had finally gotten what he wanted, loneliness. But that loneliness had affected him more than it had helped him. The Redeed didn't know how to deal with his emotions, and that frustrated him. It made him angrier because without knowing it, inside him, guilt was eating him up inside, because deep down he knew that he had caused everything by not being clear with his family when he could have, by not avoiding the problems at the time. Now his son would have a mark for life, and his wife was far away from him. Endeavor didn't know it, but in the inner fire that his fury and other negative emotions had created, Enji Todoroki roared, begged to get out. In the outside world life was good. Everyone ignored what was happening in the house of the hero of fire, praising with great praise to Almight and Superman, who never stopped in their work that they themselves entrusted. Although something strange that people began to notice is that the Superman began to appear less and less, and it was not that he was disappearing, but rather that now he was even faster when doing his job. Whether alone or with his companions, but now he avoided interviews as much as possible, always rising quickly. The helicopters tried to follow him, but it was useless because the black-haired man could fly at impressive speeds. Not even the heroes with speed quirks could get close. Sometimes he was asked why this, but he only answered, "Superman. Duty calls, excuse me, but I'm in a hurry." They then take flight at full speed. At first thousands of theories were made, but seeing that the hero's heroic activity did not decrease, but even seemed to have increased, finally it was concluded that the reason for this is that he was striving to save more people. So one day they left the subject aside. It was not strange for anyone to even see him flying patrolling the streets. But back at the Todoroki house. It had been a couple of months since Shoto's accident. We are in the dates of March in the morning. Enji had hired a maid to help the children. He knew that before his wife would have refused, but now that she was gone he couldn't do anything else. His in-laws didn't want to go near the mansion, not even for their grandchildren, so the fire hero decided that hiring help would be the best. Although there was one thing that the Redeed took care of personally, and that is that every day Enji was in charge of taking the children to school early, even if this meant arriving a little later to the agency. And that is why we sat early in the family dining room. As always, breakfast, although it had not yet started, would be in silence. But on this day, that silence would be annoying for the hero of fire, and it is that day. But in the month of January is when Shoto's accident had occurred, and the self-isolation of the white-haired girl. Apparently the date had been engraved in fire inside the hero of fire, and in those moments is when those feelings of guilt and fury became stronger in him. The Redeed had gone down to have breakfast and found his children who were already gathered. The Redeed went to the kitchen to serve his plate since the children had already served theirs. Enji sat down and saw his family, who seemed not to want to touch their food. They also knew what day it was. Enji sat down undecided about eating. The fire hero was tormented with thoughts daily, and on those dates those thoughts were worse. It's your fault. Because of your weakness your family broke up. Your wife prefers to be away from you. Your children hate you. You don't deserve to be a hero. You are a monster. Your father would be disappointed in you. You don't deserve second place. The Redeed tried to turn a deaf ear to this, but he couldn't. The fire hero wanted there to be some noise so he could distract himself, but his house was as silent as a grave. Enji didn't think about it and was the first to speak. Endeavor. What's happening to everyone? Go ahead. The Redeed said this in a clear authoritarian tone, but nobody did anything. Tuya for his part looked at his brothers. The younger Redeed saw the sadness on their faces. The Redeed sighed before turning to see his father, speaking calmly, trying not to despair. Tuya. We should make a prayer. The Redeed looked at his son. Enji had a face that was clearly annoyed, so without flinching he responded. Endeavor. No. The younger Redeed closed his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. He didn't want to start an argument with his father, not that day, so trying to calm down he spoke again. Tuya. Why not? Endeavor. We will not say prayers. Tuya didn't give up. The boy gathered strength before speaking. His father might have forgotten his mother, but he hadn't. Even if they fought, it would be worth a try. Tuya. You know what day it is, right? Fayumi. Don't force him, Tuya. Tuya. He knows what day it is. Endeavor. No, I don't know. The Redeed tried to suppress this, but it was useless. He knew his son would not give up. Fayumi. It's the day, Mom. At that moment the little mixed-haired boy looked up, those were the days when his scar would hurt again like that moment, sometimes even preventing him from sleeping or paying attention. The four infants lowered their heads, but Endeavor didn't. Endeavor. I won't say a single prayer, or anything now. Origen looked away trying to calm down, but his son who was trying to do the same, seemed to give up, and for the first time in a long time he let go of his feelings. Tuya. I hate you. Origen turned to see the boy who looked at him with teary eyes. At any moment Tuya would start crying. Genji for his part, who did not want to show any feelings, just nodded his head affirmatively. Endeavor. Okay, you wouldn't be the first. At that moment Shoto began to shed tears. The boy missed his mother, his scar hurt, and seeing his father act like that hurt him. Since when he was younger, he vaguely remembered how his sister told him stories about his father and how he used to be an admirable man. The girl always showed him photos with a smile. For Shoto, it was now hard to believe how a man like the one his sister told him about transformed into the monster that was now in front of him. On the other hand, despite what his father said, the younger Origen could not hide it anymore, so starting to shed some tears and following his heart, he expressed what he had wanted to say before without finding the words. Tuya. You left mom alone, you left her there to die. The comment was heard by his other brothers and by his father who looked back at him with a clear sign of disbelief and annoyance. Had he dared to say that? For her part, and knowing what her brother's comment could cause, Fayumi tried to stop him. Fayumi. Brother. Origen turned slightly to look at her and quickly looked back. Endeavor looked at his son with a frown, shook his head once before speaking again. Endeavor. I'm not going to waste another minute on stupid prayers, not one more damn minute, understood? In the background, Shoto's cries of pain began to accompany his father's words, while his brother's eyes began to fill with tears. Endeavor did not stop and continued speaking in a lighter tone of anger. Endeavor. Now I want this breakfast to start, you're not going to be late to damn school, and no one's going to stop us from enjoying this damn meal, so let's go. The older Origen shouted this loudly, causing his younger son to start crying even harder and further upsetting the fire hero's nerves, who was fed up. Endeavor. Enough crying. Origen turned to shout this to his son who, far from calming down, cried even harder. His worried daughter tried to calm her father down. She definitely didn't want there to be a fight on this day, not so much for herself, but for what that day meant for her mother and her brother. Fayumi. Dad. But Tuya's patience had already reached its limit, his eyes filled with tears before trying to defend his brother. Tuya. Don't yell at him. Origen looked around, his children were crying without saying anything. Natsuo tried through tears to comfort Shoto, who was crying at the top of his lungs. Both brothers were crying, which made it difficult to calm the youngest of the four. Fayumi and Tuya were also shedding tears as they watched the adult who wiped his nose, knowing that at any moment he would also burst into tears, so before he just let out a little air before continuing. Endeavor. Right, since you don't want it, I'll try everything. Origen began to take what there was to accompany his dish, hitting his chopsticks with force, making his children startle. The fire hero did not take long to finish eating and stood up. Endeavor. I want everyone to get ready for school, we're leaving in minutes. Origen was heading to his office, but before that he stopped. He knew that it had been in that damned place where everything started to go to hell. The man pressed his hand against the wall and decided to take another path, leaving the house being seen by his children. Fayumi. Do you think he went to the agency? Tuya. I don't know, nor do I care if it goes better for us. Today I didn't want to go to school. The black-haired man tried to act strong, but it was more than obvious that he wasn't well. His face, the expression he had showed it. Fayumi. It's not right for us to skip school, Tuya. Tuya. Tell me something, Fayumi. We were the first. We saw what mom and dad's relationship was like at the beginning. Fayumi. Yes, that's what we get for being the oldest. Origen just smiled slightly and raised his face slightly, looking at the photos. Tuya. Yeah, I know that, but it's just that, Fayumi, tell me the truth. The boy lowered his head, remembering all those moments he spent with his father before speaking again, his voice cracking as more tears flowed from his eyes and fell to the floor. Fayumi. What's up, bro? Tuya. When was Fayumi? The white-haired girl with red locks approached her brother, worried about him. Fayumi. When was Tuya? Tuya. When did our family change so much? Origen began to cry inconsolably. Fayumi for her part approached her brother and hugged him. The little girl knew that her brother, being the oldest, had lived longer than her, had known her parents better, had more memories than her, knew how much all this had affected him. Tuya tried to act strong, but deep down he was a scared boy, disappointed in himself and feeling useless for not being able to help. Fayumi. Calm down, Tuya, I'm here, this will be resolved, little brother, it has to be resolved. The girl said this while her brother poured out all his pain and tears on his sister's shoulder. For his part, the fire hero was outside his house. The man was shedding some tears. The man wiped his tears while wondering why he had let his family suffer so much harm. Endeavor. Because damn it, because I just wanted to give them the best, damn it was all a big mistake, because I had to let all this happen. The man clenched his fists tightly, and as if it were a trick played on his mind, the man began to remember all those scenes with his mother, all the insults, mistreatment. Genji clenched his fists tightly and annoyed. He had promised that he would be better than his mother, but now that he saw it, he had been worse than her, much worse. Origen was upset with the world, with criticism, with people, with All Might, with Superman, with his mother, but above all with himself. Genji clenched his fists as he remembered his wife. He's the one who should be locked up there, not her. Endeavor. Ray, what did I do to you? How did I allow this to happen? How did I allow myself to hurt you like that? Origen was so focused on his thoughts that he didn't notice when the shadow of a figure fell over him until it was inevitable. The fire hero was forced to look up, seeing that above him was that great hero, the one everyone acclaimed, the symbol of hope, Superman. Genji could only frown in clear annoyance. Endeavor. What are you doing here? The black-haired man only saw the man in front of him who was trying to hide his tears. The Kryptonian only looked around before asking a single question. Superman. Is everything okay? Moments before. The black-haired man was flying at a considerable speed. The man was incredibly in a hurry. Clark had to get home quickly. He couldn't take long. Nana and Gran Torino offered to cover for him, to talk to him in case something big happened like they had been doing for days. It was just a simple patrol, and that's it, turn around quickly, and if he didn't find anything he would go home. Clark was on his last trip when suddenly he heard it. It wasn't very far, but thanks to his super hearing he could hear it clearly, a cry of pain. No, there were two, one weaker than the other, but equally sad. Clark stopped. It was the cries of two children. Clark turned his head in the air, managing to quickly locate the direction where the cries were coming from, so without wasting time he rushed towards the origin of the cries. It was a large plot of land, a large house. Clark could see the fence that prevented any stranger from entering the property by land, but fortunately, Clark wasn't walking. The black-haired man quickly managed to enter the property, realizing that downstairs was presumably the owner. The Kryptonian opened his eyes in surprise when he realized that it was his co-worker Endeavor. Clark began to go down slowly, realizing that the fire hero had not yet noticed his presence. The Superman went down slowly until Genji turned around, realizing that he was not alone. Clark noticed that the man in front of him wiped his face and frowned. Apparently his presence was not favorable. Endeavor. What are you doing here? It was the first thing the fire hero asked. For his part, Clark was surprised. He knew of the fire hero's reputation. Endeavor was someone that no one saw cry. He never showed his emotions. But now, it seemed as if the fire hero was sad. Clark, seeing this, could only ask one thing. Superman. Is everything okay? Current time. The fire hero looked with annoyance at the black-haired man in front of him. He didn't know what had prompted him to come to his house without an invitation. But now was not the right time, and without a doubt, the Superman was not the person he wanted to see. Endeavor. What are you doing in my house? Superman. From what I see, we're out of it. Endeavor. You have to leave now. The fire hero tried to advance, but Superman quickly stood in front of him. Superman. Not until you answer my question. Endeavor. What do you want to know? Superman. I was patrolling the area when I heard crying. Endeavor. You heard wrong, idiot, I don't cry. Superman. No, I know you don't, because first of all it's just you and you're not a child. Origen had turned his back on the black-haired man, ready to ignore him, but the moment he heard the last part, he stopped. Had he heard correctly? Could he have heard his children from a distance? Endeavor. You have to leave now. Origen continued to turn his back on the Superman who, upon noticing the hostility and the words coming from the fiery hero, crossed his arms. Superman. I don't think so, not until you tell me what's going on here. Endeavor. My kids probably fell while playing, it's nothing serious and much less of your business. The black-haired man was slightly surprised because he didn't know that the fire hero had children. Superman. I didn't know you had kids. Endeavor. What? Did you think I kidnapped them? Superman. No, I know you're a hero, I just asked to be calm. Genji turned slightly upon hearing the word hero. Did the black-haired man know something? Had he been spying on him? Endeavor was annoyed, so he turned around, activating his quirk. Endeavor. Well, I already told you, now get out of here. Origen shouted this, trying to show his authority to Superman, who was not impressed. Superman. I don't think so. The black-haired man approached to face the fire hero. Between both heroes there was no difference in height, so both were facing each other. The look on Endeavor was annoyed, while Clark's was serious. The black-haired man did not want to fight, nor doubt his partner, but the truth was that Origen did not help much. Endeavor. You're trespassing on my land, so I kindly ask you to leave right now, everything's fine. Superman. Endeavor, believe me, I don't need my X-ray vision to know that nothing is right. Besides, what is this hostility? Don't tell me you're being nice. Endeavor. As much as I can. Superman. I just want to make sure everything is in order. Endeavor, that's all. Endeavor. Who sent you? The black-haired man was confused, he didn't understand the question, and using his super hearing, he could clearly hear how the Redeed's heart rate slowed down. Endeavor's heart pumped blood faster than normal. The Redeed was angry. Superman. Endeavor, you're angry, you have to calm down, I don't want to fight you. Endeavor. Then you shouldn't have come. Now tell me who the hell sent you. The Redeed generated a sphere of fire and quickly threw it at Superman who, being off guard, was dragged a few meters. The black-haired man had put his arms in a cross avoiding damage, his cape fluttered a little when the fire dissipated. The hero stood up straight and advanced towards Endeavor. Superman. I don't want to fight you Endeavor, we're heroes, this doesn't have to be like this, just let me help you. Endeavor. Leave me alone. The Redeed quickly attacked Clark again who once again managed to withstand the attack. The black-haired man did not want to fight, but it seemed that the Redeed was determined to do so. Clark once again stood up straight while Endeavor stared at him. Endeavor. Well, here I am. The black-haired man was willing to stop the Redeed, now he saw it, the man was out of his mind, he was dangerous, Clark wouldn't let him get hurt, and without wasting time he threw himself at the Redeed who did the same, both were close to striking. Clark threw a punch that Endeavor was able to dodge, and quickly ignited his fist hitting the Kryptonian in the side, throwing him far away. The blows were strong, and the shockwave alerted the children inside the house. Quickly Fayumi and Tuya approached the window watching this impressed. Tuya. It's Superman. Fayumi. She's fighting against Dad. The younger Redeed quickly remembered what he had heard before, he knew from the general's mouth that his father would not be an opponent of the superhero, but at that moment, he was amazed because the black-haired man got up and threw himself at Genji, who made a flash of fire, which distracted the black-haired man, allowing Genji to land a couple of punches in the face, and then making a sphere of fire, he threw Superman far away, surprising Tuya who did not believe what he saw. Back in the fight both were standing, Clark wasn't trying to attack, he was just defending himself, but now he saw that his opponent was fighting seriously. Superman. Believe me, Endeavor, you don't want this. Endeavor. Shut up. The black-haired man just brushed the ashes off his shoulders and quickly took flight to attack Endeavor, who was already waiting for him. The red-haired man was on guard and his fist began to heat up. Endeavor. Incandescent fist. The Redeed launched his attack trying to hit the Kryptonian again who managed to dodge it and quickly raised his arm. Endeavor couldn't dodge it and could only watch as the black-haired man gave him a strong blow to the stomach. Genji opened his eyes in surprise. The Redeed only a large amount of saliva married by the impact, while the punch took him quite far from the place. He had heard before of the incredible strength of the Kryptonian, but now he was a test subject of that. Superman, for his part, remained in the air still on guard. Clark did not want to fight against the fire hero, but certainly Endeavor did not leave him many options. Superman. Don't get up Endeavor, I already told you, I don't want to fight you, but you don't leave me any options either. The Redeed for his part stood up, the punch had taken the wind out of him and had even made him slightly dizzy, but at that moment his strength was what guided him. The Redeed looked around him, he was fed up, he would show the general that he was wrong, he would show his mother and everyone that they were wrong about him, he was stronger than they thought, and if he had to kill Superman to prove it, he would be happy to do it. The Redeed took a quick look around, all of his attacks were from long distance, but fortunately that blow had moved him quite far away. He was grateful that the land of his house was large, so he could fight without worrying about damage or at least not too much. But on the other hand, deep down, he didn't want to fight. The Redeed wanted to give himself up for the Superman to see what he had done and take him to prison, or worse yet, kill him. He didn't deserve to live, and he knew it, not after everything he had done. But the fire hero was stubborn and in those moments, his fury was stronger. The Redeed wanted to get it all out, his frustrations, his anger, his sadness, his guilt, his regret, his fear, and if the Man of Steel was really as strong as he seemed, then he wouldn't mind fighting him a little. The Redeed lit his fist, and his eldest son from the window even in the distance knew what was coming. Tuya. Oh. Fayumi. What's going on? Tuya. He's going to use it. Fayumi. What? Superman, seeing this, had no choice. If he wanted to stop the fight, he had to stop the fire hero. Maybe he could freeze his hands or make him faint. He could take him near the Earth's edge where breathing is slower. There he would have a chance. Endeavor couldn't fly. Clark quickly decided to put his plan into action and flew towards the Redeed who unleashed the first attack. Endeavor. Incandescent fist. The black-haired man, for his part, had already seen what that attack was capable of doing, so he quickly moved away thinking he had dodged the fierce movement, but it was just a trap. Endeavor feinted to have the Superman in his shooting position. The red-haired man prepared himself and, seeing that his plan had worked, he shouted again. Endeavor. Hell Spider. The fire hero extended his arm and lines of fire came out of his fingers, ready to attack Clark who could not dodge them. The Superman was thrown quite far because of this, but Endeavor did not stay like that and preparing his attack he raised both hands. Endeavor. I've never been able to test this attack with Almight, would it be okay if you could help me prove its effectiveness? Hell Spider. The burning lines of fire were launched, creating a cage around Superman, which slammed shut, burning the dark-haired man's suit and leaving some very light marks. What Clark initially thought would be just an attack didn't stay that way. As he tried to fly, he felt resistance, almost as if he was being held against the ground. As he looked down at the generated dust, he could see that Endeavor's lines of fire had him tied up. Endeavor hadn't stayed like that, as the name of the attack said. It was a web of fire. Endeavor didn't waste time and pulled Clark to start spinning him around, raising and lowering his arms, making the Superman hit the ground repeatedly. Clark, thinking, what the hell, this guy is really strong, but it seems like his rage is motivating him. I have to stop this fight. She's waiting for me. I'll be in serious trouble if I don't get there in time. The black-haired man quickly nailed his feet to the ground, which rose with the force that the Kryptonian exerted until it stopped completely. Genji could not move him anymore. The dust quickly dissipated, and the fire hero could see how Clark was standing. His suit was damaged, but the Kryptonian himself did not have many scratches. There was no blood or anything. Genji was upset to see this. Was the hero in front of him really invincible? Endeavor was about to think of another attack, but he could not do anything because he quickly saw how the black-haired man took a breath and began to blow towards the lines of fire. Endeavor did not understand the reason for this, but after a few seconds the answer would come to him when he saw how his hell spider began to freeze. Soon the air that was going towards him began to be quite cold. His fire rays began to be ice. Endeavor did not understand why this was happening, but he did not have time to think because he saw how Clark quickly broke the ice and headed towards him. Superman. Let's finish this, Endeavor. Back at home, the children saw this in amazement. Natsuo and Shoto had fallen asleep, exhausted because they weren't there, but the older brothers were impressed. Fayumi. He can't beat him. I don't know why you're fighting, but Dad has to stop. Stop being so proud. You're no match for Superman. The black-haired boy flew back towards the fire hero, who looked at him in amazement. Back in his home, Tuya squeezed the doorframe with clear annoyance. The boy always saw how his father was compared to the Man of Steel, and although he recognized that the superhero was someone incredible, he never compared him to his father. After all, they both had different quirks. Tuya gritted his teeth before speaking. Tuya. Fayumi. At that moment the girl turned to see her brother. The tone of his voice surprised her, but when she turned around she saw how the older one had an annoyed expression. Tuya. We talked about this a few moments ago. I'm 3 years older than you. I've seen things you haven't. I know our parents slightly better than you, Natsuo and Shoto. I know what I said about Dad, but just as there are things we accept easily, there are many more that are harder to accept. Dad never gave up. He always gave his best for everyone, at work, for us and for Mom. Neela was surprised. She didn't know where those words had come from after so many years. Tuya, for his part, couldn't stop looking at his father, who was in an exchange of blows with the Superman. Tuya. There is no man more stubborn than him. Fayumi. Tuya. Back in the fight, both contenders were standing. Clark had already thrown a few blows. The black-haired man thought that even if he limited himself, it would be enough to knock out the Red Deed, but no, instead it seemed as if the pain was the only thing that kept the fire hero conscious, who already had some lines of blood running down his face. Clark, seeing this, thought of plan B. If he wanted to feint the Red Deed, he had to take him to high ground. The Kryptonian wasted no time and at an impressive speed began to fly around Endeavor, who only saw the red and blue blur. He couldn't attack because he didn't know what could happen, but after a few seconds his feet left the ground. Endeavor opened his eyes in surprise. Was the tornado lifting him up? Endeavor. What the buck? The Red Deed was rising higher and higher. Clark saw that they were finally at a considerable height and stopped doing this to quickly go below Endeavor, who was already beginning to plummet, managing to hit him in the stomach. Once he did this, the Man of Steel grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and began to fly at great speed. Endeavor did not understand what was happening. The Red Deed believed that if he continued flying like that, soon they would both run out of air. Endeavor did not understand. Perhaps the black-haired man's plan was to let him fall from a great height. No, then that meant. What would happen if one day he decided to turn bad? The Red Deed remembered these words, and almost as if it were a joke, the general's words came back to his mind. Who would stop him? Number 2 isn't a good choice, is he? Endeavor clenched his fists in clear annoyance. Suddenly images began to come to his mind, but they were not of the people. They were not images of the general, not even of his agency. At that moment the Red Deed thought of his children, of Tuya, of Fayumi, Natsuo, Shoto, and finally of Rei. The Red Deed did not think about it anymore. He would not die, not without defending his family once. Superman. Sorry, Endeavor, but this is the only way. Endeavor was badly wounded, but now it seemed as if Todoroki was taking control of him again. The Red Deed would not give up. He had not done so before, and this would not be the first time. Clenched his fists and began to concentrate all his firepower. After this he would run out of fire, but if he could do a good deed at least for the last time in his life, then it would be worth it. They probably hate me. I don't blame them. I always. The black-haired man heard this. He was already getting closer to the land border. He had no time to waste, but Enji continued talking. Enji. I always wanted to be stronger than anyone, and it was that same desire that turned me into the monster I am for that reason. The Redeed began to increase the heat in his body while thinking about his wife. Genji. For that reason now it was his children who came to his mind, especially little Tuia whom he had hurt so much all this time. The heat in his body continued to increase, steam came out of his skin. Clark was perplexed by the Redeed's fighting spirit, but he knew that if he didn't hurry, Endeavor would be hurt by his own power. Genji. My body is still overflowing with heat, Superman. I'm not defeated yet, thanks for the height, because now you won't be able to dodge it, and I assure you that this time it will affect you. The Redeed smiled slightly thinking about his family. Genji. Thinking I will use all my flames. Don't get discouraged, don't lose sight of your chances of winning. At that moment the Redeed thought about his father and the words he had said to him so long ago. Remember Genji, when you are about to give your all, do not let your guard down. I know, there is a possibility of losing like everything in this life, but do not let that stop you. Concentrate and set your sights on that opportunity for victory. Genji smiled again before making a serious face as he slowly let go of all his firepower. Genji. Thinking the temperature rises more hot. Superman. What are you thinking of doing, Endeavor? Genji. I'm not going to hold back. And if I die it'll be by my own fire. I'll burn the monster I've become, and my flames will give me eternal rest. Superman. Endeavor. Genji. Prominence burn. The children left their house when they saw their father rise into the air, and after a few minutes they saw him. The enormous ball of fire that was generated in the air. Fayumi was impressed by the power that her father showed, but Tuia the boy was terrified. He knew it, his father had used him. Tuia. He used a prominence burn. Father, how far did you want to go in order to win? The next thing the children saw was how a sphere of fire began to fall with great speed. This at first seemed to have no direction, but after a few minutes it seemed that it began to move propelled by the same fire. Soon the children discovered that it was their father who apparently came alone. Superman did not come down with him. The children in fear quickly ran towards their home, getting back into the house and seeing how the fire projectile fell in their yard, making a slight crater. The fire dissipated, showing Endeavor, who was quite badly injured. The Redeed was spitting blood. He was on his knees against the ground, with his head down, but he slightly raised it. The fire hero was about to fall unconscious when he saw him. In the distance, again hidden by the sun, Superman came down slowly. His suit was mostly burned, but did not show as many signs of blows. The black-haired man was not as hurt as Endeavor. The children also saw this in admiration, but mostly with fear. Because they knew from the news that provoking the superhero was not a good idea. Superman. That was a big Endeavor attack. I'm serious, but it was reckless. In your current state you just hurt yourself. The annoying Redeed wanted to light his flames, but it was useless. He didn't even have the strength for that anymore. He had reached his limit, but he had also been defeated. The fire hero finally broke down, and before Clark's gaze, who thought it impossible, the fire hero Endeavor began to shed tears which turned into a heartbreaking cry. Genji. Oh, because you're so damn strong, because I'm so weak. Curse. At home the children managed to hear this and were perplexed. Was their father, who was always a rough man without feelings, crying? None of them could believe it. Tuia was skeptical, despite having the vision in front of him. For his part, Superman was just as confused, but now that he saw that the fire hero was wrong, he would not leave it like that. Clark. Endeavor, let me help you. Genji. Tell me why do you want to help me? Damn it, because of me, because of my damn arrogance. I lost my family, I broke my children, I hurt my wife, I broke my family. Why do you want to help me? The black-haired man was now 100% worried. He didn't know what was going through the black-haired man's mind for him to tell him this, so following his sense of duty, the hero approached the fallen hero. Clark. What happened? Beanie. Don't you see? It was me. It's my fault that my kids cry all night. I'm to blame for them hating me, because I hurt them. Because I broke my wife's mind to the point that I forced her to hurt my son. Because I sold my son's best friends to protect him from being taken away. Cause every damn day, I wake up feeling like the worst shit this world has ever walked on. The Redeed managed to stand up while putting a hand to his chest, pointing at himself. The Redeed had tears in his eyes as he let out all his pain. Genji. Because in my damn arrogance I wanted to be stronger, because only then would I protect my family, but that same strength turned me into a damn monster that burns everything it touches. My children hate me, my wife preferred to stay away from me. I am not a hero. I preferred to hit, to push others away than to explain to them what was happening. I thought that if I stayed away from everyone it would be okay, but it wasn't like that. The general came to my house when my son was born. He wanted to take Tuia. He knows that he has a firepower much greater than mine, but I didn't want to be taken from our side, and I had to lie. I had to insult my son and sell out his friends so that they would leave him alone. I had to sell my soul to the devil for the protection of my family, but it wasn't like that. Now I don't have a family. I can't sleep. Every night I try to convince myself that everything will get better, but the truth is that since that day a darkness grows inside me like a damn cancer. I can't control my anger. I couldn't talk to my children anymore, much less my wife. All I did was scream I wanted to be better, but in reality I'm just an idiot dressed in a hero suit. I pushed everyone away from me. I deserve the worst. Origen finally looked down while from his home his children reacted to what they had heard. Tuya unknowingly had started to cry because his father had admitted his mistake, but it also said something he didn't know. He never wanted to do that, guilt aided him, and Tuya never saw that. Genji. Every day I feel like 1,000 knives are stabbing into my heart and I can't do anything to fix it. I didn't want to, it's my fault. I hurt the woman I love and swore to protect with my life. I'm only to blame for all the bad things that have happened to my family. Natsuo, Fayumi, Shoto, Tuya, Rei, I'm so sorry. The fire hero put his head against the ground, finally releasing everything that was imprisoned in his heart. The fire hero held nothing back and with each tear he released his pain. Superman, for his part, was surprised when he saw this. He didn't know what was happening or why Endeavor was telling him this, but it didn't matter. Right now, the Redeed needed help, and if what he had said was true, then the children left in the house did too. Clark. Endeavor, get up, I can't help you if you don't let me. Genji. Do it, Superman. Clark. What? Genji. Arrest me please or kill me, I don't want to feel pain anymore, I don't want my children to suffer anymore. Rei is the one who should be here, not me, so please do it. The imposing fire hero lowered his head, accepting his death or whatever punishment they wanted to give him. Clark saw this confused and incredulous. In all his years as a hero, he had never heard a request like that. The Kryptonian turned his gaze towards the house and then returned it to the fire hero. How much pain could one person carry? The black-haired man saw his hands, which were lightly stained by the blood of the fire hero. Clark took a couple of seconds to analyze everything the hero had told him, and also using his super hearing, he heard the fire hero's pulse. There was no doubt, he was telling the truth, although the heartbeats were only one more proof, because the crying was not faked. Clark could also notice that the Redeed was hurt, but he wasn't lying. Every word coming from Genji's mouth was loaded with pain, guilt, fear and regret in a state so pure that it was impossible to falsify. Clark saw the hero and knew what he had to do. The black-haired man then raised his fist, having made his decision. Superman. That's the way it is, Endeavor. Endeavor said nothing, he knew it was his destiny, the Redeed had accepted his fate and nothing would change his mind. But the fire hero was not alone. Fayumi. Stop. The black-haired man quickly turned his gaze only to see two children running out of the house, approaching and quickly managing to get in front of their father who, surprised, looked up. Tuya. You won't do anything to our father. Genji. Fayumi, Tuya, what are you doing here? Tuya. What do you think we're doing, old man? You can't die. Fayumi. You can't kill our father, no matter who he is or what he can do, he is our father and a human being, you can't kill him. Genji. No kids, don't do this, get out now. Tuya. Too late, maybe if you had continued behaving like an idiot for a little longer we would have done it, but now. Fayumi. We're your children, whether you like it or not, we're here. And that's why we won't let you do anything to our father. The white-haired girl with red locks said this as she stood in front of the Superman, who was surprised, while Endeavor tried to get up but was very tired. Genji. No kid, stay away, I'm protecting you, at least one last time. Tuya. I don't know who taught you how to take care of children, but believe me, this is not the way, Dad. Fayumi. Exactly, you want to take care of us. You want to protect us. Then stand up and do it. Don't give up because you never did before. Superman. Children, please listen to your father. Tuya. Listen to me carefully, my father may be many things, lately an idiot, a monster if you want, but he is a hero, he is my hero and my father, so if you touch him one more time you will regret it. At that moment the younger Redeed activated his quirk showing light blue flames, Fayumi did the same, covering her body with frost. Genji. No. Children please, Tuya, your quirk. Tuya. I know Dad, I know what will happen if I overuse it, but you've always protected us, it's time to return the favor. At that moment the boy turned his head slightly, seeing his father. Toya. Because just like you said hurtful things I did too, Dad, I'm sorry for not listening to you all this time, I never understood or maybe I never tried, but now I do, I'm sorry Dad. The Redeed shed a tear as he smiled, the boy turned his gaze as he saw the hero in front of him. Tuya. It doesn't matter who you are or how many powers you have, you already hurt my father, and if you do one more thing to him, you'll see why I'm his son. Fayumi. If you dare to hurt him one more time we'll never forgive you. The fire hero looked at his children with deep sorrow, because he didn't understand why despite everything he did to them, they now support him. Genji. Why do you do this, kids, why do you defend me? Tuya. And what would I know, my body just moved on its own without me realizing it. Fayumi. I never stopped believing in you, Dad, never, despite everything that happened, because I knew it, I knew that despite everything that happened, it wasn't the destiny you wanted, that's why I'm here, because I'm your daughter. Tuya. Now you make me look ridiculous, thanks Fayumi. Dad, do you want to fix your mistakes? Get up and do it. If you stay on the ground you'll only be as cowardly as the general, and I know you're not like that, you're brave and strong, that's why I admire you. If you want to help mom then do it, it's not too late, I'll support you, do you hear me? Genji Todoroki. I'm supporting you. The Redeed heard this through tears, he couldn't believe it, his children were defending him. Genji. Damn, this is embarrassing. The Redeed slowly stood up, surprising everyone because they didn't know he could still do it. The fire hero advanced carefully, managing to pass between his children and facing the black-haired boy. They were both the same size, but at this moment the pain forced Genji to hunch over. Genji. I'm supposed to be the one defending them, not the other way around. Okay Superman, here we are, if you think I'm going to retract what I said you're wrong, I understand the magnitude of my actions, and I'm willing to accept the punishment. Do ya? No. The Redeed wanted to help his father, but the fire hero reached out his hand stopping him. Genji. I'm only stepping on one thing, whatever you're going to do, you won't do it in front of my children. The black-haired man, for his part, just looked at the fire hero analyzing him until after a couple of seconds he sighed and shook his head negatively. Superman. Sorry Endeavor, but I can't do that. Genji. Why not? Superman. I just saw you fight in frustration, take out your pain on me, and get hurt badly. No, your children won't leave, they'll have to witness this. Genji. Superman, I always thought you were someone who was understanding. Superman. And I am, that's why I don't want them to leave, because they witnessed everything you said. You know Endeavor, one of the hardest things we can do is understand when something was our fault. It's easy to blame others, but admit that we are the ones responsible. That takes courage. The bravest is not the one who hits first, but the one who admits his mistake and is willing to fix it. The Superman began to walk, making the fire hero and the children see him. Superman. Do you see this? The black-haired man pointed around him, all the destruction caused. Superman. All this is anger, remember this will Endeavor as the destruction we can cause if we do not control our emotions. We are heroes, we save people, but sometimes we also need to be saved. We are not gods, it is okay to cry, it is okay to lament, but what is not right is to let that control us or stop us, because the effect would be catastrophic. The fire hero saw how the black-haired man approached him after saying this. Superman. You said you were willing to accept any punishment, you asked me to kill you or arrest you, but unfortunately I can't arrest you without having charges against you, and kill you much less because I'm not a villain, and your daughter already said she wouldn't forgive me, and from her face, I think she was very serious. Haha. The Redeed looked at his children who were slightly nervous. The Redeed gulped and looked back at the hero. Genji. So what are you going to do? The black-haired man just smiled and at that moment extended his hand towards Endeavor who was confused. Genji. What are you? Superman. I believe in second chances, I believe in redemption, but above all, I believe in my friends. The black-haired boy smiled as he said this, while the red-haired boy's children were perplexed at what they heard. Clark noticed this and spoke again. Superman. Yes, I know, his father may not be one of them, but he is a hero that I admire and respect, and if he is willing to redeem himself, by God I am willing to help. The fire hero saw how the Kryptonian still had his hand extended. The Redeed was about to reject it because he did not believe that it was possible for something like redemption to exist for him. After everything he had done, after all the evil he had caused, Genji was not followed, but at that moment, and surprising him, his children pulled him by the shirt, or rather the shreds that remained, making the man see them. Bayami. Go ahead, Dad. Do ya? I know you think it's impossible, but you've never given up. This time won't be an exception. If you're willing, maybe we're not the only four of us, but rest assured that we're here to support you. Genji looked at his children in disbelief. He didn't know what was happening, but then he looked up noticing that Superman still had the smile and his hand extended. Superman. What do you say, Endeavor? Are we doing the right thing? Your children support you. Genji didn't know what to say. He slowly sketched a smile as he let a few last tears fall. Genji. I'm sure I messed up. I don't get a second chance. His mother will never want to see me again. Superman. You'll never know if you don't try, but believe me, if you really want to try then fortune will be on your side, you know, after all luck favors the bold. Genji. Well then I guess we don't have any time to waste. The Redeed extended his hand towards the Superman, giving a handshake that sealed the deal. Superman. Well Endeavor, then you say when do we leave? The Redeed looked at the Superman and smiled before answering. Genji. First thing tomorrow morning, I want to take a shower and rest a bit if you don't mind. Superman. Not at all, I think you've earned it, I have to retire too. Genji. More people to save. Superman. Actually, they're waiting for me at home. I'll come tomorrow, don't worry, this time it will be with an invitation. The Man of Steel said goodbye to the children who were happy. For the first time in a long time the Todoroki brothers were happy. Superman. You were very brave to defend your father, I'm proud of you, see you later kids. The black-haired man stood up straight and nodded his head slightly. Superman. Goodbye Endeavor. The black-haired man was about to start the flight, but Genji stopped him. Genji. Hey, Superman. Superman. Yes. Genji. Don't be late, and by the way, my name is Genji. The black-haired man smiled and rose into the air before speeding off. Endeavor smiled because now he knew there was a chance to get his family back. This is how the day passed for the Todoroki family, who were impressed by the great change they had witnessed today. Tuya on the one hand was sorry, angry with himself, because he could not believe all the pain that his father had carried for so long. The younger Redid felt guilty, because now that he knew the truth, he also understood that he contributed to his father becoming like that. His attitude and never asking him directly had been part of the problem and consequently of the result that everyone knew, and although a few moments ago he had defended his father, now he did not know how to approach him. Tuya was not stupid, and although he could regret it, he could not forget all the abuse that his father had caused in them. All of that, all those emotional scars were difficult to erase and would undoubtedly leave marks. Marks like the ones his brother had, and that would accompany him all his life. It was for this very reason that Tuya did not understand how his sister could be so close to their father. For the Redid, it was difficult to understand how the girl did not show signs of resentment despite everything she had seen. Tuya wanted to have Fayumi's courage, but he couldn't. The boy did not know how to react, and it was for this very reason, plus the feeling of shame, that he simply turned around and walked towards his room. Regret was now part of him. For her part, Fayumi helped the Redid heal his wounds by cleaning them so that the adult could cover them. Fayumi. I don't know how you thought it was a good idea to fight Superman, Dad. Genji. Well, for a few minutes it seemed like something easy, but he wasn't even fighting seriously, he was just trying to stop me. I was the one who was unleashed. Fayumi. Yes, we saw it. The Redid lowered his head slightly, looking at his daughter. Genji. I'm sorry, daughter, I didn't want any of this to happen. Fayumi. It's over now, Dad. I won't say it was easy, but it's good to have you back. Genji. Yes, I'm also glad to be back, although you know it won't be easy. Fayumi. Haha, nothing is. Genji. You are quite mature for your age. Fayumi. I won't say I'm happy, but it was because of the way I lived that I became like this. Genji. I'm sorry. Fayumi. It's okay, something good will come out of all this, I'm sure, starting with Mom. Genji. That will be the most complicated. Fayumi. Yes, but I think if you both sit down and talk from your heart, you'll be able to make peace. We didn't listen to you before, Dad. Maybe this is the chance you need to fix everything. Genji. You think so? Your brother is gone. Fayumi. Tuya is a bit strange, but I think he feels guilty about what happened. Give him time, he'll surely get over it, although you'll also have to talk to him, to the four of them. Genji. That's something I'll definitely have to do, daughter, but I'm not sure I'll be able to achieve anything with your mother, not after everything that's happened, after what I forced her to do. Fayumi. You're a hero, Dad. I wouldn't trust that you could do it if I didn't know you were capable. Something will surely occur to you. The girl said this while smiling slightly. Once this was done, the Redid went to his room. The Redid lay down, and after years of not being able to sleep peacefully, he was able to sleep. He didn't know if it was because he had finally gotten rid of almost all the weight he had, or because of the tiredness he had, but for Genji Todoroki, that was the best rest he had had in several years. So the rest of the afternoon passed. Natsuo and Shoto woke up without knowing everything that had happened during the day, but what surprised them was seeing how their older brothers were in charge of cleaning the house. Shoto and Natsuo approached them trying to ask what had happened. Tuya didn't say anything, but Fayumi smilingly answered them. Fayumi. Miracles do exist. His younger brothers did not know what had happened, and they could not explain why their father had disappeared, but when they saw that their brothers were not worried, they assumed that they knew the reason, and that in time they would be told why. What also surprised the children was seeing their father having dinner with them. The man didn't seem upset that the children missed school, even his always angry face was calmer, although that didn't explain the reason for the bruises and bandages on his body. Although, fearing a scolding, they decided it was better not to ask. Genji's behavior toward his children that night was calm. There were no fights or arguments. It seemed as if the atmosphere in his house was much calmer than usual. So it was time for everyone to go to sleep. After all, the next day would be important. The next morning the Redid got up early, had breakfast with his children. The older ones looked excited and even slightly happy. The younger ones still did not know the reason for this, but there was no room for questions, because soon the maid that Genji hired arrived. The minors were questioned about this, but once again they could not ask, because they were quickly put in the vehicle and taken away from their home. Shoto and Natsuo were in the back while taking advantage of the fact that they had privacy. Tuya asked. Tuya. Do you think I can do it? Fayumi just smiled before turning to look at her brother and saying. Fayumi. You said it yesterday, brother. Dad has never given up. He always gives his best. There's no one more stubborn than him, so I'm sure he'll make it. For their part, the younger brothers looked out the window of the truck and managed to see, before leaving the property, that someone was flying into their home. Seeing the blue and red suit with a cape, there was no doubt. Superman had arrived at their house. With Superman and Endeavor. The Superman slowly approached the fire hero who was already waiting for him, with the exception that the black-haired man was wearing his hero suit and Endeavor no. Superman. Ready? NG. Not as much as I would like, but I think it's nerves. Superman. Well, we don't know what will happen until we get there, so go ahead. NG. Yes, I think so. And saying this, both headed towards their destination. It didn't take long to arrive at the place where they surprised everyone present because no one expected NG to arrive accompanied by the Superman. Immediately the Redeed approached a nurse, and after a few minutes the nurse approached both of them. Nurse. Please accompany me. Both men made almost and were guided down a hallway until they saw a room which was at the end of the hallway. NG gulped, he didn't know what was going to happen. Superman. Go ahead NG, go. NG. Honestly, I don't feel ready. Superman. Which is perfectly understandable, but if you made it this far, then that means you really want to fix this, so go ahead, your lady is waiting for you. Redeed sighed heavily, he was right, he couldn't be intimidated, after all, as his daughter said he never gave up and he wouldn't start today. The man adjusted his shirt collar and walked to the door. Superman on the other hand, convinced the nurse to move away. The black-haired man assumed responsibility, and people trusted him. For his part, NG took steps cautiously. In his mind the negative voices of everything that had happened tried to stop him, but his conviction to fix things was stronger. He could not call himself a hero if he could not solve what he himself caused. Redeed finally reached the door and with a clear face of conviction knocked. On the other side of the door in the white-haired girl's room Ray was lying down. Her depression was strong, but at least now she had time to think. Thanks to that she was able to clear her mind on some things. Although she was not yet entirely sure of things, she knew that NG would not come for her. She did not have a reason, unless after what he did. The woman was so deep in her thoughts that when she heard someone knocking on the door, she startled, opening her eyes and getting up suddenly. The woman was sure that someone had knocked on her door, but she was also aware that it was not time to eat yet, and she did not have visitors. The white-haired girl was hesitant. Slowly she stood up and looked down, only to see the shadow of some feet making her see that she had not heard wrong. There was definitely someone behind the door. Ray did not know why, but something inside her insisted on opening it. It was as if a force was calling her to do it, so trusting her instinct she began to walk until she reached the door. She took the knob, and when I turn it, I hear the click of the bolt. At that moment the white-haired woman opened the door only to open her eyes in surprise, because in front of her was her husband NG Todoroki, who looked beaten, tired, sleepless, haggard. Ray couldn't believe it. For her the simple idea of that happening was impossible. The Redeed would never forgive her for what he did to Shoto, but nevertheless there he was. The woman looked him up and down and noticed something. Because in his hands the fire hero had a flower of a beautiful blue color, a detail that she thought he had forgotten years ago. The surprise was such that no one said anything until it was Ray who, reacting, spoke first. Ray. NG. Hello Ray. Chapter Will you trust me once more? The Redeed was standing in front of Ray who didn't know how to react. For the woman this was anything but conventional. The white-haired woman saw the imposing man, and at that moment everything she had recently experienced made her react. The woman began to move away from the Redeed, backing away while shaking her head negatively. Ray. No please, not again. The woman finally found herself crashing into the wall. Seeing herself cornered, she raised her face and noticed that her husband was still standing in the doorframe. Ray. What are you doing here NG? The Redeed was speechless. He didn't know what to say, because seeing his wife react like that made him feel worse about himself. The fire hero lowered his head while he organized the ideas in his mind. NG. I came to see you Ray. For the white-haired girl this was hard to believe. All her past experiences had made her feel distrustful of the Redeed, so she stayed in the same place. Ray. I don't believe you. No, you didn't visit that. I know I don't want you to see me. But the Redeed did not back down. Seeing his wife react that way made him understand that he had to act if he wanted to heal and get his wife out of there. NG. Yes, I know this is all my fault, but that's why I came to see you. I don't want you to be here. You shouldn't be here. The woman closed her eyes, hugged herself and shook her head negatively. Ray. Yes, I deserve it. I don't deserve to be in society. I became something that I will hate all my life. I mistreated our youngest son. I went crazy, and now I am a danger to everyone. That's why I decided to lock myself here, because it's where I belong. NG didn't go into the room. He wouldn't do it so as not to scare the white-haired woman more, but he didn't like his wife expressing herself in that way, so taking a deep breath he spoke again. NG. Ray, listen. This wasn't your fault. It was mine, and we both know it. I was the one who pushed you into this. You know my family's history. I wanted to avoid becoming like her, but it turned out worse. Please understand that this isn't your fault. But the woman didn't listen. Ray simply sat on the floor covering her ears. The woman didn't want to continue listening, but NG wouldn't stay silent either. NG. You remember that day, right? The day of Shoto's accident. At that moment the woman opened her eyes, the images of that fateful moment came back to her, tormenting her and making her feel even worse. Ray. Don't continue, please don't continue. Genji. You didn't want to do it, I know, when I saw you you were sorry, you tried to cure Shoto with your ice when the children asked what had happened, and I was forced to tell them the truth. I didn't tell them it was you, it was an accident, I told them it was a mind control quirk, it wasn't your fault, and if you think about it, it wasn't a complete lie, yes, maybe a quirk of that type didn't force you, but it was mine that made you make that decision. It was me who took you to that point of stress and depression so soon that I didn't realize or didn't want to realize. I thought I was the only one suffering, that I didn't stop to see your feelings. Ray, in a way I was the one who spilled the water. At that moment the woman looked up, she didn't know if what she heard was true or not, but her husband's face didn't seem to lie. Genji. Yes, you're right to distrust me, I caused it myself and I won't try to justify it, I was a self-centered idiot, I was the worst, and I don't know how I could allow that, the hatred, the pain in my heart, prevented me from seeing clearly, and I ended up hurting you, Tuya, Fayumi, Natsuo, Shoto, but above all you, I broke the promise I made to always protect you, and I feel so useless that I would rather die. The woman slowly stood up looking at the Redeed, who sighed, while surprisingly she began to shed tears. Genji. You once asked me how I could sleep at night, and the truth is that I couldn't answer you, because I couldn't sleep. Every night I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, wondering how much more miserable I could be. I became stupid, I yelled at my children, at you, I hit you and mistreated you in a way that should never have happened. I'm so sorry, Ray. Iridi didn't try to hide his tears, he didn't want to do it anymore. Genji. And you were right, you and Tuya were right, yes, I handed Kigo and Ichi over to the army. The woman brought her hands to her mouth. Before it was hard to believe, even though her son swore he had heard it, but now there was no way to doubt it. The white-haired woman was tempted to attack Genji, but stopped. Something in her told her to let him speak, because the Redeed took a breath once more. Genji. Yes, I gave them up and I understand if hearing me say this makes you hate me more, I would do it too, and I won't try to deny it. I know what I did, just as I know it was stupid and dishonest of me. Every night I try to convince myself that I did the right thing, but the truth is I only traded one demon for another. Yes, I sold Ichi and Kigo. The general arrived at the house that day, he wanted Tuya for his firepower. There were rumors that they are forming an army of super children for suicide missions. In the end the government as always would clean their hands. Somehow they got Tuya's medical tests. They knew about his cremation. They wanted to take him away. Even if they had to kill me to get it, I panicked. I didn't know how to avoid it. I had the house surrounded. I couldn't let them take him because you wouldn't forgive me, and honestly I couldn't either. I didn't care about all the benefits he told me there would be. Tuya is my son and I could have lost him. I had to say all that nonsense, so they would believe me, and in the end yes, I gave it to Kigo and Ichi, so they would leave us alone. From that day on I tried to convince myself that it was the right thing to do, but in the end I felt so miserable, stupid and idiotic that I would have preferred if he had killed me instead. Redeed lowered his head accepting everything, but at that moment his wife swallowed before speaking. Ray. But they would have taken Tuya anyway, right? Genji. Yes. Ray. If you knew this army was real, why didn't you investigate? You were able to stop it. Genji. And I tried. When he left and we returned home I looked everywhere, I even left pending cases, but he knew I would look for him, he was hiding. In the end I could never catch him, I was frustrated. Ray. And things at home weren't helping. Genji. No, it's not your fault, Ray, nor the children's, it was mine, for accepting that deal from the beginning. Like I said, now I would rather die than do that. Ray. But the world would be left without a hero. Genji. I'm number 2, what's the point of losing me? People have All Might and Superman. The woman looked at the Redeed attentively, thousands of thoughts were passing through her mind, she couldn't concentrate. Ray. Genji, did you ever blame me? Did you ever hate me? Genji. Why? Ray. For what happened, for not supporting you when I should have, for not trusting you, for not listening to you, supporting you, for turning my back on you. Did you never hate me for that? Genji. I didn't have to after it happened, it's not your fault. When you found out what I did you tried to protect Shoto, and all I did was hit you. I turned my back on you, my ambition for strength and for being better than everyone clouded my judgment. I never hated you, Ray. I think it should have been the other way around. After everything I did, you should have hated me. Ray. Actually. The woman looked down at her hands, the woman looked up remembering the whole past before speaking again. Ray. I actually hated myself. I hated myself for letting this happen, for letting our family be tainted by selfishness and darkness. I hated myself for not being able to help you with Tuya's training, and for not having the strength to stop you at the right time. I hated myself for that, and in the end I was losing my mind. I didn't want to raise our children, not because I hated them, but because I knew I was going crazy, and that at any moment I could do something stupid, and boy, did I. Genji. Ray. Ray. I burned our son Genji and I'm scared of doing the same thing again, of hurting Fayumi, Tuya and Natsuo. Genji. I'm scared too, Ray. Scared of being like before, of failing everyone again and dragging my soul to hell once more. But I haven't stopped. I want to start moving forward, be better, make a difference one day at a time, and that means getting you out of here." At that moment the white-haired woman suddenly looked up, not clearly understanding the reason for her husband's actions. "Ray. But why do you want to get me out of here? Why, after everything I've done, do you still come looking for me? Why, after I turned my back on you, did you come for me? Genji. Because you are my wife, because you are the woman I love and because." Origen clenched his fist, raised his face and looked his wife in the eyes. "Genji. Because I can't do this without you, Ray, because I may be very strong and all, but you are what the children need, you are their mother, and honestly you are better for that than me, they need you, I need you." Origen said this while looking at his wife, who realized that her husband was still in the same place as when she opened the door. "Ray. Why don't you come in, Genji?" "Genji. Because I can't." "Ray. Why?" "Genji. Because I want to show you that I really want to change, and for that I shouldn't break into where you are, I don't want you to feel threatened, Ray, it's just that, a leap of faith, trust comes later." At that moment the woman slowly approached her husband who noticed that she began to cry. "Ray. But like Genji, how can I do that if I don't even trust myself? How can I believe that everything will turn out better when even I wasn't the best? Honestly, I don't know if I have enough strength to try again." "Genji. Then use mine." Ray, confused, looked up to see her husband. "Ray. How?" "Genji. If you feel like you don't have the confidence then I'll give you mine, if you feel like you don't have the necessary strength then use mine, and if you feel like you can't walk, then I'll give you my legs, I'll do the impossible so you can smile again, Ray, I'll do anything for the woman I love." The woman saw her husband who had a smile on his face. "Genji. Will you come home, Ray? Will you be my wife again?" The woman looked at her husband with her eyes wide open, she didn't know, but her heart started beating slowly again, now she felt it was as if the ice in her heart was slowly melting, but the emotional scars, the blows, that was harder to erase, the woman wanted to trust her husband, she wanted to accept going with him, but everything he did, what he did to Shoto, wouldn't let her move, the woman was static. "Genji. I know, it's difficult, but let's try this together, Ray, I know you still don't trust me, and that's why I didn't come alone." At that moment the woman thought he had come with her children which made her terrified, the woman was not ready to see the infants again, but then she noticed that something was behind Genji, the woman slowly looked behind her husband, only to see the diamond shield with the S in the center. Ray opened her eyes because there he was, the most important hero of the moment, Superman. "Ray. You are. Superman. Haha, calm down, Miss Ray. Ray. But you what are you doing here? Genji. As I told you, Ray, he's coming with me, sometimes we need a hand to know that we're doing something wrong, but well you know how stubborn I am." The white-haired woman turned to look at her husband, seeing the wounds he had. "Ray. Genji. Genji. Yes, I know, fighting him wasn't a good idea, believe me, even Fayumi told me so. Superman. Miss Todoroki, believe me, I know it's hard to start over, but I saw your case. You're not as crazy as you think, you just suffered through many things. Ray. Yes, but I don't know how I can go back home, I don't know how I'll see my children again. Genji. Then don't do it." At that moment, the woman saw her husband with an expression that denoted true confusion. First he apologized, and now he said this. Without a doubt, for Ray, her husband was a mystery at this moment. "Ray. What do you mean, Genji?" "Genji. I know it's difficult, Ray, I know you don't want to see the children, but leaving you in the hospital is not an option either, you have to meet more people, see the outside world, remember that things can be better." Ray. "But how?" "Genji, you know better than anyone. I don't have any friends. I haven't met many people before, and the few people I've had the pleasure of calling friends I don't know where they live." Superman. "I think I can help with that." Ray. "What do you mean? I don't understand." Superman. "Just like you say, for better or worse, I'm Superman. I'm not asking you to trust me blindly, but I know one of those friends, and believe me, you love seeing her again." Ray. "Is that true?" Superman. "Like I said, I don't expect you to trust me blindly, but I swear I'm telling the truth, I never lie." The white-haired girl turned to see Genji, who had a smile. "Genji. Trust the king, he tells you this, the one who asked to die at his hands, and instead is helping me." The white-haired woman looked at both men, she didn't know how to react, she wanted to see the world, know a little more, and if the Superman claimed to know some of her friends, then it could be a good start, the woman didn't hesitate, and slightly nodded her head. "Ray. This is fine, I'll trust you." Superman. "Thank you." Genji. "You'll get out of here, Ray, we'll get out of here together." Ray. "You promise?" Genji. "It's a promise, my love." The Redeed hugged the white-haired girl without squeezing her too tightly so that she wouldn't feel threatened, in the same way he didn't kiss her because he still knew she wasn't completely ready, it would take time, but Genji was willing to endure whatever it took to see his beloved wife smile once more. Superman quickly flew to the Redeed's house to bring him clothes accompanied by Genji, who was not used to flying at such high speeds. The children had not yet returned from school, so the house was in total silence. Genji, can I get you something to drink? Water, sake, wine, tea, or some soda? Superman. I'm fine Genji, thank you very much, maybe before we leave I'll accept a glass of water from you. Genji. Okay. The Redeed quickly quickened his pace and entered his wife's room, taking out a change of clothes and packing all the clothes he could carry into his suitcases. The Redeed was strong, but he needed extra hands. He just hoped Superman didn't see him as his means of transportation. The Redeed was ready, and once he had everything ready he went out again to the main room, finding the black-haired man sitting, although he noticed that his gaze was in all directions which surprised the Redeed. Genji, everything okay? Superman. Yeah, that's fine, it's just that I've heard of traditional Japanese houses before, but I've never been in one. The comment made the Redeed laugh dryly, he couldn't believe what the man in front of him was saying. Genji. Really? Superman. I'm American Genji, even my home is much more furnished. Genji. Who would have thought, then you are American by birth? Superman just scratched the back of his neck while smiling. Superman. Something like that Genji. Well, at least now I know a little more about you, by the way, here I have Ray's clothes, I hope you can help me if it's not a bother. Superman. None, I'm happy to help. Genji. Perk. Superman. Why what? Genji. Why are you helping me? What's so special about me? You had every reason to arrest me. Dude, I attacked you directly and confessed to physical, psychological, and verbal abuse against my family. You could have finished me off with a single blow, yet you restrained yourself, and now you're helping me, why? At that moment the black-haired man stood up, his cape fluttering slightly in the air generated when he stood up. The Kryptonian thought about his answer for a couple of seconds, and then spoke. Superman. That's easy. Because I know what it feels like to lose everyone, I know the fury we can feel when we feel like we failed someone, because everyone deserves a second chance, and because even if you admitted what you did, in the end you acted not for the government, or the people or the media but for yourself, you were willing to sacrifice your life for your family, that told me that you were really willing to change. Because many people become heroes for fame, but very few are willing to give their lives for those they love. Also, as I said, you are a hero that I respect and admire Genji. I could not allow a hero as respectable and skilled as you to fall further into despair and darkness. We do not know what else could happen, and it is better not to discover them. The black-haired man approached the Redeed who saw his partner. Superman. You had an internal struggle, but you were giving up, you were letting your goodness be consumed by hatred, and believe me, that is not a good thing. You were always someone brilliant, someone who used brains more than muscles. You graduated with honors from the UA Hero Academy, as I once said, brains can do more than brawn. The Redeed didn't understand, how did the man know that he had graduated with recognition from the UA? Genji. How do you know that? Superman. I read the newspapers, your achievements are evident, your case is solved, you have a great record, it's not for nothing that you managed to climb so quickly in the ranking. Genji. Okay, that's already scaring me, I mean yes, you can read it in the newspapers, but how do you know? Superman. Easy. The black-haired man moved away a little and carefully took out a credential which he showed to the black-haired man who saw a photo of a black-haired man with glasses and a distracted face. It was a work credential, belonging to a reporter whose name Genji recognized instantly. Superman, you told me your name Genji, I think we should be equals, there's a reason I know so much about your career, let me introduce myself, my name is Clark. Genji. Kent. The black-haired man just smiled and looked towards where the sun was and then looked back at his partner. Clark. Yes I'm a reporter, I have a double identity, I know that in this world, sorry, in Japan it's not common, but let's say that's how I was raised, so I keep my personal life away from the heroic one, so as not to endanger my loved ones. Superman is the man of tomorrow, the invincible man of steel, but Clark Kent is a civil hero, quirkless, but goes to dangerous places, risks his life so that people are informed, but also has another use. Genji. This way you can avoid questions about why you were there, and you can learn firsthand about the problems that occur on a daily basis. Clark. Exactly, Clark Kent is my civilian identity, nobody knows that, and as far as possible I would prefer it to remain that way. The fire hero looked at the credential, and then at the black-haired man in front of him, he couldn't believe that somehow despite being the same person they looked so different. Genji. But why write about me? Why not Almight? The hero of the moment. Clark. Well, let's just say there were already a lot of reports about Almight, and the few that were about you weren't very impartial honestly, and as a reporter that's not very fair, someone had to do something, and if no one else did it, then I would be your first fan haha. The black-haired man smiled as he looked around. Clark. I met someone like you. He wasn't the most smiley person in the world, he was quite gloomy, but he was strong, intelligent and in the end, even if it didn't seem like it, he cared about his family. Honestly, I feel that at first they would have their differences, but once they got to know each other better, they would be a great team. Clark smiled remembering the millionaire bat from Gotham. Genji for his part just smiled slightly, nodded his head affirmatively, and then returned his ID to the Kryptonian. Genji. Well Clark, then we should hurry to return to the hospital. After all, a long time ago I promised myself that when I found the reporter, I would buy him a drink. The black-haired man just shook his head accepting the idea. He took the suitcases with one hand and grabbed the man by the neck with the other, and then flew away. Once again Genji regretted the idea of flying with a black-haired man, he wasn't used to that kind of speed. Both men arrived at the hospital, but before Genji left Superman stopped him. Clark. I have to leave Genji. Genji was intrigued. Where did the dark-haired man have to go? It wasn't entirely his business, but Clark had promised to help him, so he thought he had a family matter. Genji. Everything okay Superman? Clark. Yeah, it's just that I have to change, I don't want to attract attention, I won't be long, go with your wife, I'll be here soon. And saying this the black-haired man left the hospital flying. Genji didn't know if he should believe in the word of the Superman, but decided that he didn't have many options, so he quickly went with his wife to whom he gave the clothes. The white-haired woman was still undecided about this, but Genji motivated her, as he said, if she lacked strength he would give her his. Ray took her time to change, after all it had been 2 months, the woman was already getting used to the hospital clothes. When she left, Ray had a vision of the man of fire who was already waiting to hit her, but when she left she found her husband in his civilian clothes and with the wounds that she already knew he had caused in his fight against the man of steel. The white-haired woman hesitated a little, but Genji was right, she needed to go out more, so taking a breath she walked towards her husband who smiled slightly. Genji. Come on Ray. Ray hesitated a little, but remembering all those moments she lived with the man she managed to smile slightly. Ray. Yes, let's go. Both advanced slightly, the doctors had no choice, because Genji and Ray signed the petition, and when doing some quick tests on the white-haired girl, it was shown that she was no longer as when she entered, so after giving some advice as well as a medical prescription they both managed to leave. Ray closed her eyes slightly, in her room sunlight entered, but she always hid in the shadows, now with the intensity of the sun she regretted doing it. For his part, Genji was looking towards the streets. Looking for his partner, his new friend but without success. Genji. Where is it? Ray. Who? Genji. Superman, he said he wouldn't be long, he was just going to change. The woman, more accustomed to the intensity of the light, helped her husband look for the black-haired man, but on the entire street, she didn't see anyone who had the physical characteristics of the man of steel. The woman continued searching until suddenly, leaning against a truck in front of them, she found a guy who seemed to be hunched over. Due to his loose clothing, he seemed to be somewhat overweight. His hair was black, and he had glasses that seemed to have too much magnification. Ray was about to look away when she saw the stranger raise his hands greeting them both. Immediately, the woman became slightly nervous and took Genji's arm. Genji. What's happening? Ray. Pointing at the black-haired man, do you know him? Genji turned his gaze to where his wife was pointing, finding the black-haired man. Genji looked him up and down. The black-haired man greeted again. It took Genji a couple of seconds to react until, remembering the photo he had just seen, he realized. Genji. It's him. Ray. Superman. At that moment, people looked up upon hearing the name of the black-haired man. Genji, seeing this, quickly moved forward with his wife, managing to reach the Kryptonian, who also had his eyes in the air. Genji. Are you looking for someone? Clark. Yeah, I heard they said Superman just passed by, as a reporter it's my duty to find the man of steel. At that moment Ray looked confused at her husband who gave her a smile. Genji opened the door to his wife, who nervously and shyly managed to get in. Genji got in the passenger seat, and Clark in front of the wheel. The man looked everywhere, started the vehicle and started it. Ray was now slowly understanding. Ray. So you are. Clark. It's not the best disguise in the world, but it helps me go unnoticed. I would draw a lot of attention if I took them both to my house. That's why I had to use my secret identity. Ray. Secret identity? Genji. I think it's something from the United States, I hope that with time I get used to it. The woman looked at the black-haired man trying to figure out how he managed to camouflage himself so effectively, so some time passed until they managed to reach the departmental area of Musatafu. The three of them went down slowly. That's when Ray was able to get to know Clark's identity a little better. The guy was kind to everyone, but his distracted attitude and his stuttering made him be ruled out as a possible suspect of being the man of tomorrow. And according to the neighbors themselves, the subject was Quirkless. Ray now understood. Finally the three managed to reach their destination. The man took out his keys and opened the door. The three entered his home, and Genji realized that Clark had not lied. His home was more American style. Genji. Wow, you were really serious. Clark. I hope my culture doesn't bother you a bit, Genji. Another thing I have to get used to I guess. The black-haired man just smiled and hung his jacket on the coat rack before standing up straight. Ray now undoubtedly saw the effectiveness of the disguise. Clark. I won't be long, please wait here. The black-haired man quickly went up the stairs to the second floor while Genji and Ray sat on one of the armchairs waiting. Genji. Well. Ray. What's going on? Genji. How do you feel? Ray. Well, this is a bit difficult to be honest, Genji. It's a big change, I still don't know if this will work. Genji. Ray. But like you said, I'm willing to try, for you, for the kids, Genji, we'll make this work again, together. Uraraka turned to see his wife who looked back at him with a slight smile. The man smiled back and slowly took her hand to squeeze it carefully. At that moment they both heard footsteps, both quickly turned their eyes to the front, thinking about their black-haired host, but then, after seeing the image of the new person in front of them, they knew that it was not like that. But that it was a surprise for the white-haired woman, because Ray immediately opened her mouth when she saw the emerald green hair tied up, the feminine and slim figure slowly went down the stairs, and when she met the vision of the white-haired woman she stood still. Ray slowly stood up and carefully approached the green-haired woman who was also open-mouthed. As she approached, the women held each other's arms, both of their faces filled with tears, and after a couple of seconds, they both spoke. Inko. Ray, is that you? Ray. Inko, friend, how long has it been? Inko. Long time no see, Ray, long time no see, God, how much I missed you. Both women continued crying and quickly hugged each other, while staining each other's shoulders with tears. Clark went down the stairs and approached Genji, who was in disbelief. Clark. Haha, in the end he didn't lie, did he? Genji. I don't understand, Clark, how did you get it? Clark. Well, meet Inko Midoriya, she's my wife. Uraraka was surprised as he watched the tender scene in front of him. Now Genji knew Ray would be fine, he had definitely made the right decision. That's how the day ended. Genji stayed a little longer at the black-haired man's house. He got to know Inko a little better, who convinced him to stay and eat something before leaving. Once he did, Uraraka stood up. He had to go back home. His children wouldn't be long in arriving. Clark, for his part, got back on the stairs, now wearing his Clark Kent suit. The black-haired man took the keys to the truck and kissed the green-haired woman. Clark. I won't be long, Inko. Inko. Are you going for him? Clark. Yes, Nana will accompany me, but I'm wearing the suit anyway. Inko. Understood, then get ready, I'll make dinner for more people. Clark. I'll reward you later, my love. Come on, Genji. Genji. Sure, but why don't you put on your suit? Clark. This is how I protect my family, and besides doing it, I would have to fly you. Genji. Right, to be honest I think I hate that. The black-haired man smiled and went to the door, while Genji approached Ray, who now looked calmer. Genji. I'll come see you, Ray, it's a promise. Ray. You're a hero, Genji, you don't have to do it, I understand. Genji. Haha, I know, but I'll still come. After all, I have to bring you more flowers. I know you thought I forgot, but no, I can't forget it, just like I can't forget that I love you. Uraraka smiled at his wife and leaving the house with his new friend. Clark took his partner to his house where after a while his children arrived. Uraraka kept his word to his daughter and tried to talk to the children. It wasn't easy, but as soon as they heard what he did to their mother, they saw the man with a face that showed disbelief. However, Fayumi and Natsuo were happy. Their father had truly succeeded. This is how a new life began for the Todoroki family. Although Natsuo and Shoto didn't trust their father much, they saw that there really was a change. Slowly, life went from dark to lighter tones. Genji was truly determined to make a change, and it showed one day. Uraraka, in a conversation with Clark, which had become more common as their friendship grew, agreed on something and knew what to do quickly if they wanted it to work. Genji spoke with Fayumi and Tuya, who agreed with his father. Obviously the man also talked about it with his wife, who initially refused, but the Midoriya Kent family spoke with the Todoroki. In the end both came to the same result. It would be beneficial for both Ray and the person involved like that. Ray managed to accept, and now he just had to wait. Some time later. Shoto Todoroki didn't know where he was. The poor mixed-haired boy was scared. His father had taken him there without telling him anything and in a surprising way. Fortunately it was Saturday and he didn't have classes, but right now Shoto regretted not having asked anything during the trip. The boy felt like crying, thinking that he had been abandoned. The little one was so deep in his thoughts that he didn't realize what was happening around him. Until he saw someone coming down the stairs, quickly jumping on each step without tripping. Soon that figure reached where he was. Shoto took a better look at his new companion with a face of confusion, not knowing what was happening, because now in front of him was a small boy with green hair. His eyes were emerald, he had freckles on his face, and like Shoto, he had a confused face. He seemed to be the same age as him, which made Shoto miss him even more. Both children were face to face without knowing what to do or what to say, but then the strange green-haired boy noticed that Shoto he was crying and quickly, with a slight nervousness, he was the first to speak. "Are you okay?" In all the time that had passed, no one had ever asked Shoto that. The boy was confused, his crying was interrupted by the question, because he didn't know who this boy in front of him was, but even with doubts little Shoto shook his head negatively. The green-haired boy seeing the answer didn't think about it anymore, and from the pocket of his shorts, he took out a figure that he brought to the boy who realized that it was a figure of Almight. Shoto took it carefully and saw the boy who was now smiling slightly, who had a figure of Superman. "Do you want to play heroes?" The boy saw the figure, and then the little boy who kept smiling. Shoto hesitated a little, but after thinking about it, he shook his head negatively, and for the first time since little Shoto arrived he spoke. "Shoto. Sorry but I don't know how to play." The mixed-haired boy simply lowered his head sadly because he thought the other infant would be disappointed or angry, but no, the little boy in front of him still had a smile on his face and carefully extended his fist before speaking again. "Don't worry, it's not that difficult, come, I'll teach you. By the way, do you have a name?" "My name is Izuku Midoriya." Chapter 3 Life of a Kryptonian in a different world. Life in the Midoriya-Kent relationship couldn't be better, both gave their best to make everything work out wonderfully, there were no secrets or mysteries, now Inko was calmer because she knew what was happening to her boyfriend, and she knew he was safe because he wasn't alone, she always had the help of Gran Torino, and Nana Shimura, the woman watched the news daily with a smile of pride, because the black-haired man was always saving people who needed him. Inko did not doubt her boyfriend's abilities, although obviously she kept the secret, even from her best friend Mitsuki, who occasionally asked about the Kryptonians' whereabouts. The green-haired woman always managed to dodge these questions using Clark's work as an argument. As time went by, the green-haired girl even got to know Nana and Gran Torino better, since Clark used to take them out to dinner or lunch after work. As time went by, the green-haired girl got to know the heroine a little better, to the point of becoming great friends. Likewise, and as the days passed, the relationship between them grew in an impressive way, so much so that they even reached the point of living together. Clark would leave his home in the residential area to live with his girlfriend at a request, and although life was good, they both soon noticed a problem, which was that Clark's constant disappearances could not go as unnoticed as they both would like. The couple knew that the point would come when the questions would begin, and that would be a problem for both of them, so after thinking about it for some time, it didn't take long for them to take the next step, which was to move. They both knew it would be a big change, but in the end, it would act for the best, because that way they could have a little more privacy, so once the decision was made, they both informed themselves well about the home prospects they could find. So after seeing many options they both decided on one thing, the new improved residential area located in Musatafu would be the home that they would both share. Now yes, once the decision was made the only thing left was to put things in order, so sooner than it seemed, both began to save their respective objects and some things that were not for daily use. Previously they had already reviewed the cost of what would be their future home, and likewise, they had made a cooperative savings. Clark worked twice as hard as normal, and the black-haired man had his life as a hero separate from the civilian one, so his pay as a hero was assured, but the problem came with his journalist work. The boy had to work hard if he wanted to raise his salary. His boss for his part, when noticing this, was surprised, because the black-haired man looked worried, even slightly stressed. The boss, when seeing, thought that his employee had gotten into trouble, so without thinking much he called him to his office. Clark, surprised by the call, left his work on the computer and went to his superior. "Clark, did you want to see me, sir?" "Boss." "Yes, Kent, please come in, have a seat." The black-haired man, in his role as the shy and reserved Clark Kent, approached the chairs and carefully sat down on one of them. "Kent. What's wrong, sir? Is everything okay? Did I do something wrong?" "Boss. I think I should ask you that, Kent." "Clark. Why?" "Boss. What's wrong, Kent? I've seen you're more distracted than usual lately." "Clark. Really?" "Boss. I'll be honest with you, Kent, the day I hired you I did it, even though I had everything against me. I didn't have much information about you, there were no references, and well, sorry to say it, but you don't seem to have a bit of experience in the subject." "Clark. Really?" "Boss. Yes, but I decided to take the risk because despite your appearance, you inspired confidence, you seemed like someone trustworthy and who was really looking for the job. Over time I knew and confirmed that hiring you was not a mistake, Kent. You are someone quite talented. I was certainly wrong to believe that you had no experience. You are one of my best workers, your notes have an incredible quality, you write them with passion, as if you had participated in the fight." The black-haired man coughed with the last thing, worrying his boss. "Boss. Something wrong, Kent?" "Clark. And no, boss, it's just that it's not the first time someone has told me that he." "Boss. Okay, but back to the point. Having said that, Kent, these last few days I've seen you busier than usual, even stressed. You must understand, Kent, that as your boss I'm worried." If you have any problems, or if you got tangled up in something dangerous, tell me. I can help you, because I don't want this to affect your performance. The black-haired man looked at his boss for a few seconds, realizing that his attitude only managed to worry him. Clark smiled and nodded. Clark, sorry boss. It's just that my girlfriend and I are planning on living together and we already found an apartment. We just need to save up the money to buy it and well. At that moment the boss understood what Clark was talking about, so he smiled and put his hand to his face while nodding slightly. Boss. So that's what it was about. Clark. Yeah, I never wanted to tell him because this is my responsibility, so I hope he understands. Boss. Of course I understand, Kent, but now that I know why you were the way you were, but hey, at least you cleared it up, although now that I know this, what do you say if I propose a deal? Clark. Which one? Boss. Your payment is in a few days, right? Clark. Yes. Boss. Well, I've seen you very motivated these days, so your next paycheck will be your normal pay, plus the bonus for your recent efforts. Clark. Really? Thanks, boss. The black-haired man didn't expect this bonus because he knew it was a pay raise. Clark only expected a few more yen in his account for his effort, so he stood up in surprise, but his boss put his hand in front of his face, stopping him. Boss. That's just the payment for your work, but apart from that you will receive another payment. Clark made a strange face at this because he did not understand the reason for this other payment. Clark, I don't understand, sir. Another payment? Are you giving me an advance on my salary? Boss. No, this is from me, take it as a bonus to help you pay for your house. I know that getting a new home is not easy or simple, much less if you are a foreigner, so take this as a little help, Kent. Clark was amazed, he didn't believe what his boss was saying was true. The black-haired man just looked at him in amazement and then shook his hand thanking him. The black-haired man was about to leave the office when his boss caught his attention. When he turned his gaze, he found him just raising his thumb while smiling. Boss. Good luck. The black-haired man just smiled and thanked them before leaving. This help would definitely be very useful since the apartment they were looking for had a price of yen. There was still more to come, but at least the pressure was less. Thus, the black-haired man worked hard every day to try to save the money as quickly as possible, to the point that Inko and he bought a small glass vase to save their money. Although this vase soon had to be broken once since their home they were now in needed repairs, Clark was able to save some expenses by using his heat vision or his strength, but they still had to take part of their savings. The couple thought that would be the only time they would use that money, but they were very wrong, because after that came more expenses, and with that they had to break their vase many more times, more repairs to their home, some unforeseen accidents, etc. The couple was slightly worried, but they would soon go to their new home, but now a new problem arose, and it was the transportation they would use. Clark spoke with Inko, and they both agreed that they needed a way to move their things besides moving. The couple sighed in resignation and slowly turned to look at their savings jar. They would have to make one last expenditure. Inko didn't want something too ostentatious, and Clark wasn't used to driving very modern cars. He wasn't like Bruce or Oliver, although he was willing to pamper Inko, so they both talked about, and after making a list of pros and others about cars and brands, they decided that instead of breaking their heads, they would simply buy a truck. Inko was happy because it wasn't something too ostentatious or too small. Besides that, it could help him, and Clark was quite comfortable because he remembered the truck his father had when they lived in Kansas. They both bought the vehicle, and because of how familiar Clark was with cargo vehicles, it wasn't very difficult to get into the rhythm. That had been the couple's last expense for the moment, at least now their vase would be safe. So the days passed until the long-awaited moment arrived. Clark and Inko were quite excited, but after checking their numbers they realized something. The expense on the truck had taken a large amount of what they had saved, even with what their boss had given them. It was not enough to cover the total cost. Inko and Clark looked at each other quite sad. They had tried hard, but in the end they had lost. Clark for his part wanted to squeeze the money in his hands, but he knew that would only make him lose more than what they already lacked. The black-haired man was about to cancel the appointment. They were just a few hours away. They could ask for a time policy. Both analyzed their options, while the phone seemed to wait for them gloomily. Inko. We could ask the bank for a loan. Clark. It would be a good option, but not very reliable. They would attack us if we were short a cent. I don't want them to seize the house. Inko. And here Bruce couldn't help us. He's sorry, it slipped out, it wasn't. Clark. He calmed down. Inko, I understand, right now I wish Bruce had come with me. The black-haired man shrugged his shoulders. Inko was upset but didn't show it, although at that moment, seeing her boyfriend like that, she was worried about him, so she began to gently rub his back to try to cheer him up. Inko. Maybe we could rent a small one, like the one you lived in before. Clark. Rent costs went up when they expanded the area, you know how it is, although yes, we could pay rent, but… Inko. But what, Clark? It wouldn't be a bad idea, after all we both worked hard for this, it's okay. Clark. Yeah, I know, it's just that sorry Inko, I wanted to give you a place of your own, I wanted you to feel at home, sorry if I can't do something like Mitsuki. The black-haired man put his hands on his head while Inko remembered how her best friend, who not long ago had gotten together with her boyfriend, had bought a house. It was a few blocks from the area where they had chosen, but it was a big house. The green-haired woman smiled and ruffled Clark's hair. Inko. Calm down Clark, honestly a house like this is too big for me, just look at our little apartment, I'm comfortable in something like this, and it would be the same there, your apartment was quite comfortable. Clark. Oh Inko. The black-haired man stood up and leaned back on the couch. Clark. I'm supposed to be Superman, I'm supposed to be able to do everything. Inko. You are an American hero from another planet and universe, it is normal that we have it a little more difficult here Clark, but don't worry, we'll see how we manage, we are a team after all haha, come on, let's get ready, we have to go to that date Smallville. The woman took off her boyfriend's glasses and gave him a slow, soft kiss that Clark didn't hesitate to respond to. The couple hugged gently until they had to separate suddenly when they heard someone knocking on the door. Clark looked at the clock, quite confused. Who was outside his home? The black-haired man put on his glasses and stood up. Immediately, the Superman, thinking of danger, adopted his Superman pose, even in his civilian clothes. Clark. Inko, stay here. Inko. Carefully. The woman stood up and went to the kitchen where with her telekinesis, she prepared a knife. The black-haired man approached the door and took the handle with force, although with enough force to not deform the metal. Clark was about to open it when he could hear a female voice, already quite familiar, who, knowing about the black-haired man's super hearing, spoke in a low voice so as not to ruin his identity. Nana. Before you think about frying my face with your heat vision before opening the door surprise. The black-haired man just looked at the door confused and then turned to see Inko who saw him confused. Inko. Who is Clark? Clark. Nana. Inko. Nana. The black-haired man opened the door, seeing that it was indeed his best friend adoptive cousin, who was accompanied by Gran Torino, both in their civilian clothes. The black-haired man looked at both of them with a confused face, making Nana just smile. Nana. Funny what? Clark. First of all, good morning. Gran Torino. Don't look at me, it was his idea. The black-haired man with the same face only saw how his friends entered his home. Nana smiling looked at her best friend and turned her face towards Inko, who upon seeing that it was the black-haired woman, quickly lowered the knife, although she could not hide it from Nana's sight. Nana. Wow Inko, I swear I come in peace. Inko. What? No, haha it's just that. Clark. You were going to make yourself a sandwich, right, love? Inko. That's true. Haha, I was a little hungry and wanted to take advantage of it to make a sandwich. Nana. Oh I see. Clark. Yeah and what brings you here? Nana. Well, actually we were here because. Inko. Clark honey could you come help me? Clark. With a sandwich? Inko. Yes, since they came I was thinking of making more haha so please Clark. The black-haired man noticed his partner's tone, so smiling, he retired to the kitchen with Inko, leaving Torino and Nana alone. Clark. Inko what's going on? Inko. That's what I'd like to know Clark, what are you doing here? Clark. I don't know, they were supposed to know that today was the day of the meeting in the residential area. Inko. And now? Clark. Look, we still have time, we have to prepare the sandwiches, and we'll ask them. Inko. What sandwiches? Clark. The ones you asked me to help you prepare for everyone. Inko. That's true, sorry, I'm just nervous. Clark. Well, I know I can't physically sweat but. Inko. I understand. The black-haired man gave his partner a kiss that helped both of them calm down and work in a balanced way. In the end, it didn't take long for both of them, and using his heat vision, the black-haired man was able to give the bread a golden touch and then, without much problem, take it to his guests along with some drinks. Inko. Ready. Clark. I hope you're hungry. Nana. The golden color of the bread makes it look like it came from a solar toaster. Clark. I swear they're good. Inko. I won't deny that. Gran Torino. They are delicious, thank you. Clark. Glad you liked it haha. Nana. But tell me, why? Clark. Why what? Nana. Why are you still here? Gran Torino. It's true. Clark. Well look, we're supposed to live here, don't kick us out yet Nana. Inko. Not even my landlord has done it, are we already on bad terms? Nana. Haha no, but wasn't today the day they had their appointment to buy the house? Clark. Yes. Nana. So? Why aren't they ready? Clark. Well, we're on time, they're still looking at the clock a couple of hours Nana, we're not in such a hurry. Inko. Although what is true is that we are quite nervous. Nana. Are you nervous? Why? You've worked really hard to get the money, you earned this. Clark. Yeah about that. At that moment Nana noticed the worried and sad look on both of their faces which made her smile. Nana. They didn't complete the money, right? Clark. Some problems arose, some damage to the house, and we wanted to leave it in the best possible condition so that there would be no inconveniences. Also we bought the truck to be able to carry some things, and then a tire got flat, we had to use the spare. Now I hope that one doesn't break, or I would have to buy another one, but the fact is that in the end we needed money, it's not much, but well you know how it is. I could complete it with my next salary from the hero agency or maybe from the newspaper, but the fact is that it's not enough for us. The black-haired man brought his hands to his face to rub his temples tiredly. The black-haired man was tired, although he didn't want to show it. Inko for her part took his hand caressing him gently, but making her visitors smile with complicity. Nana. Looks like they're in real trouble. Inko. You can say that. Gran Torino. So what's the plan then? Clark. We can ask for a time frame, sign a paper or something like that. After all we'd be paying the majority of the total amount for the apartment so. Gran Torino. But interest rates could rise. Clark. I know, it's just an idea. Inko. We were also thinking about renting an apartment like the one Clark used to live in. Personally, I don't like such big spaces, and there are only 2 of us at the moment, so it wouldn't be so bad. Nana. For now. Do you want to be more? Inko. No. Or well, I don't know, it depends on Clark. What I'm getting at is that it would be fine for the moment I think. Clark. That's another option, we have to see how long we go anyway. Nana. I see. The woman put her hand to her face thoughtfully looking at Torino until they both smiled. Clark. But why the question? Is everything okay? Nana. No, the truth is that no. Clark. What's wrong? How can I help? The black-haired man and his partner became alert. Despite their problems, they were willing to help their friends who saw them with a smile. Nana. Haha, it's nothing Smallville, calm down, it's just that well these days you've been flying from one place to another, and well that gave Sorahiko and me time to talk, and the truth is that we both knew that moving is difficult even being a professional hero. Now imagine you who always were the altruistic and benevolent Superman, haha, it was obvious that you would have it complicated. Clark. A little bit. Nana. Well, that's why we want to help them, after all they are both our friends, we couldn't just sit idly by. At that moment they both stood up and Gran Torino handed a small briefcase to Clark who looked confused. Nana. It's not worth using your X-ray vision, although you probably already know what it is. Clark and Inko turned to look at each other in surprise and then at their friends, they knew what it was and couldn't accept it. Clark. No. Nana. Wow, that wasn't the answer I was expecting. Gran Torino. What do you mean? Inko. We appreciate this, but we can't accept it. If there's one thing Clark and I have done, it's earned our own way. Sorry, but we didn't want to upset you. We'll manage to pay for the apartment together. Nana just smiled before seeing her best friend. Nana. Wow Clark, you really surprise me. Clark. You know how I am Nana, I owe you a lot, practically since I came into this world I have been in your care, but still, I'm sorry, but I can't accept it. Nana. They have their reasons and believe me they are very valid, but I think there is something they are forgetting. Clark. What? Nana. It wasn't a question, you're my best friend, and even though we call ourselves cousins, you're like a brother to me. Sorahiko and I did this from the heart, it wasn't for anything special in fact, I can even say that this wasn't even going to help you finish paying we thought it could help you buy some new furniture or something like that, so imagine, we've had the idea in mind for quite some time haha. Clark. Nana. Nana. We're friends, Smallville. We're a team. We support each other, right? I know I'm not the Justice League, but accept our help. Inko. Nana, it's just. Gran Torino. You know how stubborn children can be, you better accept it. Nana. Take it or well, take it, I assure you it doesn't come with built-in debt. Inko. No, not at all, it's your money, you worked for it, we can't. Nana. Actually, yes, they can do it, you're right Inko, it's our money, but it's for the same reason we do this, for you, we decide what to use it for, and it will be to help you. The black-haired man saw his partner who looked back at him, they both nodded and then took the briefcase. Clark. Thanks, there's no way I can repay you. Gran Torino. Well, I won't be able to take Chio out to eat for a few days, but I think she'll understand. Clark. Well, I could fix that. Gran Torino. Yeah. What? Clark. If you get 2 astronaut suits I could take them to see space. It wouldn't take long. We would have to leave early or during sunset if you want to see the light show that Earth offers. Gran Torino. Really? Clark. Sure. Gran Torino. Thanks for the offer, I have to get the suits lol. Nana. But well, it's time to go, you'll be late so go ahead, be careful. Clark. What? Are they leaving already? Nana. Haha, yes, people will notice our triple absence, so as you say. Duty calls, haha. Gran Torino. It was nice to see you guys again. Nana is right, we have to go, you can't be late to that place, after all punctuality speaks well of you. Inko. So Clark is late to our dates from time to time. Nana. I give you permission to hit him haha. And saying this the two friends left the home leaving the couple alone who stayed looking at each other for a few seconds until they hugged each other starting to cry grateful to their friends, both got ready and after the hour passed both left, got into their truck and went towards the residential area. They arrived shortly before the appointment, the seller was surprised by this, but smiling and punctual let them in, they talked a little. He even showed them more options, but both already had their decision ready, so they were firm. The smiling man took them to see the house, there were some gifts in it for the purchase. Clark and Inko were happy, both saw the man grateful. The man raised the keys which he placed in Clark's hands after making the deal. Finally the house was both of them. Even without being a marriage the Kent Midoriya family was strong. Once they got the house the next thing was to move the things. Clark mentally thanked himself for having bought the truck, it was a great help. The move also shortened the delivery time of the things, in addition to the fact that he made use of his power to move things. In the early mornings, you could see how Superman accompanied by Gran Torino and Nana Shimura carried some things. This was very useful because they managed to make the move take less time than planned. Mitsuki would help arrange the boxes from time to time with Masaru, who using his knowledge and design, was able to help with the decoration of the house. Nana occasionally also took her time to help, as well as Gran Torino, although what Inko enjoyed the most was seeing how Clark did not have to pretend, because when her best friend was there, it was obvious that she had to wait for appearances, but when she left. On several occasions Inko could see how her partner carried the stove and the refrigerator as if they weighed nothing. The couple changed some things such as the bed making that when buying a new one and taking it home, Clark could fly up it with ease. In the end with the effort of both and the help of his friends they managed to finish, although something that nobody had noticed is that Inko along with Clark practiced to be able to increase the green-haired girl's quirk. Slowly but surely Inko was put to the test to be able to lift bigger things. It hurt and it was tiring, but in the end the effort paid off, because now she could expand the range of her telekinesis, managing to lift more than one object, as well as heavier things like some boxes or flower pots, although they were not the biggest things. For Inko who before could only lift an eye for her shopping bag, it was a great advance. As time went by, Clark thought things over carefully, made his decision, talked it over with his best friend who supported him, so once he had made the decision, the black-haired man returned once again to his hectic work pace. He needed time, but he also had something else to do. And finally the long-awaited day arrived for the black-haired man, as he had agreed with his friends. Nana covered him, his plan was going perfectly. He asked Inko to wear a sweater and also a hat to hide her identity slightly from possible curious glances. The woman accepted even with slight doubts. The Superman carried her and rose to begin to fly calmly. Inko was amazed by this, the view was amazing. She would never tire of it, but that was not the surprise of the black-haired man who advanced a little more until he reached an icy structure at the pole. Inko was surprised, now she understood why her partner had asked her to wear a sweater. Clark landed in front of the structure and helped his partner to enter. The green-haired woman thought it would be freezing inside the superstructure, but quite the opposite, because inside it was quite warm, perfectly decorated for an evening. It was the opposite of the cold and desolate landscape that was outside. Inko was amazed, and after smiling slightly, I turned to look at my partner. Inko. Clark, what is this? Clark didn't say much, he took his girlfriend's hand and exclaimed. Clark. Dinner. Inko. But how did you manage to do all this? Clark. With talent he. Inko, still amazed, nudged Clark who smiled. Inko. I'm serious Smallville, this is amazing, incredible, I have no words. Clark for his part advanced a little. Inko followed his step looking amazed at everything around her. The girl turned to see her partner, seeing how the cape waved majestically. Clark looked around and then turned to see his girlfriend. Clark. You know Inko, I've told you all about my world, my homeland, my friends, my job. I told you about the League, Batman, Diana, my adoptive parents and my biological parents on Krypton, but I've rarely told you where I went when I wasn't saving the world. Inko. That's true, I guess you needed privacy. Clark. Yeah, and for that I had something like this, a hidden fortress in the Arctic, whose location was secret except for my closest friends. Sometimes it was my home, sometimes a headquarters. I called it, the Fortress of Solitude. Inko. And that's what you did here. Do you need a headquarters in this world? Clark. No, this is a smaller version of the fortress, haha, I only made it for this occasion. Inko. And why? Clark. To have dinner with the woman I love. The black-haired man approached the table and opened the trays, showing that they all had food that was steaming, showing that they were still hot. Clark. Shall we eat? The woman saw the black-haired man before smiling. She approached him, took his hand and went to the table to start dinner, which she enjoyed very much. Clark lit a small fireplace with his heat vision. Dinner passed, and they both enjoyed it a bit. Clark still hadn't surprised his wife, so after dinner he approached her, hugged her, and after giving her a kiss, he rose into the air, managing to overcome the clouds. Clark. Throughout my life I always tried to go unnoticed. My father said that the world wasn't ready for who I was, at least not when I was young, so he asked me to hide who I was, my powers and abilities. I never complained because in the end he was right, but one day the time came to reveal myself to the world, and yes, it wasn't easy at all, but I wasn't alone when I got here. I lost hope, I lost my world, my friends, my parents. It's difficult, Inko. I searched tirelessly, but they never existed here, none of them. Inko. Clark. But I couldn't give up. Somehow I had received another chance. I lost a world, but now I could save another. I lost my family, but I gained another. I have Nana, Gran Torino. I know it's not the same, but taking the concept of quirks and everything they mean, I don't feel so alone anymore. The green-haired girl caressed her lover's face, who let her do the caressing. Clark sighed and spoke again. Clark. I almost lost what I stand for. I almost lost hope. I felt weak. I traded one demon for another. The problems that surrounded me, I felt like they were coming down on me. Guilt was eating me up. I didn't show it, but I was slowly drowning in darkness. If I couldn't save my world, what assured me I could save this one? That was the question I asked myself daily, but then I met you, Inko, and you gave me a new meaning. I knew your story, and despite everything that happened to you, you didn't give up. You even tried harder than everyone else to achieve what you wanted. You gave me a reason to keep going. In the end, the world needs Superman and I can't give up. I didn't before and I won't start now. Inko. Clark, but I didn't do anything. Clark. It may not seem like it, but you gave hope a new meaning. You motivated me not to give up, Inko, and in the end, I'm here, we're here. The black-haired man approached his partner and slowly kissed her. The woman responded to the gesture, and without realizing it they both went down, returning to the small fortress where they realized that the fireplace was still burning. Clark for his part went to the kitchen where he took a piece of coal which was red hot and put it on the table. Inko saw this amazed, and even more so when she saw how the black-haired man took it again with one hand without flinching. Inko. Hehe, you always surprise me when you do things like that. Clark. And believe me, you'll be even more surprised. The Kryptonian squeezed a piece of coal between his hands and slowly increased the force, applying more pressure until he heard something thunder. The man turned around and opened his palm, showing that among all the remaining coal, there was a small diamond which he took. The Superman turned his gaze and showed it to Inko, who looked at him totally amazed. Inko. How could you? Clark. One of the advantages of super strength, I guess. Inko. Clark is amazing. Clark. You said I surprise you sometimes, let me surprise you one more time. The woman looked at the black-haired man in surprise until she saw him take out a shiny metal ring from one of his pockets. It had handles where he carefully placed the diamond. The Kryptonian closed the handles and saw Inko, who brought her hands to her mouth in surprise. Perhaps the Kryptonian was. Clark. The purpose of being here, well, the dinner and all of this is because I wanted tonight to be special. I want every night to be special, well, with you, but also special forever with you. Okay, yeah, I'm terrible at this. Inko. Clark. At that moment the black-haired man got on his knees while raising the ring in his hands. Clark. Inko Midoriya. But the Kryptonian couldn't continue because at that moment the green-haired girl lunged at the boy, kissing him and managing to knock him down. Clark. That's all I'm going to say. Inko. Yes. Clark. Haha, I'm glad, it's good that you didn't let me talk nonsense. The woman put on the ring while she looked at her fiancé. In the end Clark told her the truth. He had made the ring using his skills. Inko was happy. Tears ran down her face as she kissed her now fiancé once, thus the pact was signed. There was one more event that would bring together the friends of both, the wedding of Inko and Clark. In the end, after chaotic days full of planning and preparations, this had been a complete success. Inko's small family had attended, as well as her best friend. On the black-haired man's part, although he didn't have many guests, he appreciated everyone's presence. His coworker, his boss, Nana, Gran Torino, even director Nezu had attended. The only thing that surprised him is that contrary to what was thought, Clark took his wife's last name, becoming a Midoriya. Although being from another country, he managed to get at least his last names to come together, making the Kent not disappear. So the couple finally married felt full. Their life did not seem to have any inconvenience. The days after the wedding passed quickly. Soon these became months, and these in years. One day Clark was looking for his work badge, because apparently they had to exchange it for his time in the company. The black-haired man was even using his X-ray vision to find it, until focusing his vision on one of the books he noticed that there was a photo in one of these. The curious black-haired man approached it and took it out to open it, where the photo was, which he looked at with curiosity at the same time that Inko arrived from bringing the purchases. Inko. What is that, Clark? Clark. It's a picture, I found it in one of the books. Inko. Can I see it? Clark. Go ahead. The black-haired man lowered the photo so his wife could see it, making the green-haired woman sigh, remembering the old times. Clark. Anything Inko doesn't know? Inko. No, it's just that it's been years, Clark. The black-haired man looked at the photo again, seeing that in it she was with Mitsuki and another girl she didn't know. It was from the green-haired girl's time as a student when she hadn't yet met Clark. The black-haired man looked at the photo carefully. Inko was in the middle, waving nervously and tenderly to the camera. Mitsuki on her right side had a big smile. Without a doubt the girl's confidence was from the past. Finally the other girl standing on the green-haired woman's left side. She had snow-white hair, she was tall, she had a calm smile, and she had beautiful gray eyes. The black-haired man was intrigued. He didn't know the girl's identity. His wife never mentioned her. Clark. Who is Inko? Inko. Her. She's an old friend of Mitsuki and me, we knew each other since we were kids, we were very close, her name was Rei. Clark. You never mentioned her. Inko. I know, in fact, I thought I had lost this photo. Clark. What happened? Looks like this photo is from before I met you. Inko. Yes, we were in first grade, that was the last image we have with Rei. Clark. Why love? Inko. Because when the cycle ended and we went to the second one only Mitsuki and I did it, Rei disappeared. Clark. What do you mean, just you and Mitsuki? What happened to her? Inko. Did she die? No, calm down Clark, it's just that one day we stopped seeing her, her parents must have moved, they were planning to get together, but she never told us, one day we just lost contact with her, and we never saw her again. Clark. I see. Inko. Yes, she was a great friend, a bit quiet, but when you got to know her she was a lovely person. Thanks for finding her Clark, I'll frame it, but first I think I'll give a copy to Mitsuki, I think she'd like to see this photo. Clark. Haha, at least you found something. Inko. What are you looking for, love? Clark. My ID, I have to take it to get it adjusted and I can't find it. The amused green-haired girl saw how the black-haired man continued searching even on the floor, lifting the furniture to see if she was under it. Inko. Clark, your ID is in your wallet. You put it there so you don't lose it. Clark. Wait, oh that's right, I'm absent-minded, hahaha, thanks Inko. Inko. I hope you don't get used to it, darling. Clark. It won't be love, I promise. The black-haired man approached his wife and kissed her carefully. The woman placed the photo on the piece of furniture, remembering her great friend. So some more time passed, the black-haired man was happy with his life. The years went by until one day Inko arrived with the news. Mitsuki was pregnant. Clark was surprised. He couldn't imagine his wife's best friend raising a baby. Clark was curious to see the result of this, but he couldn't complain or think too much about it, because some time later his own surprise would come from his wife. Clark. Are you pregnant? That's right, the news of Mitsuki's pregnancy took a backseat when Inko, worried about her health after noticing the constant dizziness and vomiting, went to the doctor accompanied by Nana. The women did not expect the resolution that the doctor would reach, it was undoubtedly something they did not expect. Nana wanted to faint and Inko was blank. The two women thanked him and went straight home where they called Clark, who did not take long to arrive. Nana went to the kitchen to get a glass of water. She really needed it, but also to give the couple some space, because the surprise would be too much. Inko. Yes, I'm pregnant. Clark. But are you Inko? Wow. At that moment the green-haired girl began to cry, surprising Clark, who hugged his wife. Inko. Clark, I'm scared, I don't know how to do this, I don't know how to raise a child, I'm terrified. The black-haired man hugged his wife and placed his chin on her head while he gently stroked her back. Clark. Me neither Inko, believe me when I say I'm out of ideas, this is a totally new field for me, but. The woman looked up and found her husband's calm face. Clark. This is all new territory for me, but you know me, Inko. You know who I really am, what I'm about, where I come from, I trust you, I love you with all my being, and that's why I'm willing to try. I want to do it with you by my side. It will be difficult, but together we can overcome it. We are a team. Inko. Clark. Clark. I'm going to strive to be a good father to our son. I'm here, Inko, and I'm not going anywhere. I'll fight every day of my life to make the world safer for you and him, safer for the people I love. The black-haired man caressed his wife's belly while slowly kissing the green-haired woman who continued crying, but with happiness because it was true, her husband would never leave her alone. First would be Mitsuki's son, who would inherit his mother's hair in her same style. He was born on April his parents named him Katsuki. Obviously the first days they only showed it through photos while Mitsuki was recovering, but once they could see him physically they were happy to hold him. Now his own son followed. Clark worked a long time to be able to buy what was necessary for his son, but something still needed to be decided, and it was the most important thing because it would accompany him throughout his life. They still needed to choose what the child's name would be. And that's why one night the first time parents sat down after dinner to finally discuss the name of their first and only child. Clark. I don't know, I don't really know much about Japanese names. Inko. It is not necessary for him to have a Japanese name, my love, since he is your son he would be Japanese American, an American name would be valid. Clark. Like Demian, Richard, Tim, Jason or Bruce. Inko. Aren't those the names of Batman and his children? Clark. You said. Inko. Think of another name, how about something like your father's? Clark. Jonathan. Inko. Sounds good. Clark. Jonathan Midoriya, that's kind of weird, right? Or well, it sounds kind of weird. Inko. Your biological father was called Jor, isn't he? Clark. Yeah. Inko. Jor Midoriya doesn't sound good either, what do you think of Jordan? Clark. It doesn't fit in much either. Inko. How are you, Connor? Clark. Well, that sounds a little better, but how about we try a Japanese name? Inko. That's true, what do you think of Jack? Clark. Jack Midoriya. Hey, that doesn't sound bad. I'll put him on the list with Connor. Inko. Well, at least we're on the right track. Clark. And what about Yamakumo? The woman looked up at Clark. Clark. What? It's a Japanese name, right? It sounds more Japanese than Jack. Inko. Love, you are so adorable. Well, it doesn't sound bad at all, it rhymes a little. Yamakumo Midoriya. Hey, what about Mikumo or Akatani? Clark. Mikumo Midoriya doesn't sound bad, neither does the other one, Akatani Midoriya, they're good names. Inko. Okay, then put them above Jack and Connor, they are good names. The black-haired man wrote the three names quickly, trying to think of another one, but soon the full name of his wife resonated in his mind. Inko Midoriya. The black-haired man smiled slightly, putting the pieces together in his head, but catching his wife's attention. Inko. What's up, Clark? Clark. No, nothing, it's just that I was thinking, your name, love, or well, rather your last name, Midoriya, contains the kanji for green, you know then, Midori, and the one for 7, Tani, yeah. Inko. Wow, you surprise me, and you said you didn't know Japanese names. Clark. I shouldn't, but I've been studying he. Inko. Well, despite coming from another place, you know a lot about love. The black-haired man just smiled as he lowered his head slightly, but at that moment something came to his mind. Clark. Yeah, I come from somewhere else. But you accepted me. Inko. You are my husband, Clark, the person I love the most, how can I not accept you, but what does that have to do with all of this? Clark. Yes, I come from another place and I arrived a long time ago, our son has our genes. Inko. Yeah, that's how it works, my love. But are you sure you're okay? Why don't we stop? I think you're getting dizzy. Clark. I came from another place a long time ago and I found a green valley. Inko. Nice poem, but you used my last name. Clark. Izuku. Inko. What? Clark. Izuku Midoriya, the name contains the kanji for. Inko. Another place you Izu, and for a long time ago EQ. Clark. Exactly. Inko. Izuku Midoriya sounds good, Izuku Kent, it rhymes too, my love, sounds great. Clark. Well then, Izuku Sera. And so it was, on July little Izuku was born, the child was a walking tenderness, his face had small freckles, his green eyes had been a courtesy of his mother, as well as his hair. Nana was the first to see him, invited by the parents. The woman, when she saw the little one, was touched, and with great care she put him in her arms to carry him. The child was happy with the black-haired girl without making noises or crying. After this followed Gran Torino, with whom it did have a negative effect, because the serious face of the white-haired hero made the baby nervous, which ended in an imminent cry that alarmed Clark. Gran Torino. But I didn't even do anything to him. Nana. I think you're out of luck with children, Sorahiko. Gran Torino. You'll see that kid, when he grows up I'll take care of training him and make him beg for mercy. Nana. That will only make him cry more, calm down. Said and done, the baby began to cry more, causing Clark and Nana to laugh. Mitsuki also saw the infant, and just like what happened with the black-haired girl, the ash blonde was moved by the image of the little green-haired boy. Mitsuki. Just look at you, but you are the cutest thing I've ever seen in my life, and wow, you are the spitting image of your mother, haha. I'm sorry, Clark, but I think genetics didn't help you much this time. Clark. Haha, I think so, but Mitsuki doesn't bother me that much. The little green-haired boy was a delight in the eyes of his parents, who went out of their way for little Izuku. His boss even met the infant, and thanks to this, he cut Clark's work schedule, so he could spend more time with his family, which Clark was very grateful for, but unfortunately the life of a hero has no breaks. And a villain would take care of that. A few years passed, now there was a party, it was Katsuki's birthday, the boy would turn years old, and obviously Inko, Izuku and Clark were invited. Everything would turn out well, except for a small detail. Clark was on his hero shift, the green-haired girl could excuse her husband covering him with her journalistic work, but he had to arrive. Fortunately, the black-haired girl had agreed that in case the time came and he didn't arrive, she would go ahead with Izuku, and using her X-ray vision, she would find them to be able to attend. Nothing would be difficult for Clark, who seemed to have already finished his shift on patrol. Nana. Ready for the party. Clark. Of course, bring your invitation or I'll see you there. Nana. Do you think I have pockets in this suit? Clark. I have pockets, plus I trusted you to help me get there, now I'll have to use my X-ray vision. Nana. Or you could use your superphone to locate your voice or your child's crying. Clark. That depends on whether Katsuki does anything to him. Nana. Don't you think that kid Bakugo will grow up to be a bully? Clark. I hope not, Mitsuki raised him well, and he has Masaru as a father, he is someone who could easily keep him in line. Nana. If you say so. The hero and Shimura's concerns were well-founded, and Clark knew it because there were times when the baby would kick Izuku while he was sleeping, take away his toys or hit him with them. This obviously triggered a cry from the little green-haired boy that Inko and Clark quickly stopped. Mitsuki apologized for her son's behavior because she obviously didn't want problems with her best friend. Nana. Well, but you'll find the best way to find Inko, I don't think it will be that difficult. Clark. Yeah, well, then I guess we have to. The black-haired man couldn't finish speaking because he was interrupted by Gran Torino. Gran Torino. Hey you guys, where are you? Clark. Ready to go to a party, but what's going on? Is something wrong? Gran Torino. Well, I'm sorry to ruin your evening, but there's another party going on, and they're the star guests. Nana. What's up Torino? Gran Torino. Come to the city center now. The black-haired man turned to see his partner and extended his hand, which Nana did not hesitate to take. Both of them quickly went to the center of the city, where the white-haired man was already. When they arrived, the two heroes saw that on the screens, there was the face of a man with red hair, who wore a green mask that covered his face, with the exception of his hair. Villain. Well, you all look so calm, enjoying your life, thinking that your big blue and red attack dog will save you from everything, but there is something you forget, and that is that there are more villains, and we do not let ourselves be intimidated by a flying fool. Nana, I think he's talking about you Clark. Clark. Thank you. Villain. A true villain fears nothing, and the proof of that will be the fall of his greatest hero. Because what's more fun than killing a hero? Obviously, killing his legacy. Clark. What do you want to do? Villain. I want to issue a challenge, Superman, if you're watching this, I will destroy your legacy, everything that your stupid symbol stands for, which you strut so much with, I will tear it down, I will kill everything you defend. How will I do that? Easy, I planted a lot of bombs, haha. The black-haired man opened his eyes and raised his face, then looked up, seeing the villain in the eyes. Insert the theme The People You Care For by John Williams and read at leisure. Villain. Obviously you won't find them, not even you're that fast, but to not make this any harder for you, I'll give you a hint. I planted the bombs where the heart of the city just started beating. You have minutes, do you think you're that fast? See if you can do it hero. The last thing Clark saw of the recording was the villain's smiling face, and after that a counter, with the numbers in red, he only had 3 minutes. The hero was in shock. Clark clenched his fists as he began to look around. People quickly came out to the streets and looked up, seeing their hero. Nana. It's unheard of 3 minutes, but how, where to look? Gran Torino. I mentioned the heart of the city, that refers to the center, everything comes from here, commerce, stores, jobs, destroying this would be a huge blow to the economy and tourism in the city. Nana. But your video was broadcast from here, it would be very obvious, right? Gran Torino. This is the only part of the city with screens so big that it would be impossible not to see them. He's not stupid, he wanted his message to resonate in everyone's minds. Nana. Bombs, but where? The center is large, it could attack a building, a house, a business premises, we don't know where to look. The black-haired man quickly turned to look at the clock. Time was running out. Clark. That doesn't matter now, go downstairs, I want you to alert those in the buildings, tell everyone to come down now. Nana. We can't leave all the work to you, the center is big. Superman. It wasn't a suggestion. At that moment the black-haired man disappeared from the sight of his friends. Gran Torino. I've never seen him fly that fast. Nana. Let's do what Torino said. Gran Torino. Understood. At that moment they both went down and began to go through the buildings to warn people about what was happening. For his part, Clark got into the streets using his X-ray vision and his super hearing at full blast to try to hear even the slightest noise. The Kryptonian even got into the sewers trying to locate her, but without success. The walls were as clean as they could be, and the streets were the same. Clark quickly came to the surface, seeing that the clock marked a closer number. Clark. We're wasting time, he's not here. Nana. That fool said that in the heart of the city. Clark. But I've already checked the entire center from head to toe. Gran Torino. Did you go down into the sewers? Clark. If the smell doesn't give me away then we have a problem. Nana. People are already outside, no one looks suspicious, do you think they know about your lead problem? Clark. I don't think so, only you, Gran Torino and Inko know that. Gran Torino. And what's step 2? Because I don't want to alarm you, but there's only 1 minute left. Clark. Where the heart of the city began to beat where is wait a second. Nana. I think that's what we don't have Clark. Clark. He said where the heart of the city has just begun to beat, it's an event that hasn't been going on for long. Nana. Yes. Clark. The center is not. Gran Torino. So where? We only have a few seconds. Clark kept thinking about everything until suddenly, scared, he opened his eyes. Clark. The new way of life, through the heart of the city. Nana. What is that? Clark. When they opened the Musatafu housing estate, they had that sign, that's how I knew there were new houses. Gran Torino. The Musatafu housing estate, the guy's no fool, most of the people have moved there's a considerable amount of people there. Nana. Inko. The scared woman looked at her partner and then they both looked back at Clark, who was looking at the watch with the phone in his hand. There were only seconds left, Nana blinked, and in that instant Clark disappeared, his phone was placed in Nana's hands, who saw that the black-haired man had sent a message to his wife. Run away. And Sir John Ottman saving the world and read on. None of his companions wasted time, using her embers Nana flew out behind Clark, the brunette may not be as fast as him, but she definitely wouldn't be left behind, the same thing happened with Gran Torino, who using his jet, followed his companions. But unfortunately nothing would be that easy, the villain had put obstacles, there were booby traps, dolls pretending to be people, Clark was getting desperate because he knew he had time on his hands. Nana. Go get her, we'll take care of this mess. Clark. But. Nana. Clark, go get Inko and Izuku now. The black-haired woman's face gave her confidence, the same confidence that Clark needed to know that he could leave everything in the hands of his friends. The black-haired man nodded and rose above the buildings. The man flew away at full speed. Clark was about to arrive, his face was serious because now he had no intention of being kind to the villain. The black-haired man had his fists clenched, he was about to reach the departmental zone, he could already see it in the distance, he had a second advantage, he would win, he definitely would, the black-haired man began to plummet. And then I hear it. The Kryptonian used his super hearing, managing to hear the clock, which was reaching its end. After that he heard the mechanism that detonated the explosion. From there he followed the light. Clark opened his eyes scared. The black-haired man was sure that he still had at least seconds left for the counter to reach its end. But there was no time for explanations. The black-haired man did not doubt it, and with a face mixed with concern and anger. He jumped into the flames in front of some curious people who were recording from the streets or the safety of their homes. Clark landed, the gas tanks were exploding, the fire was overwhelming, he couldn't see much, Clark didn't waste time, and using his flight once again he began to travel through the houses, until he reached his house where he found it was empty. The black-haired man tore down the door and entered desperately searching for his family without finding them. Clark was desperate, he had to find his family quickly. But unfortunately he was a hero, the cries for help flooded the area, they were scattered, Clark could not let them die, but he had to find his own. Superman just clenched his fists and left his home quickly to find the people who were left behind. The black-haired man began to get everyone out, he did not leave anyone, even the dogs he found chained. The emergency services arrived quickly as did the firefighters, but Clark was faster, in the blink of an eye he got everyone out. Once he did, the boy rose into the air before everyone's eyes, including Nana and Gran Torino, who had just arrived after managing to eliminate all the obstacles that the villain had left. Gran Torino. What will he do? Nana. I don't know, he could take some ice from the Arctic and use his heat vision to put out the flames, it wouldn't take long. What are you planning to do, Superman? The black-haired man began to fly around the residential area, creating a light tornado which was consuming some of the flames. After this he stopped and rose, so that to everyone's surprise, he began to blow a large amount of air, which was in charge of extinguishing the rest of the flames. The darkness of the night returned to rain, and then was again obscured by the lights of the reporters' cameras. The flashes and the lights of the phones which illuminated the Superman who suddenly came down, surprising everyone. Nana. Or you could do that. Gran Torino. Are you okay, kid? Clark. Have you seen her? Nana. No, we did a quick inspection, but he wasn't here. Clark. Where are you, Inko? Gran Torino. Today was your friend's son's party, wasn't it? Clark. That doesn't matter now, Torino. Gran Torino. I'm not saying that because you don't think she's at home. I think you told her to go ahead if you didn't get there on time, right? Clark. You think that? Police officer. Thanks, Superman, you saved the day again. Superman. It was nothing official, sorry for my late arrival. Police officer. Don't be modest, almost everyone was already outside before the explosion happened. You have a great voice, you are a great hero. The black-haired man was surprised and turned to see his friends who shared the same feeling. Nana. You arrived when everything was about to explode, there's no chance you'll warn them in time. Superman. I say the same, it took me a while to come. Gran Torino. So who? Inko. Good to have you here, Superman. The black-haired man turned around quickly seeing his wife approaching with her little baby in her arms, accompanied by Mitsuki and Masaru. Clark, good evening miss. Nana. Miss Midoriya, nice to see you again. Inko. Good night. Superman. Excuse me, miss, do you know who gave the warning about the explosion? I'm afraid my speed wasn't enough this time to give the warning properly. Inko. Well it was me haha. Superman. What did he say? Inko. Yes, I know I shouldn't get involved in hero matters, but my husband is a reporter and he was downtown when he heard the bomb threat, he texted me, and I immediately pressed the panic button for the area. Mitsuki. After that we went to my house, I live a few blocks away so I thought I would be safe. Superman. Oh, I see, thank you Miss Midoriya, you saved many lives, tonight you were also a hero. The Kryptonian smiled at the green-haired girl who smiled back, at that moment the little boy that Inko was carrying began to move, causing the green-haired girl to start rocking him gently. Superman. Haha I think someone needs your attention. Inko. He's sorry, he's my son, his name is Izuku. The green-haired girl slightly lowered the little green-haired boy who stood up gently, while rubbing his sleepy eyes. Superman. Haha yeah, you can tell he's his son, his hair gives him away. Mitsuki. Haha, I told him the same thing, I think Clark lost this time. Superman. Clark. Inko. Yes, that's my husband's name. Superman. I see, I'm glad your date ended well. Inko. Thank you. The little green-haired boy looked at the black-haired boy while rubbing his eyes. The boy was still more asleep than awake so he couldn't see clearly, but that still didn't stop him from starting to talk. Izuku. Dad. Inko, alarmed, quickly knelt down and picked up her son again. Inko. Shhh calm down Izuku, you're still asleep, your father shouldn't be long in coming back. Mitsuki. Haha your son mistook Clark for Superman, poor Clark, he needs to grow more to look like the Man of Steel. Inko. Hey. Masaru. Haha don't joke about that Mitsuki, remember that Clark is my friend. Mitsuki. I know, it's just a joke. Superman. Well, jokes aside, we have to go. Thanks for your help and. The black-haired man was about to take flight when he heard an annoying scream. Villain. No. My plan was perfect, everyone had to die and blame you. The black-haired man immediately turned around, the people made way, and the villain was quickly discovered. At that moment Clark put on an annoyed face which was noticed by Nana, the Superman began to advance, the intimidated people opened the improvised human corridor even more. The villain seeing Superman felt fear and quickly opened his hands from which grenades began to come out which he threw at the Superman, but these only exploded without preventing Clark from advancing, who even destroyed them with his heat vision. The scared villain created a large bomb which he threw again, but Clark took it with his hand and with a little pressure made it explode. The villain seeing this generated more, but Clark using his heat vision, exploded them in the villain's hands, hurting his hands disabling his quirk. The villain was about to run, but Clark appeared in front of him. Superman. I can hear an explosion from miles away and be there before it claims innocent victims. I'm faster than a speeding bullet. I could have gotten there before your explosions could do their thing, but you exploded them before. You wanted to kill innocent people just so you wouldn't have to admit you were sick. Villain. I'm not sick. Superheroes shouldn't exist. My job is to kill you because you're just a harmful pest. Superman. Says the one who was close to killing many people. Villain. I am a hero, a liberator, I have my place secured in heaven. Superman. You know, buddy, people like you give the city a bad name, but now the only place you have a guaranteed job at serves 3 meals a day, and the lights go out at 8. The black-haired man took a rod and bent it in the villain's hands, holding them firmly. At that moment, people began to applaud. Nana and Gran Torino appeared behind the black-haired man with a smile. Nana. Your speed makes you very effective. Gran Torino. Haha that's true, with you on the battlefield, old farts like me won't be needed soon. Superman. Haha don't say that Torino, I'm always grateful that you're part of the team. Nana. Now can we go? I think we're already late. Gran Torino. Go on, I'll take this guy to the boys in blue. The black-haired man thanked him and quickly rose into the air at high speed. Nana did the same, and after a little while they both arrived at the same place where Mitsuki and Inko were. Nana. How can you be so distracted Clark, sometimes I doubt you're my cousin. Clark. I had to take a report of everything I found. Mitsuki. Look who's here, you missed the fun Clark, Superman was here. Clark. Really? Man, I'm slow. The boss wants an interview with him and he'll be mad at me if I don't get it. Mitsuki. Very slow Kansas, at this rate I'll think you two are the same person. Nana. Haha I highly doubt that theory is well founded Mitsuki. Vitsuki. Why? As far as I remember, there are no photos showing the two of them together. Nana. I say this because Superman is up there. The ash blonde looked up, seeing that indeed high in the sky was the figure of the Man of Steel, the red cape waving majestically. Superman waved goodbye and disappeared from sight. Vitsuki. Okay, then case closed, you're not that guy is really amazing. Masaru. Hey, how should I feel? Vitsuki. Hehe, he's amazing, but I only love you, Masaru. Clark. Where's Inko? Inko. Here I am, honey, sorry, I had to give my statement, fortunately Gran Torino helped me get out of there quickly. He. Clark. Nana told me you were the one who pressed the panic button. Inko. I saw the news, and when I saw your message I knew you had deduced that it would be here. Vitsuki. And boy are you clever, even Superman missed you for a few seconds. Clark. Oh Inko, but let me know next time too, I was worried about you. Inko. But I'm fine, love, I promise. Vitsuki. In fact, we were about to leave the residential area when your message arrived, that's why he pressed the button so quickly. We didn't stay to see if everyone left because we ran to the house. Izuku. Dad. Inko. Look who's awake. Clark. Hey handsome boy, ready to party? Vitsuki. Oops, that's right, come on, it's my son's party, and we'll be late, hahaha. Masaru. That's true, let's go. By the way, tell me Clark, how did you deduce that the villain would attack the departmental area? Clark. It took me my time, Masaru, but I only had to make a few deductions, obvious rulings and such. Masaru. The reporter's instinct in a nutshell. Clark. Hahaha, I think so. So the two families started walking towards the Bakugo residence. Some time later. How fast can everything go to hell? Nobody knows. Izuku and Kitsuki practically grew up together, the children were great friends supporting each other, a very nice friendship, motivated by their parents, both little ones formed a friendship as strong as that of their mothers, this of course, until before the age of 4. Before entering kindergarten Bakugo began to sweat a lot, which was strange because he had no smell. This obviously surprised his parents, who immediately took him to the doctor, but he told them to calm down, because this excessive sweating could be an indication of his quirk, something like his mother's or Masaru's. The parents were happy and proud, because despite being almost years old, Kitsuki was someone talented at developing and showing signs of his quirk. For his part the child smiled, totally animated. Kitsuki. Did you hear that, Izuku? My parents said I'd soon develop my quirk, I'm going to be a great hero. Izuku. Yes Kaken, that's great, I can't wait to develop my quirk too. Kitsuki. Haha, I know you'll do it soon, we'll both have great quirks, and we'll go to UA, where we'll be heroes as great as Almight. Izuku. Or Superman. Kitsuki. You're his fan, I'm Japanese, so I prefer Almight, he's always smiling, and he's the symbol of peace, he's the #1 hero, and he'll always win even when the odds are against him. He is the greatest hero. Izuku. But Superman is also number Kaken. Kitsuki. Well whatever, but the fact is that we will have our own quirk and we will be great heroes, we will found our own agency, hahaha. Izuku. Yes. Kitsuki. Best friends will always be the best heroes. The green-haired boy and the ash-blonde boy started walking while Kitsuki laughed, imitating Almight. No doubt the children had big dreams. Some time later. In a kindergarten, everyone was gathered, completely amazed. The teachers were also there, completely excited, and no wonder, because they were witnessing a marvel. One of their students had developed his quirk. Bakugo Kitsuki was showing off his newly developed and discovered quirk. Explosions. Professor. Awesome, you're great Bakugo, I'm sure you'll have a bright future with a quirk as impressive as that. Teacher. Definitely a brilliant quirk for a brilliant student, it's just perfect. But not only the teachers were encouraging their student, the children too, they couldn't stop getting excited. Child. Amazing. Boy, it's amazing. Girl. What power. Izuku, who studied in the same classroom as the blonde, couldn't feel excited and happy for his best friend. Izuku. You're lucky Kaken. Boy, yes. He's the best of us all. And so the displays of support, praise, and applause continued. At first, the blonde boy was somewhat embarrassed. He was getting a lot of attention at school, but despite this, the boy didn't change his kind ways, because after all, no amount of flattery could change him. Or yes. Everyone took care of that, teachers, students, his parents, his friends, even the principal was proud of the blonde, always setting him as the example to follow, always the most recognized student, outstanding, the best of the best, a prodigy in every strict sense of the word. Kitsuki did not want to change, but unfortunately he was a 4-year-old boy, easily manipulated and also moldable. Inevitably the change came. Kitsuki. Yes. That's right, everyone's right, my quirk is amazing, no, I am amazing, no one can be as great as I am. Now there was a problem, a 4-year-old boy with an explosive quirk, a bad temper and an ego as big as the hero Godzilla himself. Kitsuki quickly became the leader of a group of children who, rather than considering him a leader, saw him as their salvation because no one wanted to mess with the school star. Everyone considered him someone incredible and unattainable except Izuku, who still saw him as his best friend, even though the ash blonde's attitude towards him had changed quite a bit. Flashback. We can see Izuku following Kitsuki. Apparently they were on an excursion. The blonde carried the net, while the little Izuku walked carrying 2 heavy green containers. Kitsuki walked ahead of his green-haired companion, without caring about the weight that the green-haired man carried. Bakugo, for his part, carried the net on his shoulder as a sign of superiority, as if it were a spear. Izuku. Wow, Kaken, you're lucky, your quirk is amazing. When I get mine, I hope it's just as great. But the blonde just smiled mockingly and turned his face with a look and a smile that denoted superiority. Kitsuki. Whatever, no matter what quirk you have, it will never be as cool as mine. The green-haired man, for his part, took it as a joke and continued walking. Yes, Bakugo had changed, but Izuku still hadn't noticed. Flashback ends. Unfortunately, things for Izuku wouldn't be as good as they were for Kitsuki. Sometimes life has its favorites. Izuku Midoriya was a cute and tender boy. Despite his young age, the little green-haired boy was always someone altruistic, helping those he could. The education that his parents gave him had made him that way. The boy admired his parents equally. Despite the fact that his mother was a housewife, he considered her a heroine who never gave up, and on the other hand, his father was someone who never took a step back. Izuku always saw his father as a great hero, because being a journalist was risking your life to always bring the best information and the truth. Yes, Izuku was happy, he admired his parents, and although a part of him would have liked to work as a reporter like Clark, the other part had a bigger ambition, much bigger. Izuku. Someday I'll be a great hero, Dad, just like Superman, and I'll always give you all my exclusives. Clark. Haha, really? Izuku. Yes. When I get my quirk I will be a great hero, and I will not leave either of you alone. I am capable of making my pay go home with you. Clark. Haha, that's very nice of you, Izuku, but if you give us your entire allowance, how will you live? Izuku. Haha, I'll be a super dad, I'll never fail. Clark. Haha, I have that very clear, super boy. Yes, Izuku wanted to be a great hero, and he aimed high, because he didn't want to be a hero just for fame. His goal was to be a hero who could protect everyone and would never give up, no matter what obstacles life put in front of him. Yes, that was Izuku Midoriya, always altruistic, always positive and smiling, the boy who dreamed of being a great hero. Insert the song Yotsu. Go Yoki mo no fu no Adaribu by Yuki Hayashi. Deku's shock, and continue reading. Doctor. You should give up. And so he sentenced him. At almost 5 years old, Izuku was in the hospital with his mother and father. The reason? Easy, they were worried because Izuku showed no signs of awakening his quirk. Clark asked for permission at work, and without wasting time they took his son to the hospital, where after doing the corresponding tests, the old doctor gave his verdict. Izuku's gaze went blank and petrified by the news. The boy dropped his Superman figure that he lovingly held in his hand, causing it to slam against the ground. At that moment Inko and Clark turned to look at each other with concern. Inko. And no, it can't be. Clark. Tell me, doctor, did something bad happen to Izuku? Inko. The quirks of the rest of his companions have already appeared, our Izuku is the only one who hasn't. Doctor. Well, before I give my verdict, Mrs. Midoriya, tell me, you're 4th generation, right? Inko. Yes. Doctor. Could you please tell me what your quirk is? Inko. Yes, my quirk consists of a slightly weaker telekinesis, I can attract small objects towards me. The woman said this while with her hand she attracted the figure of the Superman that had fallen to her son while he was still in shock. Doctor. Well, I see, now, Mr. Midoriya, you are from. Clark. Final stages of the 3rd generation. Doctor. It's halfway between the 3rd and the 4th, isn't it? Clark. Yes. Doctor. And according to your tests, you don't have a quirk. Clark. Exactly. The doctor sighed, touched the bridge of his nose, and adjusted his glasses before speaking again. Doctor. Sigh. Well, naturally at the age of 4 children should already be able to manifest their quirk, although this rule can be skipped by mutation-type quirks or certain specific cases, such as the first almost registered, which was a luminescent baby. In Izuku's case, the natural thing would have been for him to develop a quirk like yours, Mrs. Midoriya. Inko. Yes. Doctor. But now I want you to pay attention to this X-ray. The doctor pointed to the X-ray of a foot. At the bottom you could read Izuku Midoriya, which gave faith and legality that it was the result of one of the tests they did on Izuku. Doctor. In the past, when superpowers began to appear, several tests were carried out to determine the origin of the quirks, and although nothing specific was ever reached that would give us an indication of the origin, we were presented with what would be the test to determine if someone was special or not. Clark. I see. Doctor. Over time this practice was approved and then it became common to take x-rays to check if the little finger was missing a union. Clark. A union on the little finger. Doctor. The joint pointing to the joint izuku possessed this is because according to an analysis, when parts of the body are not used they are seen as unnecessary, so it was discovered that people who did not have this union were, in a way, more evolved than others. Now, seeing cases of a double joint like izuku's is unusual these days, but unfortunately it is proof that your son does not have and will not be able to develop a quirk. At that moment the world collapsed for Izuku who saw his feet. How could something so simple decide the fate of his dream? Doctor. As I said, this is unusual, but unfortunately it is the result of mixing a quirkless with someone with a quirk that, pardon the word, is weak by most standards, sorry. Izuku for his part was devastated, his world was falling apart. For their part Clark and Inko stood up, Clark carried Izuku, and they headed towards the health. Clark. Thank you, doctor, for your time and expertise. They both left the office and went home where without thinking much Izuku locked himself in his room. Inko. And now what are we going to do? Clark. Our son was very excited to be a hero, how can we clarify this? Clark. It's my fault Inko, I'm so sorry. Inko. No, the last thing I want now is for you to get sad too. The Midoriya family was sad, the couple was sitting at the table while they thought about what to do. In the background they heard thunder and the sound of heavy drops of rain falling against the roof. The thick clouds made the landscape sadder than it already was. Suddenly someone knocked on the door and Inko stood up to open it. Clark for his part sat thinking about the life he had given his son. The little green-haired boy had always wanted to be a hero like Superman and now he couldn't. A hero like Superman. On the other side, Inko approached the door and opened it, revealing that it was her best friend Mitsuki who was on the other side of the door with a smile. Mitsuki. Inko. Hello, is everything okay? Inko. Yes, everything's fine Mitsuki. Mitsuki. Hey, silly, you know you can't hide anything from me, right? I know you're up to something. Tell me what's up or I'll get mad and… Inko. It's Izuku, he doesn't have a quirk. The news fell suddenly on the blonde who erased the smile with which she tried to support her best friend. The blonde remembered that Izuku, always smiling, wanted to be a great hero. Now, the woman did not know how the little green-haired boy would react. Mitsuki also remembered her son. His explosions could hurt Izuku. The blonde was infected by the sadness of her best friend and sighed. Mitsuki. I'm so sorry Inko. How is Izuku? Inko. He locked himself in his room, I'll go see him right now, sorry Mitsuki. Mitsuki. No, forgive me for bothering you, I'll go home, say hi to Clark. Inko. Of course. The green-haired woman gave a fake smile and closed the door. The woman couldn't hold back her tears any longer and began to cry. The doctor's words echoed in her mind. The weak quirk by English standards. Inko felt guilty. If only she weren't so weak, Izuku might have developed his quirk. Clark, for his part, stood up and hugged his wife, who began to cry. Clark. Come my love, we have to see how Izuku is doing. Inko. I don't know if I can stand looking into your eyes Clark, it's my fault that our child doesn't have a quirk, because of me he won't be able to be a hero. Clark. No, of course not, rather I feel that it must be my fault, but you said it, at this moment it would not be right not to support Izuku, come, we have to see how our son is, we must support him. The black-haired man rubbed the arms of his beloved who raised her face to see how her husband smiled at her, he would never let her fall, because that is what a hero does, support others. Clark took his wife's hand and they both went up the stairs to reach Izuku's room. Inko sought support from her husband who nodded slightly. They took the doorknob and opened it, discovering the room which was in total darkness. The only light came from Izuku's computer. The boy was in front of it while playing a video which Inko and Clark recognized perfectly. It was one of the feats of the Man of Steel. A rocket was about to be launched. The excitement of the people was at its peak. The astronauts counted with excitement until the ignition point arrived. The turbines turned on, everyone shouted with joy. But then something happened, the fire covered the entire rocket, people began to worry, and the shouts of joy turned to terror as they saw the rocket explode. The base to which it was attached fell, making a rumble that alerted more people who could not find a way out. Everything seemed lost, but then, a red and blue blur began to cross the sky. The fire was quickly extinguished thanks to the super breath of the Man of Steel who rose, took the part of the rocket where the astronauts were, and showing his great strength he loaded the capsule, and after flying a little more, he let it fall on solid ground, and far from danger, the people applauded again, while the Kryptonian greeted after helping the astronauts to get out. Superman. Well, I hope this doesn't put you off going to space, after all being there gives you one of the best postcards of the Earth. Izuku's parents approached slowly trying not to scare the boy, but he already knew they were behind him. Insert the theme Yukasei no Kuno Mukasei Anguish by Yuuki Hayashi and continue reading. Izuku. Mom, Daddy always saves everyone without exception, he never gives up and he's always there for anyone in trouble. Superman is a great hero. Inko and Clark hugged each other, they were sad, but the tears on their faces began to flow more intensely when they saw their son turn around for them. Clark clenched his fists helplessly, and Inko took her chest where her heart was because there was her son, who smiling cried inconsolably while pointing at the screen. Izuku. Me too, can I also be such a cool hero? Neither of them knew when their bodies moved, but from one moment to the next, they were both hugging Izuku, who was still crying even with the smile on his face. Inko. I'm so sorry Izuku. Clark. Forgive me, champion, forgive me. That day, the Midoriya family slept in tears because they knew they had failed their son. The next day things did not improve. Mitsuki had told Bakugo that Izuku did not have a quirk, hoping that his son would limit himself a little when making his explosions. On the other hand, one of Bakugo's cronies also found out about Izuku's condition, since his grandfather was a doctor, and finally somehow his teachers also found out about this, so they did not take long to notify the class in the hope that they would not bother the green-haired boy. Needless to say, that was a big mistake. Izuku was about to sit down when one of Bakugo's cronies, a brown-haired boy whose quirk was stretching his fingers, took the green-haired boy's chair away from him, causing him to fall suddenly on the floor. The little green-haired boy couldn't hold back his tears, but then everyone started making fun of him. His teachers had left, so they didn't see this. Izuku started to cry, but then his other classmates started whispering among themselves. Boy. Did you hear? Midoriya doesn't have a quirk. Tiled, yes, he is weak. Tiled, yes, his parents are probably ashamed of him. Kid, haven't you heard? His dad is quirkless. Tiled, hahaha, that explains everything. Tiled, look at him, he's crying, he's just a weakling. Boy, and so he wanted to be a hero. How pathetic, haha. The green-haired boy was still sitting when he could hear him perfectly, almost as if fate were punishing him. Izuku could hear his best friend speak and say. Katsuki. Hahaha, you make my job easier, do you see that, stupid? I told you no matter what quirk you had, you'd always be beneath me. Now you don't even have a quirk, hahaha, you're just a failure. Izuku was sad, but unfortunately the day didn't end. It was time for recess, the children went out to play, Bakugo took a ball and started doing some pull-ups with it, Izuku also took his and tried to start a conversation with the blonde. Izuku. You're skillful Kaken. But the conceited blonde just smiled mockingly. Katsuki. Does this impress you? This is nothing. Izuku felt a little better, at least his old friend hadn't insulted him. Izuku lifted the ball and slowly managed to do some pull-ups. Bakugo seeing this got upset. Did the green-haired boy think he could be like him despite not having a quirk? Bakugo walked towards his old friend and without the green-haired boy, noticing he put his foot in it, causing the poor freckled boy to fall to the ground, drawing everyone's attention. Bakugo for his part started to laugh while pointing at Izuku. Katsuki. Come on Izuku, you really can't do anything without messing it up. Once again the children began to laugh at the poor green-haired boy who could barely stand up when Bakugo took the bucket that had Izuku's name on it. The blonde threw the sand he had on the poor green-haired boy and went with his friends. Izuku. It's wait Kaken, that's mine. Katsuki. Guys, look closely. The blonde pointed out the kanji that made up the green-haired man's name. Katsuki. See this? This kanji here for Izu can also be read as to if we change it and combine it with the rest of his name, it results in Deku. Again the same ridiculous child who took Izuku's chair away in wonder of Kaken spoke. Boy. Wow Kaken, you know how to read kanji. Bakugo arrogantly turned his head with superiority while waving his hand downplaying it. Katsuki. Obviously. You guys can't. Ha. Deku, that'll be your nickname, that's what you should call a useless loser who can't do anything. The blonde started laughing followed by his cronies while Izuku made an annoyed face. Izuku. Hey, that's not fair, why are you so mean Kaken? Katsuki. It's not my fault you're a useless crybaby. His friends laughed along with Katsuki while Izuku could only feel even worse. For his part, Clark was flying next to Nana. The black-haired man had told him about his son's quirkless peculiarity and the black-haired woman was as worried as her father. Nana. And what will they do? Clark. I don't know Nana, yesterday we acted badly, he asked us something and we just apologized, we had to support him not make him feel worse. Nana. Clark, it's not your fault, you acted on instinct, after all, this world is ruled by quirks, if only things were like in your land, everything would be different. Clark. I know, I just thought that if he had a quirk like Inko's, things would be better for him. Nana. Look, I know it's hard to accept, but life is like that, and why do you only focus on it? Clark. Because you said so, this world is ruled by quirks. Nana. But what about you? What about your abilities? Clark. No, it is a possibility that I did take into account, but no, you should have shown them before Nana, at your age I carried a tractor on my head without much effort. Nana. Hey, but stop. The black-haired girl stopped as did her partner who looked at her confused. Clark. What's up? Nana. You are you Smallville, and things change from one land to another. Clark. What are you getting at? Nana. What if Izuku is like you when you came to this world? Maybe his power is there but dormant, he just needs a boost. Clark. No Nana, I already told you that's not possible. Nana. It's a possibility. Clark. If that were true, he should have developed it already, he'll be 5 years old, that's not how things work. Nana. Yes, you're right, that's not how things work, but your powers are not quirks, they are abilities from birth, you told me yourself, the sun strengthens your skin and your senses making you faster and stronger, it also enhances your other abilities. Clark. Yes but. Nana. But nothing, you focused so much on what was important that you didn't see the obvious, maybe that's why Izuku didn't have Inko's quirk, because your Kryptonian genes blocked the quirk to make way for your own heritage. Clark. Mitsuki said genetics had won me over when it came to Izuku's looks. Nana. Yes, but maybe you won in the skills part. Clark. But Nana. Nana. But nothing, what if I'm right and Izuku has your skills? He needs a teacher Clark and who better than his father to teach him? The black-haired man looked at his best friend, somehow he knew it was an option, and he also remembered what it was like to deal with his abilities at first. Clark wouldn't let his son suffer the same, so without wasting time he returned home flying at full speed without anyone seeing him. Nana. Oh sure, don't worry, you're welcome mate. The black-haired man quickly arrived home, once inside he didn't bother to take off his uniform and approached Inko. Inko. Clark what's going on? Clark. Well as you know I was patrolling with Nana as usual and we talked about Izuku. Inko knows it too. The green-haired girl lowered her head somewhat sadly, but Clark took her by the chin and lifted her carefully. Clark. I talked to her and understood something I thought was impossible. Inko. What thing? Clark. Maybe Izuku does have powers. The woman looked at the black-haired man, but tilted her head and shook it negatively. Inko. No Clark, we can't give Izuku hope, you heard the doctor yesterday, our son has that double joint, he doesn't have a quirk. Clark. Inko. Inko. No Clark, I will not risk our son, we heard you clearly, and it is not called a power, it is a quirk. Clark. Inko listens, Izuku loves Superman, but he doesn't know I'm Superman. Inko. And. Clark. Inko, remember, I'm not from this earth, I'm an alien, that's where all my abilities come from. At that moment the green-haired woman began to put the pieces together in her mind, the woman had kept the status that her husband had in his civil role as Quirkless, which hearing it yesterday clouded her mind, but now she understood. Inko. Clark you say Izuku Harido. Clark. You may have beaten me with the genetics of her looks, but I was able to beat her with the powers. Inko. Clark. Clark. If this is true well, he's a kid, he hasn't had any reason to exploit his abilities, maybe he just needs a push. Inko. And what would that push be? Clark. His abilities are there, dormant, waiting to come out, I will teach him how to use his powers, which means I have to tell our son the truth. Inko worriedly raised her face. Inko. But Clark, we've already talked about that. Clark. Yes, we said that to maintain his safety, I would never reveal my secret identity to him, but this is necessary. I went through many changes, Inko. Our son will go through the same thing, but he has to understand that he will not be alone. At that moment the green-haired woman hugged her husband who caressed his beloved's back. Clark. Yesterday Izuku asked us a question, today we must answer it. The Superman kissed his wife who understood the point and agreed, the hours passed and Izuku was dropped off at his house, thanks to the school bus, the boy looked sad, that definitely had not been his day. Clark. Hello champ. Izuku. Hello pa hello ma. Inko. Izuku darling, how was school? Izuku. Okay I'll go to my room. The poor boy put his backpack in a corner and went up the stairs, Clark and Inko looked into each other's eyes and nodded, they had to do the right thing. For his part, Izuku changed out of his kindergarten uniform and put on something more comfortable, shorts and his Superman t-shirt were his favorite choice. Izuku sat in the chair and turned on the computer to put on his favorite video of his favorite hero. At that moment his parents opened the door, no doubt seeing the same image from the day before saddened them, but they knew that things would be different from that day on. Clark. Izuku, son, can we talk? Izuku. Not today. Clark. Hey champ cheer up, your mom made katsudon, you're not going to let it get cold, or are you? Izuku. Sorry for being an embarrassment to you all, sorry for not having a quirk, for being useless. I'm just a Deku. The boy began to cry again, releasing his pain. Clark stopped and looked at Inko, who was just as sad as he was, but the woman still squeezed her husband's hand, who continued on. Clark. Hey, don't say that, champ. You're not an embarrassment to anyone. You're our son. We love you no matter what. Izuku. At school everyone thinks they feel sorry for me because I don't have a quirk. Inko. Never Izuku, we are your parents and we will always be by your side. Clark. Son, there's something to talk about and it's a serious matter. The little green-haired boy tipped the chair slightly without much enthusiasm. Izuku. What's going on? Clark. Honestly, there are things you know and things you don't, Izuku, like everything in this world, it's not bad, but there are things you can learn that would change your life. Izuku. I don't understand, is everything okay? Inko. What your father means is that sometimes parents keep information from their children to protect them, important things. Clark. Izuku, there's something we need to tell you that we've been keeping from you all this time. The green-haired boy was now confused what was so important that his parents had decided to hide it. Izuku. What's going on? Clark. You want to be a hero, don't you, son? Izuku. Yes boo, but I won't be able to, I don't have a quirk. Clark. Tell me the truth, son, you're a Superman fan, aren't you? Izuku. Yes, he is a genius, he saves people at an impressive speed, no matter what happens, he is always there to help people. The black-haired man just smiled and lowered his head slightly. Clark. Yes, he's a great hero Izuku, I hope you understand that we've kept this secret for your safety, because there are people out there who are willing to do anything to harm those I love, I would do anything to protect you and your mother, so I hope you understand the reason for all of this. Izuku didn't understand anything that was happening. Izuku. Dad, I don't understand. Clark. You'll understand, Izuku. At that moment the black-haired man took off his glasses, opened his shirt showing the S, and then rose a few centimeters in the air until he was half a meter above. Clark. I know you will, son. Izuku didn't need any further explanation, now he knew, his father, his hero, his inspiration to keep going, and his inspiration to become a hero were the same person. Izuku. Dad, you are Superman. Clark. That's right son, and as I told you before, keeping my identity a secret was something I agreed with your mother, because I didn't want to put you two at risk, that's why even my medical record is marked as Quirkless, after all you are my family, and I would give my life for you. Izuku. But I don't understand Dad. Clark, for his part, landed and put his glasses back on to move forward with his son. Clark. What don't you understand Izuku? Izuku. If you're Superman and my mom has telekinesis, why am I ordinary? Clark. That's my fault, son. Izuku. Why? Clark. When you are older I will explain it to you in detail, but for now you should know that what runs through your veins is something bigger than a quirk, in you rests a great power my son, all my abilities are now yours, they have always been dormant, but it is time for them to wake up. The black-haired boy took his son by the shoulder while he, totally excited, began to smile. He couldn't wait to reveal his true nature to the world, to be able to show off his heritage. The boy was thinking about this when his father pulled him out of his thoughts. Clark. But I must say not everything is as good as it seems. Izuku. What are you talking about, Dad? The black-haired man sighed and looked at his wife who moved forward with him. Inko. We already told you, Clark, you have to know everything. Izuku. What are you talking about? Like I'm supposed to know everything. Clark. Son, what I said is true, you carry great power, but just as I keep my double identity hidden from the world, you must do the same with your powers, you must hide them. Izuku. What? The green-haired boy was confused, he didn't know how to do what was asked, his father told him that he had great power, and now he had to hide it. Izuku. How to hide it? Clark. I just told you Izuku, I myself keep my secret identity hidden, and no, I don't do this to feel superior to anyone, but it's quite the opposite, I do it to protect them, you, your mother, the people I care about like you Aunt Nana and Mitsuki. The little green-haired boy's look was still one of confusion, so his father continued talking, trying to explain everything better. Clark. Izuku, pay close attention, yes, you carry great power, but you must understand that this power goes beyond a quirk, because quirks have their limitations, our powers do not, you are going to be different, even in this world full of quirks, you will go through several changes, and although you will not be alone, son, you must understand that in this world, there are good people and bad people. Unfortunately, since the profession of hero became something tangible, there is a greater number of bad people out there, people who will want to use our powers for their own benefit, they will even want to take them away from us without caring who may get hurt. I protect your mother, but now it's also your turn, I will help you control your powers son, I will accompany you in every step you take. Izuku. But I don't understand Dad, I want to be a hero like you, and if I hide who I am, I don't know how I can help people. Clark. Look Izuku, I'm not asking you to hide who you are, I'm just asking you to be discreet, like I told you, there are people out there who will seek to hurt us just for what we are, and they won't mind attacking someone else just to get to us. Izuku. I don't know if I can do it, Dad. Clark. I know you can, son, that's why we're having this conversation, because I trust you, but now it's your turn, now you have to promise me one thing. Izuku. What thing? Clark. I know you'll be a hero, son, that was never in doubt. I just want you to control your emotions, control your strength and limit yourself. Never show your full potential unless the situation really needs it. Izuku. I don't know how I can do that. Clark. It will be easy son, I will be there to guide you, find a middle ground between your abilities and do not stand out too much, at least in the academy, keep a low profile, remember, we can all be heroes, we just need the courage to put the cape on our back. The green-haired boy looked at his father while he smiled at him as did his mother. Izuku smiled and accepted, after all his father's trust was there and he would never disappoint him. Izuku. Okay pa, it's a promise. Clark. For now your history as Quirkless will remain like this at least until you enter the hero academy you want, then we'll see, but at least this way for now we won't attract anyone's attention. Izuku. Understood. Izuku accepted this although with some heaviness, because he knew that this meant continuing to endure the constant teasing from Bakugo and his group, but his father would smile at him in response. Insert the theme song Kimi wa H plus Rou Nai Nareru, You Can Be a Hero, by Yuuki Hayashi and continue reading. Clark. Remember son, today's effort is tomorrow's victory. I know you don't like the idea of hiding your abilities, but don't worry, it will be worth it. You're going to be a great hero Izuku, you'll be the best of us all. You have that spark of heroism in you, and I'm proud. The green-haired boy looked up in amazement as he watched his parents hugging, the sunset filtering through the windows of his room. Clark. Yesterday you asked us a question and we couldn't answer it properly, forgive us for that. Honestly yesterday we didn't think carefully about our words, but now we are sure of something. Izuku started to tear up as he watched his parents smile at him. Clark. You asked us if you could be a hero Izuku. Inko. And the truth is that. Clark Inko. Yes Izuku, you can be a great hero. At that moment the green-haired boy began to cry until without knowing when his body moved and he ran to hug his parents who returned the gesture. Now there was an opportunity and Izuku knew it, the boy had to make some sacrifices, but in the end he knew that his dream could come true. He would be a hero who would never give up, just like his father, someone who would never turn his back on anyone no matter the circumstances. Clark. Okay, son, then this is how things will be. Starting tomorrow we will begin your training. After all we have to know how to use our powers, and at the first sign that one of your abilities appears we will focus on it, understand? Izuku. Yes. Clark. Okay, then it's settled, it'll hurt Izuku, but if anyone asks. Izuku. I'm Quirkless. Clark. Okay, remember this is momentary but essential, so let's move on son. Izuku. Understood. And so began little Izuku's training. The boy did not give up, he thanked his father for having inherited that stubbornness, because every day it seemed as if the promise of a quirker powers were just words in the wind. Izuku did not see that any of his powers showed signs of appearing. Daily the boy forced his eyes trying to use heat vision. He blew until he ran out of air trying to freeze things, but nothing, there were no signs that his powers were going to activate. His only advantage was that his father gave him a fairly agile training, at least now he had a better physical condition for someone his age. Clark had also begun to teach him some fighting moves, because as he said. Clark. Having super strength and not knowing how to fight is like having a gun without bullets, you're intimidating, but you can't use it. On the other hand, Nana had given up on the idea that her nephew had powers. Inko and Clark had been in charge of convincing her of this, and they both agreed that having their help to train in case Izuku developed his flight would be very useful but also risky, since they did not want either of them to get their hopes up in vain. The days passed and they quickly turned into weeks. Izuku was already 5 years old and his abilities had not yet awakened, but even so the boy did not give up, he trusted that at some point they would appear. After all he was the son of Superman, doing the impossible, and overcoming the obstacles that were put in front of him was his best quality. Unfortunately things with Bakugo didn't improve, the blonde was even ruder because he had totally become a bully, now not only to Izuku, but to those children he considered inferior to him. This was why Izuku ended up beaten, because whenever he saw the blonde bullying people, he would always get involved trying to defend and help whoever needed it, and Bakugo didn't look kindly on this. Flashback. We can see a playground, the day was bright, the bird sang happily, but could not silence the crying of a child who was on his knees rubbing his body and hugging himself. On the other hand, Izuku was in front of this child trying to protect him, because in front of him was the aggressor who was Bakugo who was accompanied by his classic two cronies, the same brown-haired boy whose only ability was to stretch his fingers, and a chubby bald boy who had wings. Izuku. Stop, this is cruel Kaken, can't you see she's crying? If you're going to keep doing this, I'll. The green-haired boy was on guard, although his father had taught him to fight. The truth is that Izuku did not want to face the blonde, and his father had told him so on several occasions. Violence generates nothing but violence. If I teach you to fight, it is to defend people, but that doesn't mean you will hit everyone who crosses your path. Izuku admired Bakugo, but not what he had become. The green-haired boy was willing to reason with the blonde, but this never worked. Even so, the small but brave green-haired boy gathered strength, held back his urge to cry, and bravely shouted. "Izuku. I'll never forgive you." The freckled boy was trembling, his nerves and fear were evident. Obviously the blonde in front of him just turned a deaf ear to the warning and just smiled mockingly while his companions behind him just smiled and activated their quirks. The brown-haired boy stretched out his fingers and the fat man began to fly, spreading his wings. Bakugo for his part just lowered his head smiling. "Itsuki. Ha!" Despite being a quirkless. At that moment the blonde hit his fingernail with his palm, creating an explosion that alerted the little freckled boy. He knew that his rivals would not be diplomatic. "Itsuki. You pretend to be a hero, Deku." Izuku took a step back, scared as he swallowed. He knew it had been foolish to challenge Bakugo, but now he had no choice and he wouldn't give up either. The boy was thinking of something to distract his rivals and give the other boy the opportunity to get up and leave, but it was useless. His opponents were faster. The chubby boy flew and got behind him, managing to grab him by the arms, immobilizing him. The brown-haired boy also threw himself and with his fingers managed to grab him by the legs, preventing him from being able to kick or run. Izuku knew it. He was lost because he saw how his former best friend was going towards him, with his fist raised ready to hit him. Izuku closed his eyes and everything went dark after the beating, given the poor boy was on the ground. He had a black eye, it was full of scratches and bruises, his shirt was blackened by the explosions. Izuku looked at the sky while smiling slightly. "Izuku. At least they left the other kid alone." Yes, despite the teasing and insults the green-haired boy never changed, and this infuriated Bakugo, who was in charge of annoying and hitting Izuku more. The little freckled boy did not want to tell his parents who the aggressor was, evading the question every time they asked, but the truth is that the instinct of a mother and that of a reporter were very difficult to evade. The parents only had to see their son's clothes, and with the help of Clark's enhanced vision, they deduced that they were explosions. The parents looked into each other's eyes. It did not take a genius to know who it was. This led Inko and Clark to go talk to Mitsuki and Masaru, who listened carefully to the problem. Mitsuki apologized to her best friend, promising to fix the problem with her son. Unfortunately, this was not the case. Bakugo called the green-haired boy a crybaby, useless, gossip, among other adjectives, who knew he was ruined. The insults were greater, and the blows stronger. Time passed and things for Izuku got worse and worse. One day the adults of the residential area went out to eat. It was the typical neighborhood picnic, but among the neighbors' children, in addition to Bakugo and Izuku, there were also the blonde's cronies who, when they got together, began to walk until they came across a fence that seemed to be broken. Izuku quickly felt his body stop, seeing this because above the fence there was a sign which clearly said, "Do not pass. No trespassing." The freckled boy stopped. He was no fool, but Bakugo, despite being arrogant, was also stubborn. For him, the warning was nothing more than a challenge to his greatness and genius, so he quickly took control again to exclaim. "Itsuki. Come on. We have to go there to defeat the villain." The blonde made a slight explosion, causing the other children to raise their hands, excited to follow their leader without questioning anything. Children? Yes. But Izuku did nothing. The boy knew that going inside was dangerous, but before he realized it the other children had already entered the forest. So worried about them, he quickly went inside too, staying behind them. Soon the children managed to reach a small river, where to cross to the other side, they had to go through a log. The other children hesitated a little, but then the leader of the group threw an explosion into the air that startled everyone. "Itsuki. So? What are you waiting for? Follow me." The blonde put a foot on the trunk and began to walk on it, so seeing the confidence that the ash blonde had, all the children followed him, walking and without measuring the danger, all advancing blindly, trusting Kitsuki, who also did not have much care with his steps. The boy advanced confidently without paying attention, even making explosions, while he had a smile of superiority. "Kitsuki. March everyone without stopping if you want to reach the hero Bakugo's agency." The blonde was singing this until, due to his own carelessness, he stepped badly, causing him to slip. No one saw it coming, and that was why everyone could only watch as Bakugo fell into the water. Immediately, the confidence they had fell, as did the blonde, and they cowardly laid face down against the trunk. "Kid. Hey, Kaken fell. Child, will it be okay? Boy, it's Kaken, he's the most incredible of all, he'll always be fine." For his part, the blonde stood up, his whole body was soaked by the water. The fall had hurt him, but he was Bakugo, the Great One, to whom nothing ever happened. The boy rubbed his head while he looked up at his followers with a smile. "Itsuki. Haha, I'm fine, I'll be up in a second." But then, without anyone noticing, Izuku got down and quickly stood in front of Bakugo, with his hand extended, trying to help him. The green-haired boy's face was worried, which was normal, it had been a big fall. "Izuku? Are you okay? Can you get up? It would be bad if you hit your head." The green-haired man had his hand extended towards his friend, who quickly changed his expression from surprise to annoyed. "Bakugo. I'm a useless nerd. Who do you think you are, extending your hand to me? Do you think you're stronger than me? you don't even have a quirk, you're nothing. At that moment the boy made an explosion against Izuku, blinding him and then pushing him, causing the boy to fall into the water, even hitting hard against a rock, although something happened that none of the infants noticed, and it was that the rock had broken. Bakugo. Looks like I'll have to keep hitting you so you learn your place. Izuku was crying, the boy no longer recognized Bakugo. The green-haired boy tried to get as far away from the blonde as possible, but he was against the wall. Bakugo generated some light explosions and raised his hand, while Izuku closed his eyes. On the other side with the adults. The neighborhood picnic was going wonderfully, the parents were laughing and talking happily. Inko for her part took out the bento where she brought Izuku's food, it was time to eat, so she started talking to her son. Inko. Izuku, come on, it's time to eat, son. The woman called her child, but nothing, the green-haired boy didn't go. Clark noticed this, but thought his little one was playing, although thanks to his super hearing, Clark noticed something and worried. He opened his eyes and stood up quickly, alerting everyone. Mitsuki. Clark, what's wrong? Clark. Do you hear that? Mitsuki. I don't hear anything. Clark. That's why I don't listen to my son. The black-haired man looked at his wife who, worried, looked back at him. Mitsuki. And Kitsuki. Where is he? Clark knew he couldn't use his powers in public, but when it came to his son the rest didn't matter. Using his super hearing, the Kryptonian focused his attention on listening to Izuku's voice, which he managed to do after a few seconds. The green-haired boy sounded scared, and that alerted his father, who managed to locate him and caught the attention of the other parents. Clark. Come on, they're this way. The adults followed the black-haired man until they reached the broken fence. When looking at the signs, Mitsuki knew it. She knew Kitsuki, her son, had passed by there. The adults didn't waste time and quickly advanced along the path until they heard explosions and the green-haired man's voice, which sounded scared. Izuku. Dad. Mom. Where are they? Inko and Clark didn't need to hear more. Their son was scared, he was crying, he needed them. They both ran, followed by the other parents, until Bakugo's children, friends, intercepted them. Clark. Kids. Where's Izuku? Mitsuki. And Bakugo. Child. They are in a river, up ahead, a wolf is about to attack Itsuki. Clark saw the road in front of him and seeing his wife, he made a gesture that meant he should run to help. If anyone suspected, they would figure it out. The black-haired man began to run, thinking of a plan to save the children. The sound of the explosions helped him a lot, and so he managed to locate them, but what he found surprised him. Izuku was in the water, he was crying, he was even hurt. Bakugo was in front of him with an annoyed face, but in the middle was what the children had described, a white wolf, only unlike what was mentioned by the infants. The wolf was not attacking. It seemed that he was protecting Izuku, because every time Bakugo tried to pass, the wolf prevented him by showing his fangs, which made Bakugo angry, who made explosions trying to get him away without success. The wolf had white fur, although now it was wet and with some parts of its body full of dirt and others blackened, surely by the attacks of the blonde, but still it did not go away. Clark for his part carefully went down, calling the attention of the children and the animal. Izuku. Dad. Clark. I'm here. Izuku, calm down. The black-haired man approached his son carefully, trying not to alert or scare the animal in front of him, although surprisingly, it sniffed Izuku and then sniffed Clark in the distance and then advanced towards Clark, who confused saw how the wolf rubbed against his leg. Bakugo seeing this knew he had his chance, so he launched himself again at Izuku, who stood up. Clark seeing this advanced towards Bakugo, trying to stop him. Clark. Bakugo, stop. Although what he didn't expect was that the wolf ran and pushed the blonde with his head, knocking him down and causing him to fall back into the water, soaking him again. Clark was amazed, but without wasting time he took his son and carried him. Clark. Izuku, are you okay? My boy, sorry for taking so long, sorry. Izuku. Crying, I just wanted to help. Clark. Oh son, calm down, everything will be okay, I'm here. The wolf, for his part, sat next to Clark, watching that Bakugo did not do anything else. After a couple of seconds, the parents arrived. Clark passed Izuku to his mother, who, upon seeing the wounds, became alarmed. Inko. Izuku, my god, what happened to you? Are you okay? Oh god, son, sorry, forgive me, I lost sight of you. Basiri didn't waste any time and went to help his son get out. Clark, for his part, managed to get out of the small stream, followed by the wolf. When he saw him, the parents became alarmed and stepped back. Mitsuki. It's the animal that wanted to attack my son. What are you doing with Clark? The black-haired man saw the wolf and, stroking his head, stood up with a serious face that surprised Mitsuki. Clark. This animal tried to protect my son. Mitsuki. Mitsuki. How can you say that, it's a wild wolf. Clark. Look at Izuku's wounds, we both know you recognize the marks. The green-haired woman, for her part, saw the state of her son. The blackened clothes proved Clark right. Inko. Izuku may be Bakugo. Izuku. And I just wanted to help him, he had fallen, I thought that he had hurt himself. Kitsuki. You're the weak Deku. You're just useless. You and that flea-bitten dog will pay for it. Mitsuki immediately turned to look at her son, knowing that Clark was right. Clark. Now you see. Your son was never in danger, ours was. We were too lenient, Mitsuki, but this has reached its limit. We're going home. Inko carried Izuku, who was still crying. The green-haired girl turned to look at her friend, who looked back at her, seeing Inko's upset face for the first time. The green-haired girl didn't say a word and followed her husband, who was clearly upset. The other fathers also slowly retreated. For her part, Mitsuki looked at her son, who, when he saw that he was alone, went out of shock and began to cry. After all, the wolf had scared him because he was just a child. Mitsuki, remembering the animal, looked around, but the dog was no longer there. On the other hand, Inko and Clark got into the truck. The black-haired boy took a thermal blanket and put it on the green-haired boy so he wouldn't get cold. The worried father took the sweater he had brought and put it on to take off his shirt and dry his son's hair with it. Inko, for her part, took the Superman sweater belonging to the little boy and put it on him so he wouldn't have to wear the wet shirt he had all the time. Inko. Calm down, son, we're going home. Clark started his truck and drove to his home. Once they arrived, they quickly got in and bathed their son, as well as treated his wounds, although taking a slight surprise is that despite the blows that the child showed on the clothes, Izuku did not present more than some scratches. Clark turned to see Inko, who returned the look. The parents prepared something to eat for Izuku and put him to bed. Both went down. Inko sat on the couch while Clark, with his heat vision, heated the water to prepare some tea for both. Once he achieved this, he went and sat with Inko, who was worried. Inko. I don't understand, Clark. Izuku, his clothes were badly damaged, but he didn't. Clark. Do you think it's because he defended himself? Inko. No, Izuku would never hit Kitsuki. Well, in general he is not aggressive, even we ourselves have taught him that violence does not solve anything. Clark. Then it could be something else. Inko. What thing? The black-haired man took off his glasses and put 2 fingers between his eyebrows. Clark sighed before speaking again. Clark. It could be my powers, Inko, my invulnerability. Inko. But nothing hurts you, I saw it, honey, and Izuku came home hurt. Clark. I said it could be. Besides, he's growing, it's logical that his powers aren't as strong as mine, he's developing them slowly. After all, Izuku is the result of the union of 2 different Earths. Inko. 3 if we count Krypton as your home planet. Clark. He 3, but the fact is that it's not entirely from here or where I come from. It would be logical that their abilities vary. I suppose it's like quirks. They become stronger as the user grows. Inko. I see. Clark. Every Earth in the multiverse is different. They may look alike, but there are small changes in each one. After all, they are all unique. They vibrate at their own frequency. That makes time different in each one. For example, I know one where it is still he. Inko was confused. She didn't know what this was about. Inko. I don't understand, Clark. Why are you telling me this? Clark. When my father sent me to Earth, he did so knowing that Earth's son was younger. He knew that this would help me grow and develop better than I would have on Krypton if it hadn't exploded. Inko. So. Clark. It could be that I don't know, but I have a sneaking suspicion that this world might have a younger son than my Earth's. Somehow, Izuku's body, his structure, maybe cellular, might be denser than mine. Inko. What does it mean? Clark. Izuku could metabolize sunlight better than me. In short, Izuku could. Inko. I could be stronger than you. Clark. Yes, we have to help him, Inko. His powers are a blessing, but also a great burden. He will be different, people will see him differently. He has to know how to control his powers, limit himself. A bad blow could be fatal. We also have to keep him away from Kitsuki. We already saw that more than doing good, it only makes him feel less. Giving him nicknames, insulting him, hitting him, that will only make him afraid of himself in the end, and I will not let that happen to my son. Inko. You're right, Clark. The couple kissed, sealing their agreement. They had to pay more attention to Izuku and to all the changes the child would present, even the slightest. Inko smiled at Clark, and they both hugged to watch a movie. The black-haired man turned on the TV, but at that moment they heard scratching on their door. The couple remained silent for a few seconds, and again the scratching was heard. Clark saw Inko, who, confused, looked back at him. The black-haired man stood up and went to the door. Clark. Inko, stay here. The Kryptonian took the handle and slowly turned it to open the door. At that moment, and taking advantage of the opportunity, something entered the Midoriya house. Inko stopped suddenly when she saw how the same wolf that they had found in the forest had entered her home. Inko. Scared CL Clark. Clark. I know. The black-haired man approached the animal who, upon recognizing the Kryptonian, did not resist, appearing very docile. Clark. I'll take him back home, maybe he followed us scared. The man carried the wolf and left his home to put the animal in his truck and drive to the forest, where he left it in the same place where he found it. Once done and using his super speed, he returned to his vehicle and drove back home, without knowing that the animal would come back once more. It took a while but surprisingly the wolf who always seemed docile with them, which made Clark's job of returning him home easier. There were even times when the black-haired man was on duty watching alongside the super-powered black-haired woman. When he received calls from Inko, the animal was once again outside his home. Nana. How many times has that wolf come to your house? Clark. I stopped counting, there are times when he even arrives at dawn, I don't know how he does it. Nana. You say it's the wolf that protected Izuku that day? Clark. Yes, it's the same one. Nana. Haha, I think he's already grown fond of him. Has your son seen him? Clark. No, I'll take it before Izuku sees it, I don't want him to get scared. The black-haired man arrived home where the dog was already waiting for him. Upon seeing him, the white-furred wolf began to wag his tail and even played a little with the Superman, who managed to catch him and, carrying him, took him back to his home. Nana. He seems to like you. The black-haired man was on one knee while he stroked the wolf's back. Clark. You belong here, you shouldn't leave, boy, you'll be better off here than in the city, I know what I'm telling you. The black-haired man stood up and flew away with Nana, leaving the wolf alone once again. A few days passed like this, it seemed that the animal had understood what Clark had told him because he didn't return to the house. On the other hand, the black-haired man thought carefully about an idea that had come to his mind. For Clark it was a good plan because this way he could get rid of the thorn in his side of his son's abilities. The black-haired man talked it over with his wife who had her doubts, but once she heard the black-haired man's reasons, she also felt that it was an opportunity for Izuku to decide for himself what to do. Inko. Okay Clark, let's do it. Clark. Understood. So time passed, Clark had to go home quickly to help with his son's training, but he also took advantage of his surveillance to find a place where he could execute his plan, until finally the day arrived. Very early, before dawn, Clark arrived with Izuku at the beach, which was located in the municipality of Dagaba. What was once a beautiful place had now become a garbage dump. This was a problem, but now it was a hiding place. The black-haired man got out of his truck next to his son. Izuku. What are we doing here? Clark. We'll take a walk, son. The black-haired man took off his shirt and showed that underneath it, he had his Superman suit. The black-haired man looked at his son who looked at him in amazement. Despite the time the boy was still impressed, his father was Superman. Clark. Haha, I know, it's surprising, right? Izuku. Yes. Clark. Believe me, son, it will get better. Izuku. How? Clark. Take off your sweater, son, trust me, you won't need it. The green-haired boy doubted this, since he felt quite cold since he woke up. Izuku was about to say no, but his father, guessing his thoughts, gave him a confident smile. Izuku understood. He had no reason to doubt, not when his father trusted him. The little green-eyed boy took off his jacket and approached his father, who took him by the shoulders, picked him up, and hugged him. Once he did this, he slowly rose into the air. Insert the song Sent Here for a Reason by Hans Zimmer. Izuku. You won't let me go, right? Clark. Heh no son, flying lessons are not in the program yet, what I want to teach you is something more wonderful. The black-haired man continued flying calmly until they passed through a cluster of clouds. Izuku began to feel heat, it was dawning, he could see the rays of the sun in the distance. Soon they managed to get out of the cluster of clouds, and after rising a little more they stopped. Izuku had seen that human beings could not leave the planet without special suits, because there was no air in space, so he assumed that was why his father stopped. So he limited himself to watching the sunrise which quickly bathed them both with its rays. Clark. Haha, I'll never get tired of this, it's refreshing. Izuku, our abilities aren't like conventional quirks, our powers go beyond that, and the sun, it's what helps us, it charges us like a solar battery, it enhances our senses, it nourishes our bodies. One day I'll tell you a little more about us, our culture and our powers, but for now you should know this Izuku, you belong to something bigger, you will give people an ideal to aspire to, you will give them hope. Because that is what the symbol represents. The green-haired boy looked at the diamond shield with the S in the center, while his father smiled. Clark. The symbol of the House of L represents hope. Izuku. L's house. Clark. You'll get it, son, you'll get it. The black-haired boy smiled at the green-haired boy who was still in the air, feeling the heat that the sun was giving him. Izuku didn't know how to describe the sensation, but it was unique, he felt happy, capable, full ready. Clark returned home after getting off and changing back into his civilian version. Something that both parents noticed was that their son seemed more animated, happy, even with more energy. Clark looked at Inko with a smile. It seemed almost obvious that the green-haired boy had changed when he got on and then got off. Inko. That's amazing, Clark, apparently he needed that. Clark. Heh. Yeah, they call it the land of the rising sun for a reason. Inko. No, I didn't mean that. Clark. So? Inko. I needed you to accompany him. The black-haired man looked at his wife with a smile and then kissed her while they both happily watched Izuku play with his Superman figure. So a few more days passed. Izuku showed an obvious change in mood and energy, although his powers showed no signs of appearing. Although this did not mean they stopped training, the green-haired man advanced with speed and now showed a new behavior, which was making notebooks with notes which had data on all the heroes. Izuku had started this as a hobby, but soon it seemed to be something more passionate, because he even gave it a name to differentiate it from the others, which was Hero Analysis for the Future. Clark smiled, he knew it, Izuku was determined to be a hero. No one had a greater desire than Izuku. The Kryptonian made a determined look, he was willing to do whatever it took to motivate his son. Izuku was an adorable boy, and after all he had a great future, but a problem arose, and that is that now that he was older his powers could make an appearance, and unfortunately it wasn't at the best time. Izuku was in kindergarten, he was about to finish it because he was almost 6 years old, but for a few days now the boy had been having some problems. His head hurt from time to time, sometimes his face felt very hot, especially his eyes. There were times when Izuku couldn't sleep well, because he heard voices, strange sounds, it was scary. The worst thing was his vision, because there were times when it seemed to get cloudy or he couldn't focus well. Izuku was feeling bad, and the worst thing was that he didn't know how to explain it or how to ask for help. Unfortunately that day was not better, quite the opposite, because suddenly strange sounds began to bother him. Izuku looked everywhere trying to locate the source of these, but without success, and to his misfortune, this caught the attention of his teacher, who stopped writing on the blackboard about the water cycle to turn to look at Izuku. "Teacher? Izuku? Are you even listening?" But the poor green-haired boy looked around quickly. His classmates started to look at him with curiosity, because they didn't know what was happening to the green-haired boy. The teacher, for her part slightly worried, started to walk towards the green-haired boy, but the sound of the heels hitting the floor only confused Izuku more, who didn't know what was happening to him, because suddenly he started to hear everything: dogs barking, horns, the sound of doors, squeaks, everything. "Teacher? Izuku? Could you tell me what the water cycle is?" The words caught the attention of the green-haired boy, who turned to see his teacher and then felt fear in its pure state, because at the time he saw his teacher his vision began to cloud, and then he saw his teeth, his skull. The green-haired boy's breathing stopped with fear. He could see the muscles, the eyes, the bald skull of his teacher, all at the same time. It was as if different types of visions converged, colliding with each other, preventing him from focusing well. The boy turned to see one of his classmates, but the result was the same. Izuku was terrified. His sight returned to his teacher, but his vision did not change. He could see his ribs, his muscles, his heart, his lungs. The green-haired boy could also hear how the organ pumped the blood beating. He heard the air passing through the lungs. The green-haired boy did not know what was happening to him. "Teacher? Are you feeling okay?" The green-haired boy closed his fists, did the same with his eyes, squeezing them tightly, and clenched his teeth as the sounds became louder and louder. He could hear the pencil hitting the paper, the clock ticking, the sounds of the children's jaws laughing, the tension of their skin. Izuku put his hands to his ears trying to silence this, but it was impossible. But then now he also listened with fear to the comments of his classmates. "Child? What's wrong? Child, he probably wants attention. Child, it's weird. Child, no, it's a phenomenon." Izuku couldn't stand it anymore. The little boy saw how his teacher brought her hands closer to him, but once again he could see through it. The sight of the skull-like hand terrified him. He couldn't help it. The green-haired boy stood up and ran out of the classroom. "Teacher? Izuku? Where are you going?" The boy left his classroom and started running. Now he could see through the walls, but he couldn't focus. The sounds didn't make it any easier, either, because he could hear the sound of the markers being dragged on the blackboard, the voices of all the students and teachers, the bells in the distance, the jingling of bells and keys. All of this made him easily distracted, which caused him to fall several times, but Izuku always got up and kept running. That's how it was until he finally got into a small cubicle. He didn't know if it was the broom closet, but it didn't matter. At that moment it was an exit, his escape from the world. The boy took the door, opened the place, and then got in and locked himself in. His teacher took only a few seconds to arrive with him and started knocking on the door. "Teacher? Izuku, please come out." The other children, Izuku's classmates and from other classrooms, were around the teacher watching with interest the result of everything. Izuku's classmates were in charge of telling the others everything that had happened, although distorting the events and saying things not so nice about the green-haired boy. "Izuku? Just leave me alone." "Teacher?" Knocking on the door. "Izuku, I already called your parents." The green-haired boy was sitting on the floor, hugging his knees, hiding his face, but again he felt the heat in his eyes. This prevented him from seeing even more. Izuku was scared. He didn't know what was happening to him, but when he heard that they had made a call to his parents, he looked up. His vision focused on the door, but the heat grew greater, and then his eyes changed to a red color. The teacher grabbed the door, trying to force it open, but as soon as she touched the handle, she immediately pulled it back after a cry of pain. It seemed that the door handle was on fire. It even seemed red hot. At that moment Inko and Clark ran through the halls, guided by the crowd of children. "Inko? Izuku, son. Clark. Champion, we're your parents, we're here son. The adults approached the door. Inko looked at Clark who saw the doorknob noticing the heat emanating from the metal. Clark. Izuku, can you open the door? The green-haired boy didn't want to listen, nor could he. Izuku begged for everything to stop, but unfortunately it didn't happen. His classmates, even from higher grades, didn't make the job any easier. Child. What's wrong? Child, he's a phenomenon. Child, he's a crybaby. Boy, Bakugo is right, he's just useless. The green-haired boy wanted to cry, but it was as if his tears evaporated before even coming out, but it was then when he heard the voice of the one who was once his best friend. Boy, what do you think, Kaken? Pitsuki. He just wants attention, he's just a Deku, a useless good-for-nothing. Girl. They say his parents don't let him play with other children. Girl, how strange. Clark could also hear these voices which bothered him, but Inko quickly got on her knees. Inko. Izuku, I know you're feeling ill, but please open the door. Your father and I are worried about you. We want to help you, but you have to open the door. The green-haired man looked at the door with fear while his eyes were closed. Izuku. The world is very big, Mom, it's very noisy. Clark for his part did the same action as his wife, his glasses slipped a little letting the black-haired man use his true vision knocking on the door. Insert Hans Zimmer's This Is Clark Kent and read on. Clark. So try to make it smaller, son. Focus on our voice. Calm down. Breathe. Everything will be okay. Remember that day we went out for a walk. We left really early in the truck and we were guided by the sun, remember? The green-haired boy began to calm down, and without knowing how, he listened, focusing only on his parents' voices, on their breathing. The boy knew what his father was talking about. It was the trip they had both made. The boy remembered his father's words carefully. You belong to something bigger, you will give people an ideal to aspire to, you will give them hope. The green-haired boy began to calm down, the boy slightly stopped shaking, at the same time he felt his face calmer, soon he realized that he no longer heard all the noise from before. Carefully the little one opened his eyes, seeing that his vision had returned to normal. Izuku slowly stood up and walked towards the door, he took the handle and turned it opening it, and then went out and saw his parents who smiled at him. Clark even ruffled his son's hair while taking him by the shoulder. Clark. There's my son. Izuku hugged his parents tightly as he told them. Izuku. What's wrong with me? Inko and Clark separated slightly from him as they looked at him with a smile. Clark. Everything will be okay, son. Inko. We just have to go home, we'll fix this, son. The green-haired man took his son's hand, the parents stood up and looked at the principal. Clark. Izuku will be fine, he just had a nervous breakdown, it's… Inko. It's just that the insults he's received have made him nervous, he should improve that point, Miss Director. Clark. For now we'll take it home. The black-haired boy took his son and they walked towards the exit. On the other hand, the teacher in charge of Izuku's group looked at the green-haired boy with doubt while feeling the burn on her hand. For his part, Bakugo was angry. Who did the green-haired boy think he was to get all the attention? He was supposed to be the star student of the school. The furious blonde made his way with his explosions chasing Izuku. Teacher. Kitsuki, stop. But Bakugo didn't hear her, the parents had already left the school. The green-haired boy was feeling better when once again he could hear them in the distance. Bakugo's explosions, the boy quickly turned around, and upon seeing the blonde he quickly hid behind his mother, who upon seeing this, turned her gaze followed by her husband, to see Bakugo approaching at full speed. Pitsuki. Who do you think you are, huh? You're just a Deku. The boy was about to jump, Clark prepared to stop the blonde, but at that moment and getting between them once again appeared that white-furred wolf which when stopping began to growl, showing its fangs threateningly at Bakugo who stopped intimidated by the vision. The wolf is on guard growling non-stop. Bakugo heard how they called him, so after clicking his tongue, he returned to the inside of the institution. For his part, Inko protected her son. Inko. Clark, didn't you take him back to the forest? Clark. And I did, more than 10 times. The wolf, for his part, turned to see the family who stepped back, but the animal calmed down and slowly approached the black-haired man, rubbing his head against his knees. The black-haired man knelt down and began to caress the animal's back. Clark. Hey, I told you, you can't stay here, you have to go home. Inko seeing this approached carefully, the woman slowly with a trembling hand, tried to pet the wolf, who noticing the woman turned his gaze towards her. The green-haired girl backed away a bit, but seeing that the dog was doing nothing, she continued on her goal, and petted the wolf who let her. Suddenly Izuku slowly moved away from his mother, and when he saw the wolf he was surprised because he remembered him, and apparently the wolf remembered Izuku, because when he detected his scent again, he turned to look at him and approached him to surround the boy, and then lick his hand. Izuku didn't know why, but feeling confident with the animal he put his hand on the wolf's head. It didn't seem upset or Clark. Wow. Inko. I see it and I don't believe it. Clark. He protected him in the forest, and it seems that he has not separated from him, that's why he always returns home and now to school, somehow he knew he was in trouble. Inko. And it seems that she doesn't like Kitsuki. Clark. The way I see it, he has his reasons. Inko. And what will we do? Every time you take him to the forest, he comes back. Something could happen to him one day. The black-haired boy thought for a few seconds until he saw his smiling son playing with a wolf who licked his face and wagged his tail, happily enjoying the company. Clark smiled when he saw this. Clark. That's right, if we keep doing that, something might happen to him someday. I have an idea. Inko. Which one? Clark. We'll keep him Inko, we'll educate him, buy him a badge and get him vaccinated, he'll always follow Izuku. Inko. Are you sure, Clark? It's a wolf. Clark. They'll grow up together, he's a young wolf, and they get along well, every child needs a dog. The black-haired man would see how the wolf played with his son without hurting him. Inko for her part, saw this with a mixture of concern and calm, because despite the dangers she knew that Clark was right, besides the animal did not look fierce, despite what it did not attack, it only protected Izuku. The green-haired woman finally smiled and turned to see Clark, who smilingly returned her gaze, and then shrugged his shoulders. Clark. Well, we wanted a pet, right? The black-haired man and his wife watched as their son hugged the wolf who let the green-haired man do it, so the four of them got into the truck and went home, where after giving the new member of the family a bath, they gave him a name. Clark. What kind of name do you give a wolf? Inko. How are you, Balto? Clark. It's already in use. What about Hachiko? Or Hachi? Inko. He has a statue, love, I don't think it's a very good idea. Clark. Wolf. Inko. We won't give it that name. Clark. This is Harderstein. The wolf heard the name and turned his head. Inko. I think he doesn't like it. Clark. What do you think? Inko. Fluff. Another mistake, the wolf let himself fall to the ground, hoping that it was not his final name. Clark. Sounds more like a cat's name. Inko. Bolt. The animal just lowered its ears in disgust. Inko looked at Clark trying to figure out a name for the animal. The woman thought hard until she had a memory of something Clark had told her years ago. He was a faithful dog, strong like me, we both came from the stars, he was the only thing that reminded me of my home. Inko. Crypto. At that moment the dog raised his face with attention while Clark looked at his wife. Clark. How? Inko. Let's call him Crypto, Clark. Clark. Inko. Inko. Before you said that when you looked at the stars you felt alone, your homeworld had exploded when you had Crypto. This changed, besides it was the only thing that reminded you of your home. I don't know if it will be the same, but we can try, besides look, it seems that he likes it. The black-haired man turned to see the new pet, seeing that when he heard the name he looked at them fixedly. Clark thought about his old pet. Clark sketched a slight smile. Clark. You like the name, right? Crypto. The wolf immediately stood up and walked towards Clark, who petted his head. Clark. Okay. Crypto it will be, haha. Once this was done, Clark called Nana to inform them about the new pet. After this they went up to talk to their son. The little green-haired boy gave an explanation of how he felt about his inability to ask for help. Inko and Clark encouraged the little boy to be totally honest with them, to which Izuku did not hesitate. The little boy gave a password within his capabilities of how he felt. Inko looked at Clark, who returned the look while swallowing. Now they knew they were his powers. Clark wanted to be happy about this, but he was nervous because it seemed like his theory was true. Izuku had a better absorption of solar energy. Coming out of this small shock, both parents explained everything about their new powers to Izuku, who listened attentively trying to assimilate everything he heard. Izuku. I'm scared, Dad, I don't know how to deal with this, it's too much for me. Clark. It's okay to be afraid, son, fear keeps us moving, it puts us on our toes, but we mustn't let that same fear stop us from doing what we love, fighting, moving, running. Izuku, you will be a great hero, but for that we have to wait, in the meantime we have to practice, train, make our weaknesses our strengths. I already told you, the brave one is not the one who is never afraid, but the one who despite the fear, always goes ahead and saves others. The green-haired man looked at his father, who took off his glasses. Inko looked in amazement as her father lit up his gaze and with his heat vision, drew the emblem of his chest on the wall. Izuku. Dad. Clark. See. There's no need to be afraid, son, but be careful. That's why we made the promise to hide your abilities. Because yes, I won't deny it, they're great, but also dangerous. We have to be careful. Izuku. Yes. Clark. Well, for now we'll watch you back, but you also have to be careful. At the first sign of trouble, you can ask for permission and go to the infirmary. They'll mark us and we'll come for you. But you also have to learn to control yourself. Breathe, think about something else, get your thoughts away. I know you can do it, Izuku. The green-haired boy began to cry as he hugged his father. Izuku. How did you manage to control all this at my age? Who taught you? Clark. My parents, your grandparents helped me, although really are in a certain way what they did was motivate me, because really back then I was alone. My parents were quirkless, but they never abandoned me. They helped me understand what my abilities meant. They helped me understand who I am and what I can do. But today you are not alone, son. You have me, Izuku, me and your mother. We will support you. We will be there every day motivating you to be better, because believe me, I am already eager to fight alongside my son, my little superboy. Izuku, I still don't understand how my powers work. Clark. Haha, I didn't know either, son, but don't worry, you learned, you will in time. Now go to sleep, tomorrow we'll train your other skills. Izuku. But what if I can't? What if I hear noises again or feel my eyes getting hot? Clark. You won't, just focus on dreaming. Dreams lift us up and help us see a better world. Rest, Izuku. Inko. Rest easy, son, we love you. Izuku. And I love you. The black-haired boy approached the door and opened it, but at that moment the newly named Wolf Crypto entered the room and lay down next to the boy's bed, who was happy to see his canine companion. Clark. Hey. Crypto, come on, kid. You can't sleep here. But the wolf ignored him and stayed in his place. Clark. Oh right, now if you decide to disobey, right? Inko. Well, I think we can let it go this time. Clark. You saying this? And I thought I'd seen it all. Inko. Well, you said it, love, he's protecting Izuku. I think it's normal that he doesn't want to leave him. Clark. Now you're using my words against me. Wow, well, I guess you're right. Anyway, we'll leave the door ajar in case you need anything. Izuku, okay. Izuku. Yes, thanks. Clark. Now rest, son. Izuku. Thank you. The parents left the room and Izuku closed his eyes. There were times when he felt like he was about to lose control of his powers again, but when he felt this, he lowered his hand and stroked Crypto's back, which calmed him down. In the end, things had turned out well for a boy and his dog. The following days Izuku spent secretly training his powers. It was a slow and a little painful but necessary process. The beach dump of Dagaba had become the best training ground, since the garbage covered them enough. Daily Inko, Clark and Izuku went to train. The green-haired man was motivated by his father to use his heat vision. The training was double, since his mother was the one who threw the plates that Izuku had to destroy, as well as spoons, among other objects which changed size. The green-haired man had to practice his aim, as well as the intensity of the ray. The first days he threw rays too powerful, and without aiming at his target, which ended up damaging the garbage. A victim of this was a refrigerator which ended up with 2 large holes in its side. Clark devised this plan to help them both, in addition to the fact that he also participated as a guide for his son, showing how to correctly use his heat vision. Izuku did not give up even with the side effects, and being a rookie, a shot at full the power of his power caused him to lose his sight for a few minutes. Clark also taught him to use his X-ray vision, as well as the only limit he had, which was lead. There were days where the green-haired man still lost control of his X-ray vision, but at least now he could control it a little better. His hearing was surprisingly somewhat easier to control. Being on the beach by the ocean made things a little simpler. Clark recommended him to sit on a rock, close his eyes and concentrate on one thing at a time. Izuku did as requested, and it worked wonderfully. First the sea, then the air, the seagulls. Clark was happy to see his son's progress. Definitely the green-haired man had that heroic spark, and his tenacity would help him in his progress. Izuku for his part felt a little calmer, knowing that at least he wasn't alone in his progress. The boy was still afraid of his abilities, but knew that his father would be there to help him grow. On the other hand, the bullying at his school far from stopping worsened more, because since his first powers appeared he was seen as a weirdo, which caused problems not only with the children in his grade, but with the older ones. Unfortunately, some problems didn't even come directly to him. For example, there was a day when Bakugo had to fight with elementary school children, since they had been informed that he had been hanging out with Izuku before. The older children tried to hit Bakugo, but he didn't let them, and although he ended up very hurt, he managed to come out victorious from the fight. Although saying that he won is just a way of saying it, since the bullies retreated when they saw that the boy didn't give up. Unfortunately, Bakugo got angry with Izuku, whom he hit again. Katsuki. Stay away from me, trash. If they see me with you, they'll think I'm just as much of a loser and useless as you. The green-haired boy, for his part, did not need another warning. The boy knew that he was no longer his best friend, so he ended up distancing himself from the blonde. Unfortunately, this did not help because now Bakugo called him a coward, and nobody wanted to be his friend, since everyone considered him a phenomenon, and nobody wanted to go against Bakugo. And despite being still children, the fact that one of them had won over older children basically positioned him as the king. Now more children followed him everywhere, always making him look like the greatest and obviously increasing his ego. We can see how Izuku was in a small river, which was close to the playground and where toy boat competitions were held from time to time. The boy was quietly playing throwing a stone when suddenly, and to Izuku's annoyance, Kitsuki also arrived accompanied by his usual entourage. The blonde saw Izuku and with an arrogant smile, took a stone to throw it. The stone bounced on the water 7 times before sinking. His followers were obviously amazed at this. Kid. Wow Bakugo, that's amazing, how many times did it bounce? Kitsuki. Ha. Are you impressed by that? It was nothing, it bounced 7 times, and that's without me using my quirk. Boy, wow, you really are super cool. The ash blonde looked at Izuku with superiority. Kitsuki. And you, Deku? How many times did he bounce? But the boy didn't respond. Izuku was willing to ignore the blonde, but this made the blonde angry, who hit him on the head. Kitsuki. Hey idiot, I ask you a question. The green-haired man just closed his eyes before answering. Izuku? None. This caused laughter to erupt from Bakugo's cronies who mocked Izuku. Kitsuki. Hahaha wow, you really are a Deku, you can't do anything right. The blonde just laughed, and before leaving he pushed the green-haired boy towards the small river before leaving, followed by the children who just looked ridiculous walking behind Bakugo. Izuku for his part stood up and took a small stone while staring at it. Izuku. That's just because I wasn't playing to see how many times I jumped, silly. The boy wiped his face and started to move forward, although he threw the pebble into the riverbank. Since he was facing backward, he didn't realize that the pebble had made a huge impact. At least when leaving school, the green-haired boy was not bothered because the blonde did not dare to do anything in front of the child's parents, and many times the wolf got out of the truck and went with its owner, who petted him. Bakugo did not want to mess with the fierce animal, so he left him alone. On the other hand, Izuku's parents managed to successfully adopt the wolf, and with the help of Nana, they managed to discover that the wolf had a quirk. It was one of the few animals to manifest one. Nana, realizing this, quickly went to Nezu, who was happy to help the Midoriya family, and she was also happy not to be the only animal with quirk. And even though the wolf did not have the intelligence of the rodent director of the UA, according to the results of the analysis, the animal's ability was an increase in all its capacities. What does this mean? Easy, Crypto is stronger, agile, faster, more than conventional wolves. In addition to having a finer hearing and smell, his size had also changed a bit, making him bigger despite being young. He would also age slower. Clark and his wife were surprised by this, as was Nana. Now they understood. Having a finer sense of smell than normal, he could follow Izuku. The wolf had his scent. With the help of the kind director, the family managed to adopt a large animal. Once this was done, the vaccination process was simple. The animal was quite docile, as long as its owners accompanied it and didn't see them in danger. After this, it was time for it to get its own collar. The family was willing to buy it a tag, but Izuku had other plans. It happened on the day of the green-haired boy's birthday. The boy was excited, so his parents noticed this and asked him the reason. Izuku quickly went up to his room and came down to show a small diamond-shaped plaque. Clark looked at this surprised because it looked like it had been cut carefully. Izuku. I took the piece of beach, cleaned it and used my heat vision to cut it. I think I can control it a little better. The black-haired man saw the plate in front of him. He was surprised. His son was more skilled than he seemed. The boy never gave up despite the difficulties. Clark looked at his wife, who was smiling. The Kryptonian caressed his son's hair gently. Clark. I'm proud, son, you're amazing. The green-haired boy smiled at this and looked at the wolf, who was wagging his tail happily. Clark winked at Izuku, and using his heat vision of a lower intensity than his son's, he recorded the pet's name and identification data on the back. The plate was ready, but Clark didn't stop, and using his heat vision again, he finished detailing the plate, adding the S symbol. The black-haired boy gave the plate to Inko, who carefully painted it, adding the corresponding colors, yellow and red. Clark bought a collar and they put the plate on it and then put it around the wolf's neck, who raised his neck, showing it off proudly. Now yes, the dog was officially part of the family. The days followed their natural course, but for Clark events would take a turn, and after some unexpected events he managed to fight and speak for the first time with Endeavor, the flaming #2 hero. Clark spoke with Inko about this, and the woman was visibly worried about her husband, but he quickly calmed her down and explained the transformation of the fight. Inko. I can't believe a man would carry all that pain. Clark. No one should have my love, no wonder I lost my mind. Inko. I assume you offered to help him. Clark. Haha, you know me well, Inko. Inko. Well, after all, you are my husband. Clark. Haha, yes, I offered to help him. Tomorrow I'll go to his house. Inko. Will you help him talk to his wife? Clark. I'll just motivate him, the decision is his. The green-haired girl kissed her husband affectionately. Yes, that was Clark. He would never let anyone suffer for his part. The black-haired man caressed his wife's face and smiled at her. Clark. Actually, I think I have a surprise for you, Inko. Inko. Surprise? It's not our anniversary yet, Kansas. Clark. Let's just say I was into things I hadn't thought about. The green-haired girl saw her husband who had a nervous face even with his smile. Inko. What are you planning, Clark? Clark. You'll see tomorrow, I just hope you don't get mad. Inko. Make up your mind, is this good news or bad news? Clark. I'll just say it's a surprise. And what a surprise, Inko expected anything but to meet her old best friend again. The green-haired girl was stunned when she saw the image of the woman in the living room of her home. Clark explained everything to her. Inko looked at her old friend with concern. Yes, the white-haired girl had suffered a lot. When Clark told her that he had offered lodging to the woman, and Inko immediately accepted, it didn't matter to her that he hadn't consulted her. For Inko, helping her best friend was the most important thing. And so a new life began. The Midoriya Todoroki family lived in the same home. For Inko this was not a problem, and for Clark much less, because seeing Inko smile made it worth it. But unfortunately not everything was so good, and the woman was somewhat reluctant to interact with Izuku. The green-haired man was quite polite when he met the white-haired woman, but the woman walked away from the boy. At first this depressed the little green-eyed boy, but his parents explained to him that it was not his fault. His mother's best friend needed time. For its part, the animal sniffed Ray, which scared the white-haired woman a little, but she calmed down when she saw how the animal rubbed its head against the woman's leg in a sign of friendship. So a few days passed that soon became weeks. The matriarch of the Todoroki family got a little used to the Midoriya home. From time to time she helped Inko in the kitchen or doing housework. All this was so that she would not feel like a burden. In the same way the woman talked a little more with Inko, trying to recover the moments lost years ago. On one of those many days the woman was sitting in one of the dining room chairs when she saw Crypto approach her and then lie down at her feet. Ray smiled slightly. She had never had a pet before. Being careful not to hurt the animal, the woman petted it. Crypto for his part continued lying at the feet of the older Todoroki. Ray was quite comfortable, but this would be interrupted when she saw Izuku approaching her. The woman saw the green-eyed boy and immediately became tense. The boy for his part stopped keeping a safe distance so as not to scare the older girl. Izuku. Is that okay? Ray didn't even want to see Izuku because of his age. He reminded her of her own son Shoto, and this scared her. Ray didn't want to hurt anyone else, but Izuku, seeing the woman's condition, sat on the ground. Izuku. His name is Crypto. The woman still did not see the child, but questioned by the strange name she asked in a whisper. Ray. Who is called Crypto? Izuku smiled upon receiving an answer, so he continued talking. Izuku. My dog, well, actually it's a wolf, but my parents say it's better to call it dog. After all, at school they taught me that dogs are trained wolves. Ray slowly turned her head. She didn't want to see the boy, but hearing him speak to her so naturally caused her interest. Ray. Well, you're right, he is a very affectionate dog. Izuku. Yes, that's how he is. He protected me the day I met him when a kid was about to hit me. Since then, he hasn't left my side. He's my best friend and… Izuku's plan was to talk to try to get the woman to trust him, but Ray had a problem to solve. Ray. Because. The woman asked this question, interrupting the child who thought about his answer. Izuku. Well, I think it's actually because I don't have any friends, but… Ray. No, that's not it. Tell me, why don't you run away from me? Don't you fear me? Don't you think I can hurt you? The white-haired girl asked this because after what happened with Shoto, she closed herself off from everyone, but she didn't understand why the boy didn't leave. Izuku, for his part, looked at the woman and smiling, spoke again. Izuku. No, in fact you seem very kind, although sad. Ray. Don't you know who I am? Izuku. Well, my mom says that you are her best friend, but that you separated years ago. She also says that you suffered, and that is why you are sad now. Ray. I heard my son, he's the same age as you. I'm a monster. Izuku, for his part, approached the woman until he was next to her dog, whom he petted. Izuku. According to my teacher, monsters are big, ugly and bad, with sharp claws and teeth, but she also says that they don't exist, that we should feel safe because of that. I don't think you're a monster. You don't look like one, haha, and you don't look like someone who hurts people like Kitsuki. Ray. Kitsuki. Izuku. Yes, he is the son of my aunt Mitsuki. He was my best friend, but now he is a bully. He does hurt people, but it is not his fault either. I have hope that one day he will change. Ray. But how can you be sure that I don't hurt people? Izuku. Because you seem like someone kind. You are also my mom's best friend, and she takes care of me a lot. Maybe it was just an accident. Sometimes things like that happen, and we think it's our fault. Ray. You're too young to understand. Izuku. No, or well maybe yes I really don't know, but one day I hurt my teacher's hand by accident. I ran away from the classroom. She was trying to help me, but I hurt her. The green-haired boy almost said the word burn. He might be young, but he wasn't stupid. If the white-haired girl heard that, she would ask how he got an accidental burn, and he couldn't lie. Izuku made the promise to keep his powers, and that would do. Ray. Did you use your quirk? Izuku. No, I'm actually quirkless. Now yes, for the first time the woman turned to look at the green-haired man. Ray knew that being quirkless in these times was a direct reason for everyone's mockery. Ray was surprised because despite hearing this Izuku was smiling. Izuku. At my school they bully me, a teacher wanted to help me, but I hurt her, I felt guilty, but my parents helped me understand that sometimes bad things happen, but not all of them are our fault, sometimes they are accidents, and sometimes we can fix our mistakes. The white-haired girl looked at Izuku who was petting his pet which stretched out on the ground enjoying the caress. Ray, for her part fearful but determined, raised her hand and slowly brought it closer to Izuku and then caressed his hair surprising Izuku. The white-haired girl thought that the boy would run away or that his head would freeze instantly, which made her almost run away, but on the contrary, the boy smiled slightly. Izuku. Haha. Ray. What's up? Izuku. My mother told me that your quirk was cold, that's why you didn't have problems in summer, but your hand is warm. The white-haired woman looked at the boy intrigued. The little green-haired boy was someone interesting. The woman smiled slightly, remembering her son. Maybe the boy was right, maybe there was an option to fix things with a bicolor. Ray. Izuku. Izuku. Yes. Ray. Smiling thank you. The green-haired boy looked up and saw the woman and then smiled at her. Izuku felt better for having gotten closer to his mother's best friend, and although the boy didn't know it, he had unconsciously made a difference in the history of the Todoroki family. Endeavor went to the house more times, always when his friends were present, and he kept his distance from Ray so that she would not feel alarmed, although as the days went by the woman allowed him to get closer. The woman still felt intimidated, but knew that if she wanted to move forward, then she had to trust her husband. In the same way they both began to talk. At first it was timidly, the topics were not very fluid, but first they began to talk about their problems. Slowly they both fixed everything. Genji told her what happened with the general, the reason for his actions and how he felt after this. Then Ray came who also spoke, expressing her emotions. This although it seemed like something simple to the outside eye, the truth is that it took a lot of willpower, since they had never said anything about it before, or at least the way they did now. Tears rolled down their eyes, but at the same time a slight smile formed on their faces. It was a step and a huge one. A few days passed. Ray spoke with her family who were surprised to know where she was because they totally ignored her. The woman's parents went to Inko's house, where they were surprised to see the woman again, her husband and obviously her son, although once they got over the surprise they thanked her for the help she was offering. But Inko played it down because in the end, being an only child, she considered Ray and Mitsuki sisters. For her part Ray spoke with her parents privately expressing to her parents an idea that was on her mind after interacting with the green-haired boy. Her parents questioned themselves a little, but when they saw their daughter's decision they ended up supporting her. Once this was done, and after thinking about it one last time, Ray decided to consult with her best friend who gave the go-ahead. Finally, with the approval of the host family, Ray spoke with her husband. The white-haired woman needed to heal all her wounds before she could move on with her life, and that included her little son. Ray. Genji, I need you to do something for me. Genji. Whatever Ray. Ray. I need you to bring Shoto. Iridid looked at his wife in confusion, but the woman slowly took his hands and looked into his eyes. Ray. I heard our son Genji, but I don't want him to think that I hate him. Shoto must know that I'm sorry for what I did. I know it will be difficult, but he also needs to meet more people, like me, to know that the world is bigger and that bad things are smaller than good things. The Redid saw his wife and then saw how Izuku played calmly with his dog. The Redid looked back at his wife, who gave him a slight smile. Genji now understood what she meant so he nodded. Genji. Okay Ray, I'll get it. The Redid approached Izuku. Crypto immediately got up, but when he saw that it was the Redid he relaxed. Genji for his part caressed the green-haired boy's hair. Genji. Thanks little one. The green-haired boy didn't know what the thanks meant, but he smiled at the older one. Izuku was a fan of Endeavor, so when he found out that the person his father came with from time to time was the fire hero he got excited. Genji for his part got along well with the boy, managing to gain the trust of the White Wolf. In the same way since the last talk that Ray and Izuku had, she had opened up a little more, talking to the green-haired boy from time to time. Going to school for him accompanied by Inko and Crypto. The woman even helped him with his homework when Clark or Inko were very busy or away from home. Ray didn't care about Izuku's quirkless quality. For her the little green-haired boy was a sweet and intelligent boy. He didn't deserve all the bullying he had in his life. Likewise the woman recognized the courage with which the green-haired boy always smiled even in the face of problems and helped everyone despite always looking bad. The woman attributed this to the education he had from his parents, and also the fact that Superman was the little boy's father. In the end the boy had the best of both. Likewise Ray had the opportunity to meet the heroine Nana Shimura in one of the many visits that the black-haired girl made to the Midoriya house. The white-haired girl was amazed to see the woman in her best friend's home, but her surprise became bigger when she found out that the famous heroine was a cousin of her best friend's husband. Ray. The world definitely has many surprises. As time passed, the day Shoto would arrive drew ever closer. Rei felt a nervousness that was easy to hide but important to her because she didn't know how to react when she saw her son again. The image of Shoto with his face bandaged was always a nightmare for her since she herself had caused that wound, but there was no escape. It was she herself who wanted to see her son, and now she had to do her job. And so, after agonizing days that seemed eternal to Rei, the day finally arrived. The eldest of the Todoroki family was waiting for the time to see her son. That day, the woman did not accompany Izuku to drop him off at school, nor did she accompany Inko to get lunch. The woman was at home, in her room totally nervous. The hours passed, and soon the afternoon arrived in Japan. Rei was alone at the Midoriya residence. Inko had taken the truck to go for the green-haired man. Suddenly she heard the door open. The woman was not under any illusions. Genji did not have the key to his home. After a few seconds the woman heard the sounds of the wolf, Izuku's screams of joy and Inko's voice. "Inko. We're home now, Rei." "Rei." "Yes, Inko, I'm in my room." Downstairs Inko looked up, remembered what day it was and knew why her best friend was so nervous. The woman stroked Izuku's head and he turned to look at her. "Izuku. What's wrong, ma?" "Inko. Nothing. Son, go up and change, and then come down so you can eat something. Then we'll do your homework, okay?" "Izuku. And can we play heroes after?" "Inko. Hey yeah, we'll play later. If your father arrives early he'll be the villain, understand?" "Izuku. Hehe yeah. Let's go crypto." The green-haired boy quickly went up to his room, followed by the animal who chased its owner, while Inko went up to her best friend's room. "Inko. Rei. Is everything okay?" "Rei. I don't know if this is a good idea." "Inko. Why not? You were the one who suggested it." "Rei. I know, it's just I don't know, what if he hates me? What if he doesn't recognize me?" "Inko. Hey, calm down, look, no one can forget your face. You're kind enough to be forgotten. Do you remember Mitsuki's reaction when she saw you again?" The green-haired girl smiled at her best friend, who remembered how the day she saw the blonde again she cried with joy, something that none of her friends had seen in all the time they had known her. At this fleeting memory the white-haired girl showed a slight smile. "Rei. Yes, I remember." "Inko. You see. You're hard to forget, besides you're his mother and from what you tell me, the boy is someone who loved you a lot. I doubt very much that he could be capable of hating you, maybe he'll wonder why you did what you did, but I'm sure that he will always love you as only a son can do." "Rei. Do you think so?" "Inko. You know when Clark and I took Izuku to the doctor and were told he was quirkless, we both felt guilty." "Rei. Which I don't understand, you two have quirk." "Inko. Yes, but due to the conditioning of Clark's double identity, he is registered as quirkless in his civilian facet, and at that time Izuku didn't know that his father was Superman. We kept the secret so as not to put him at risk, but the fact is that when we took him to the doctor, he said it was my fault." "Rei. Yours?" "Inko. Well, of both, Clark for being quirkless, but Mia for having a quirk weak to say the least according to today's standards." "Rei. Inko. Inko. We both felt guilty, although I felt more guilty. After all, it was my fault. Izuku wanted to be a hero and see his face. It's something that to this day broke my heart. How do you tell your own son that you can't be a hero? I thought he would hate me, that he would stay away from me, he would have reasons." "Rei. And what happened?" "Inko. He didn't, he was sad, but he still didn't hate me." Izuku stood his ground, and even though he was sad he didn't give up. "Rei. Izuku is a wonderful boy." "Inko. Also Clark supported me, we both supported each other, we didn't let each other fall, we were together, and so we didn't stand firm." The woman looked at her best friend and hugged her. "Inko. You know, Rei, sometimes the bad things seem like they will always be with us, the bad events, the sadness, the pain and maybe yes, but in the end they are what strengthens us, reminds us where we fail, and that although it may be painful we can be better, grow as people, as human beings, despite the difficulties we can be our own heroes. Your son will not hate you, he may just miss you, after all a child will always need his mother." The white-haired girl began to cry while smiling, hugging her best friend. Now she remembered why she always got along better with Inko. The green-haired girl always knew what to say when you had a problem. She was a good listener and never judged you. It was the best of her qualities, along with her characteristic kindness. "Rei. Thanks, Inko." "Inko. Don't thank me, Rei, we better get ready, I'll go prepare something to eat for Izuku. If Genji arrives will you be ready?" "Rei. Yes, I think so." "Inko. That's how you talk." The green-haired woman smiled at her best friend and went down to the kitchen where she was preparing something light for Izuku. Inko was calm when she heard a knock on the door. The green-haired woman immediately stopped, put the knife in a safe place, and went to the door which she opened carefully showing that it was Genji in his hero costume. The woman was impressed but noticed a small boy with two-tone hair coming behind him. Inko knew who it was and let them in. "Inko. I'm surprised a paparazzi didn't follow you, Genji." "Genji? I came in the van, and it helps a lot that Superman, Nana, Gran Torino and Almight are fighting against a criminal gang. They won't be long so I have to be quick. Where is it? Inko. Up. Genji. I'll go see her. Inko. Sure, no problem. Genji. And your son? Inko. In her room while changing, she must have given crypto food. Genji. I still don't understand how you read that name for a dog. Origen bowed his head and headed for the stairs. Genji. I'll talk to her first, can I leave it here? Inko. Calm down, go up without worry. Origen left the little bicolor boy on the ground floor. The boy didn't know what was happening. His father didn't tell him anything. Now he was in a strange place with many questions. Where was he? Why had they taken him there? Where were his brothers? Who was that woman in front of him and why did she seem to get along so well with his father? The little bicolor was scared. For her part Inko turned to see the child and gave him a smile. Inko. Hi, you must be Shoto, right? Can I call you Shoto? Your father told me about you, But the boy just stepped back scared. Immediately Inko looked at the scar on the boy's face making a serious face. The green-haired girl now understood her best friend's fear, but Inko was sure that her best friend would fix things with her son. After all, a mother's love is unique and will always remain that way. Inko smiled at the boy again as Genji got off. Genji. Well, I already talked to her. Inko. That's great, are you sure about all this, Genji? Genji. Yes, I know she could do it, she's more capable than me, that's why I trust her. See you Inko, I have to help Clark. Origen looked at the greenhead who accepted this. The man walked towards the door meeting his son, the fire hero, wanted to caress the child's two-tone hair, but knew that he still had some fear and hatred towards his father, so he stopped his attempt. Genji. Take care, son. And saying this the man left the house. Shoto just saw him without saying anything. For her part the green-haired girl touched the man alerting the child. Inko. Hey, calm down, buddy. Everything's okay. Your dad's coming back. How about something to eat? I guess you're coming home from school, right? Are you hungry? But Shoto didn't respond, although this didn't stop the woman who, smiling, stood up straight. Inko. Okay, I guess that's a yes. Don't worry, I'll prepare something for you, she'll be down in a second, or maybe he'll come down first. You wait here. And saying this, the woman went into the kitchen. Shoto analyzed the whole place. He didn't know where he was. Now he regretted not talking to his father during the trip to ask. On the other hand, in his room Izuku was ready to go. The boy had changed and taken a quick bath to clean the dirt that Bakugo had thrown at him in one of his many attacks. The boy got ready so as not to worry his parents or his Aunt Ray as he called her. Izuku served food on his plate to Crypto and filled his water container. The wolf had lain down on the floor happily while he began to eat. The green-haired boy heard when his uncle Genji arrived and when he spoke to Ray, although he didn't pay attention to the words since it wasn't something he had to know. He also heard him leave his house. Izuku took his Superman and All Might figures and left his room to go downstairs to eat something. The boy jumped a few times on the stairs, happily being careful not to fall, but then he saw someone in the living room. The green-haired boy stood looking into the distance at the boy in front of him. He had red hair. He was standing alone without doing anything. Izuku noticed how he turned his head slightly, which caught his attention. Suddenly that strange boy turned to look at Izuku. Apparently the way he had gone down the steps had caught his attention. Izuku noticed that he had been wrong. The boy in front of him did not have red hair, but it was two colors. Likewise his eyes had the same quality, although what also surprised the green-haired boy was that the boy had a scar on his eye. Izuku, worried about this, approached the boy who looked visibly nervous and confused. The green-haired boy quickly stood in front of him. The boy was curious before the green-haired boy's eyes. They seemed to be the same age, although what alerted the green-haired boy was seeing how the little boy in front of him shed some tears, so worried about him. He took a breath and was the first to speak. Izuku. Are you okay? The green-haired boy noticed how the boy opened his eyes and looked at him attentively. Even his crying stopped, but after a couple of seconds the mixed-haired boy turned his head negatively. At that moment Izuku had an idea, so he quickly put his hand in one of his pockets and took out his All Might figure and carefully passed it to the mixed-haired boy, who took it carefully. Once the boy did this, Izuku took out his other figure, which was Superman, and then smiled at the boy before speaking. Izuku. Do you want to play heroes? The green-haired boy said this, trying to cheer up the boy in front of him, who saw the figure of the American hero. But after a while, Izuku saw how the boy in front of him shook his head negatively. The mixed-haired boy just sighed sadly before speaking for the first time in all the time he had been in the Midoriya house. Sorry, but I don't know how to play. The green-haired boy saw how the boy lowered his head sadly. Izuku looked curiously at the little boy in front of him, but he didn't waste time and smiled again, and then extended his fist in front of the little heterochromatic boy, who looked up to see him confused. Izuku. Don't worry, it's not that difficult. Come, I'll teach you. The little green-haired boy advanced a little, raising his Superman figure in the air, but then he stopped and turned to look at his new friend. Izuku. by the way, do you have a name? My name is Izuku Midoriya. And here we are. 3 weeks later, hahaha, and yes, I know, I promised a marathon of chapters, but there were things I had to resolve, and that didn't allow me to sit down and write properly. Sorry about that, he. Although admitted, it's better to disappear for 3 weeks than for 3 months XD. But hey, this chapter is kind of a marathon after all, let me explain, this chapter has words XD, obviously that makes it the longest chapter so far in the story lol. And in case you're wondering, a curious fact is that this is the second longest chapter I've written, only surpassed by the last chapter of the hero who came back from hell, which had words. A record I hope to break someday, hahaha. But well, it's time to say goodbye before making this chapter longer, hahaha. Thank you for waiting and supporting this story, believe me, you are the best, seriously, there is no way to thank you for all this. Oh, by the way, before I go, I have to clarify something. Everyone saw the announcement I made both in the Facebook group, which, if you don't know, is called Reningakure, and right here on Wattpad where I announced my retirement. Although I made jokes about it before, I have to say that this time it's true, but calm down. I'll explain it first. While my retirement is totally true, I also have to say that this will take time. As you could read, I clarified that once I do my crossover with all the izukus I have in mind, that's when I'll say goodbye. Yes, I plan to do a crossover where I'll bring you all together. In fact, that's a surprise I had in store for you, but obviously, first, I have to write all the stories so you can identify each one. What's my goal? It's that I easily still have to write more than stories, haha, plus the ones that may occur to me during the creation of each one XD, so yes, my retirement is imminent, but it's not close, as I told you before, this old wolf still has many surprises to give. Now, having clarified this, I'm leaving. You know that if you like the chapter you can comment, vote and share the story XD, okay, no, this isn't YouTube, hahaha. But well, now without anything else to say I leave, as always I wish you, good luck to you and your families. I'm Yesh and I'll see you next time. Bye. The boy saw the little green-haired boy in front of him, the mixed-haired boy was hesitant, he didn't know what to do, the boy saw the face of the freckled boy, he was curious how, even though he didn't know him, he smiled at him with confidence, the heterochromatic somehow felt comfortable, somehow it was as if knowing that there was another boy his age calmed him down a little. Also the figure of Almight in his hand meant that the freckled boy trusted him enough to give it to him without problem. The little boy saw his fist and raised it to carefully bump it with the freckled boy's. The boy took a breath before speaking again. Yes. My name is Shoto Todoroki. The green-haired boy smiled more confidently at the boy now that he knew his name, because now he knew he was the son of his Aunt Rei. Izuku? So you are. Shoto looked at the green-haired man confused. Shoto. I'm who? Moments before. Rei was in her room totally nervous remembering her talk with Enji. Flashback. Enji. Rei is here. Rei. Enji. Enji. I know you can do it, Rei, you are someone strong. Rei. But I don't know if I'm enough to fix everything. Enji. You're not alone, remember? Rei. But after what I did. Enji. Listen to me, Rei, he doesn't hate you in case you thought that, he loves you, he has always asked about you, he has never forgotten you, and I doubt he ever will, you can solve this, Rei, because you have always been able to move forward, and this time will not be the exception. Rei. You won't stay. Enji. I would like to but I can't, I have to go out, I'm still a hero. Besides, the child needs you, not me. Irideed stood up and approached the door. Enji. He'll stay here. Rei. Yes, I already spoke with Inko and Clark. Enji. Okay, see you later, Rei. Rei. See you later, Enji, and thank you for everything you're doing for me. Irideed approached the door frame. Enji. For you, my life, anything. And saying this the man left. Flashback ends. Rei stood up, it was true, she couldn't sit forever without doing anything, if she wanted to fix things she had to move, no one would do it for her. The woman approached the door and slowly went down when she heard Izuku's voice, the boy apparently said his name, he introduced himself with his son, the woman smiled, feeling better that at least Shoto was not alone. The white-haired woman continued going down the stairs, and then she heard her son say his name, as well as Izuku's phrase. Rei knew it, Izuku discovered who the boy was, finally the woman had reached the ground floor where she could see her son in detail, her little one had grown a little, the woman stood there for a few seconds when then Shoto turned to look at her. Her in time. The mixed-haired boy was in shock, moments before the boy had heard footsteps, but when he turned in the direction nothing prepared him for what he saw next, because in front of him was his mother, Shoto could never forget her face, the mixed-haired boy felt like crying, which increased when he saw how his mother also shed tears, but there was a smile on her face, mother and son were face to face without saying anything, Shoto began to tremble, and then taking courage, Rei opened her mouth. Insert the song Soras or no Makahu each goal by Yuki Hayashi and read on. Rei. Hello son. That alone was enough. The child ran to his mother whom he hugged. The woman for her part bent down and returned the hug to her little one while both cried. "Shoto. Mom. Ray. Shoto, my son, my child, you're here." Inko came out of the kitchen seeing the moving scene. The green-haired girl gave a slight smile and then turned to see Izuku, who returned the look and the characteristic smile of the little green-haired girl. Yes, in the end things had turned out well, the inevitable reunion between a mother and son. Chapter Izuku Midoriya. The origin. Shoto. Mom. Ray. My son, my child, you are here. And so, amidst tears and joy, a mother and son reunited. For her part, Inko watched the scene happily, happy because her best friend was gaining confidence. Yes, without a doubt, she knew it now. The white-haired girl's future was clear. For her part, Ray went up to her room accompanied by Shoto, and once there, in the privacy of the room, she spoke with her son and was surprised when she learned from Shoto's mouth that he did not hate her at all. The boy loved and missed his mother. Ray listened attentively to her son. Although the scar on his eye was difficult to avoid seeing, the woman began to cry once more to apologize to the little mixed-haired boy. Ray was devastated. The memories were difficult to erase, but for his part, Shoto hugged her, which surprised a woman who separated from her son slightly, only for Shoto to tell her the truth that the woman never thought she would hear. "Shoto. You don't have to apologize, Mom. This wasn't your fault. I don't know why you did it, but you were trying to cure me. Please don't cry anymore." The white-haired woman stroked her son's hair carefully. The trembling was evident. Ray hugged her son again, who was calmer. The boy felt calmer being in his mother's arms. Once Ray had no more tears and could contain her tremors, she spoke to her son, trying to explain why he was in that place. Shoto was surprised to hear that it was his mother who had admitted herself to the hospital voluntarily and was surprised again when his mother confessed that it was his father who had taken her out of there. Ray also explained who Inko was, how long she had known her, as well as a few details, although even so, the woman kept Clark's secret safe. After all, there was trust for him to tell her the secret and she would not break that trust. Shoto tried to assimilate everything his mother told him, managing to do so after asking some questions to confirm details, but once he understood everything that was happening, he asked a question that caught his mother off guard. "Shoto. So when will you come back, Mom?" "Ray. Come back?" Shoto. "Yes, home, my brothers miss you." The woman was speechless with the question and the final phrase. She knew what her son was talking about and it hurt her because thinking about her children brought back the good memories of before, but also the bad ones, the screams, the distance, and now that everything had happened since her departure and since she found out the reasons why her husband did what her eldest son called a betrayal. She felt guilty because deep down she knew that she had been partly to blame for never letting her husband explain or understand his feelings. She knew it. She had broken the oath they made when they got married to always support each other. Genji for his part had always played this down, even telling Ray that she shouldn't think that because in the end, he was the one to blame for everything bad that had happened to his family with his attitudes, the screams and blows. But Ray didn't like that her husband took all the blame because a part of her told her that it wasn't just the fault of one person, but it was the set of attitudes of both of which had led to what they both already knew. But Ray had to give an answer because her son was in front of her waiting with patience and hope. Ray could not give false hope to the child, so taking a breath she spoke truthfully. "Ray. I don't know, Shoto." The white-haired woman, who was hoping that sadness would return to her son, was already preparing a response, but what she didn't expect was for him to look at her with a face that showed confusion. "Shoto. What do you mean you don't know? Did our father forbid you from going?" "Ray. No, Shoto, in fact he is willing to help me return, it's just that I don't know if I can return." "Shoto. Why, Mom?" "Ray. It's just that I want to heal first, son, that's why I came here. I know Inko and in the time I've been here, everyone has supported me a lot." "Shoto. It's like a hospital then." "Ray. Heh, no, she's more of an emotional support, besides it's been a long time since I've seen my best friend. When we were younger she was the best at giving advice, you could always talk to her, she listened to you and never judged you, she always said that if I needed to I could go to her, and now I think I took her at her word." The mixed-haired boy looked at his mother who smiled slightly. "Shoto. I see, so he's a good person." "Ray. Yes, but tell me son, how are things at home?" "Shoto. Well, it's weird." "Ray. Why?" "Shoto. Before, when you weren't alone there were screams and fights at home, we hardly saw our father, and although my brother Tuya, Natsuo and I were happy another part of us felt bad, we missed you, but it was also as if we missed him." Ray just smiled at this and stroked her son's hair again. "Ray. That's obvious son, he's your father." "Shoto. But he hurt you, Mom, he made you do horrible things, I didn't know why I missed him." "Ray. Haha, one day you will understand, son, your older brother knows, there was a time when we were all happy, and Tuya along with Fayumi were witnesses of that time." "Shoto. But the thing is, well, since Dad fought with Superman, things changed." "Ray. Haha well, I guess a fight against the Man of Steel can make you rethink your ideas. Shoto. Daddy changed, I don't know how, but he did. Well Tuya too, he didn't yell at him anymore, they didn't fight, they even help each other. Dad tries to spend a little more time at home. Ray and Tuya look happy. Ray. That's what they're supposed to look like, son. Shoto. But I don't understand mom, after what he did to you and my brother, how did you forgive him so easily? Ray. It's not that they forgave him so easily, son, it's just that they know he really wants to change, they've seen it, that motivates them. Besides, we can all do our part to make a change, from the smallest to the largest, we can all be heroes, son, and even heroes need help from time to time. The mixed-haired boy looked at his mother and hugged her. Shoto. Speaking of which Tuya. Ray. What's wrong with him? Shoto. He's already years old, mom, and he wants to enter UA, he wants to be a hero. The white-haired woman looked at her son, she didn't know that this was her eldest son's dream. The white-haired woman looked a little surprised, but then smiled slightly. Ray. Well I guess it runs in the family after all. The mixed-haired boy looked at his mother as he began to shed tears. Ray. What's wrong, son? Shoto. I want to be a hero too, mom, but I don't want to be someone like dad, I don't want to become someone who hurts you or others. The white-haired girl looked at her son and stroked his back. Ray. But you want to be a hero, right son? Shoto. Yes, but. Ray. Then do it Shoto, you are not your father or your brother, it is your life, it is your power, you decide what to do with it, and if you want to be a hero, I support you, just do not change your way of being, be the hero you want to be. The mixed-haired boy looked up seeing his mother smiling at him, the boy for his part, despite his young age, asked a question that caught his mother off guard. Shoto. Mom do you hate my fireside? Ray was surprised by this, but also remembered the day she gave her son the scar, she remembered the talk with her mother and what she said, at the same time she remembered that Shoto had heard everything. The white-haired girl looked at her son and carefully caressed the scar trying not to hurt him. Ray. No son I don't hate it, before I was afraid, because fire became an instrument to do harm, but that fear became security, because fire can be used to protect those you love, give warmth and light to the helpless, your fireside is a gift son, and you should never feel that it is a curse. The little heterochromatic boy placed his hand on his mother's and closed his eyes, he definitely missed that feeling. Ray, for her part, decided to be honest with her son and hugged him, putting her chin on his head. Ray. You see Shoto I will stay here for a while, at least until I am sure I can go out again, but you have options, you can return home with your brothers, tell them how I am and don't worry, you won't stop seeing me, I will still be here, and whenever you want your father will bring you. The boy listened to the words carefully before speaking again. Shoto. What if I want to stay? I don't want to lose you, mom. Ray. You will never do it son, I will always be there for you, but if you want, that is the second option, you can stay, I talked about it with my friend and her husband, and they have no problem, the same thing would happen, as with the first option, I will not deprive you of anything, you can go out, go with your brothers whenever you want, I will never forbid you. The boy saw his mother who smiled at him, Shoto understood, there was no downside, maybe he wouldn't see his brothers or his mother as often, but he would visit them whenever he could, besides he knew that whatever option he chose his mother wouldn't be upset with him. The boy thought about it, but after a few seconds he made his decision. Shoto. I will be a hero mom, someone who doesn't abandon people and helps them no matter the problem, you want to heal, and I will stay to help you, I will be your hero. The boy said this with emotion making his mother happy. Ray. Haha good, now I have my little hero here. The woman hugged Shoto again and kissed his head carefully, the woman was feeling better, that was a big step, she needed that, to be with her son. For his part the boy was happy to be with his mother, the boy was so focused on this that he was surprised to feel a lump in his pants pocket. When he checked it, he took out the Almight figure, and at that moment, he remembered the little green-haired boy who had given it to him. Shoto. That's true. Ray. What? Shoto. The boy who was downstairs gave me this figure, he invited me to play heroes, and I kept his figure, his name is Izuku Midoriya. Ray. Hey yes, he is my friend's son. Shoto. He's a strange person, but I want to play with him, can I, mom? Ray was happy to see that the little one had gotten along well with the green-haired boy, so she nodded smiling. Ray. Okay, come down and play carefully. The boy nodded and left the room, although he stayed a few seconds in the hallway because he remembered a scene from his past, specifically when he saw his brothers play and his father pulled him to train. The boy remembered his father's words exactly. Don't look at that, Shoto. They belong to a different world. The boy stood up, looked at his hand seeing the figure, and then turned to look at his mother's room. The boy saw the long hallway, and also turned his head to look behind him. He was not in his house, his father was not there, nothing prohibited him from playing. Shoto remembered what he said to Izuku when he invited him to participate in his hero's game. Sorry, but I don't know how to play. The boy closed his fists because he had never thought he would feel sad saying this, but at the same time he remembered how the green-haired boy did not give importance to this, promising to teach him how to play. Without a doubt Izuku was someone strange in Shoto's eyes, but he was also someone kind. The boy did not judge him, he even supported him. Shoto knew that it was a turn for his life not to have his brothers as he would before, but he also knew that for his mother, he would be able to endure anything. The boy looked ahead and squeezing the figure of the blonde hero, moved forward to go down the stairs and find Izuku who was sitting in front of his notebook. Apparently the boy was doing his homework with his mother. Shoto for his part approached slowly with a quite marked nervousness. Shoto. Hello. The boy said this almost in a whisper, although it was audible to Inko who saw him and smiled at him. Inko. Haha, hello little one, come in, are you hungry? I made some sandwiches for lunch, we'll have katsudon for dinner tonight. Shoto. Will there be soba? Inko. Soba. I think I have a pack of instant soba. I could make it for you if you want. Shoto. No, I can wait, I don't want to cause any trouble. Inko. Don't say that, wait a bit, I'll prepare it for you. Izuku, can you wait? Izuku. Yes mom, although I think I already know how to solve this. Inko. Well, then what do you think if you read this and try to figure it out? When I get back we'll check it out together, okay? Izuku. Yes, ma. Inko. Okay, I won't be long. The woman kissed Izuku on the forehead and stood up. Inko. But come in Shoto, don't be shy, sit down, I'll be back in a minute. Shoto would listen to the woman and sit down trying not to make noise. Shoto. Yes, thank you very much and sorry for interrupting. Inko. Haha, it's nothing. And saying this the woman went into the kitchen while the boy looked at the green-haired boy in front of him. The green-eyed boy had a face of total concentration, but looked up for a while seeing the mixed-haired boy. Izuku. Haha, sorry, I had to do homework. Shoto. It's okay, it was me who took so long. Izuku. As soon as I'm done we can play. Shoto. Yes, thanks, by the way sorry, I took your figure. The green-haired man smiled, downplaying it. Izuku. It's okay, it seems you're trustworthy he. And that was how the little boy with two-tone hair met part of the Midoriya family. Clark also met the boy when he returned from work. The black-haired boy was kind to him, although like his wife, his son and Inko's best friend did, he also kept his identity a secret from the boy. Crypto also met the infant, although curiously, the wolf growled a little at the little one without attacking him, which confused everyone, because Crypto had never acted like that with anyone. Although after a while the dog approached the boy and after sniffing him for a few seconds, began to behave affectionately with him, which surprised everyone again, because they did not know why at first he had acted violently, but after a while, this did not matter because the dog got along well with the child. After Izuku and Shoto did their homework they both played, the green-haired boy as promised, taught the rules to little Todoroki, who saw that it was a quite simple but fun game. Izuku and Shoto put on a cape and tied a smaller one to Crypto on his collar, their mothers hid, and from their room, they began to ask for help. Immediately the children went out to help the hostages of Clark, who acted as the villain of the game, although in the end the mothers gave him diversity game passing from one room to another. Izuku and Shoto fought with the help of Crypto against Clark, whom they finally defeated. Clark. Oh no, I lost once again to the Great Super Sons team. The black-haired boy fell to the ground while sticking out his tongue. Izuku smiled happily, while Shoto only gave a slight smile. Izuku. Yes. Thanks Shoto, with your help we won the fight. Crypto, sit down. At that moment the wolf climbed onto Clark and sat on his stomach. The boy smiled as he took Shoto's shoulder. The children walked a little further through the house until they heard their mothers scream in unison. Inkore. Save us. The green-haired boy smiled and ran followed by Shoto to open the door to his mother's room and raise his arms happily. Izuku. Calm down, it's all over. Shoto. We're here. The children ran to their mothers, whom they hugged, ending the game. Yes, maybe it wasn't the beginning that anyone would have expected, but you have to start somewhere. Shoto was a reserved child, he didn't talk much other than with his mother. Izuku was part of this distancing, and although the mixed-haired boy was a spectator of the green-haired boy's kindness and humility, this did not make him trust him totally and blindly, his past experiences had made him so reserved. But the passage of time, the holidays arrived and when they ended it was his turn to enter elementary school. Unfortunately the children could not attend the same school, so now Shoto joined Izuku's morning walk to school. The boy was taken daily to his elementary school by Inko and Rei. Every morning they got up and got into the truck, each child sat next to the window, leaving a space in the middle, which was always occupied by Crypto who played with both children, or let them pet him. They always left Shoto first since his elementary school was closer. This never bothered Izuku who took advantage of the way to try to talk a little with a mixed-haired boy without achieving many results. Apparently the little bicolor was a little reluctant to open up to speak naturally with Izuku. The little green-haired boy understood this, he knew that it must have been difficult to move house. Izuku compared, although to a lesser extent, this change with the appearance of his powers because he was also afraid of what this meant. He did not want to use them because he knew that he could harm others, but his parents motivated him, they encouraged him to be better. Izuku was patient, he would not give up on helping his new friend. On the other hand, the training with Izuku had to be modified so that the mixed-haired boy would not suspect, since the Midoriya family and the Todoroki elders knew that the boy had no idea of Clark's double identity. Although this was what brought Izuku and Shoto together a little more, because something they both shared was the desire to be heroes, and what do heroes do, if not save people? Flashback. Shoto was back home, he left an hour after Izuku, so when he arrived at the Midoriya home, the green-haired boy was already there. Shoto entered the house, and going up to his room he changed his clothes. The boy went downstairs, meeting the white-haired girl and the green-haired girl in the living room, talking happily. Shoto. Mom. Ray. What's up, honey? Shoto. Where is Izuku? Inko. Oh, he's outside. Shoto, in the park in the area, here in front of the building. Shoto. Can I go play with him? Ray looked at Inko strangely. Usually the boy never wanted to go out, he always waited for the green-haired boy to play inside, but both knowing and aware that there was a change in the little one smiled. Ray. Of course son, go. Inko. But don't take too long, you both still have to do homework. Shoto. Yes. Ray. Hey Inko, what time does Clark get off work? Inko. He leaves at look, I think he already left in fact. Ray. Then I could pick up the children. Inko. Sure, I'll send him a message, anyway the guard will keep an eye on them, and Mitsuki will come to see them in 20 minutes. The child did not stay to listen any longer, his mother approached, kissed his cheek and left the house. Ray was happy, her child seemed to be making progress. Ray. Did you see that Inko? Inko. See. I told you you could do it, Ray. It's just a matter of you being there, like her mother. You'll see. The green-haired girl smiled at her best friend and handed her an orange which Ray began to peel to eat. For his part, the little boy with two-tone hair headed to the small park. In his pants pocket, he had a figure of Almight. Apparently, Izuku had given it to him to motivate him. The little heterochromatic boy opened the gate after greeting the guard, but what he saw. Shoto watched as his first friend was hit and kicked by 3 kids, while others threw dirt at him. Everyone was laughing, but it didn't seem to be a game, because Izuku was curled up in a ball covering his head while crying. Kid. Haha, you're just a Deku worm, and worms should go on the ground. The little bicolor saw this in shock because he had never seen something like this done to the little green-haired boy. Shoto saw that one of the children who was stepping on him was also making explosions with his hands. He had blonde hair and an arrogant smile despite being a child. Itsuki. Hahaha, we already told you that you can't play here Deku, this park is only for those of us who have quirks. Izuku. That's bad Kaken, at school they teach us not to be selfish, besides the park is public and. The green-haired boy couldn't speak because the long-faced brown-haired boy who always followed Bakugo took a large amount of dirt, using the lengthening of his fingers and compacting it as best he could, he threw it at Izuku, hitting him in the mouth and then kicking him right in the jaw, which made the boy cry more because of the pain. Kid, shut up Deku, can't you see Kaken's talking? You shouldn't even call him Kaken, much less speak to him. Shoto couldn't stand it anymore, the boy remembered all the abuse he suffered not many years ago, he hated when people hurt others just to feel superior. Shoto caressed the figure he had in his pocket, remembering the first words the green-haired boy spoke to him. Are you okay? The mixed-haired boy was angry, and he could hear it, only those who have a quirk. Was that perhaps why the green-haired boy never commented anything about his quirk? Shoto looked at his friend with that doubt, although that soon became a topic for another time, because Shoto knew it, Izuku was in trouble. The boy knew the rule of using quirk so quickly, and without having a better idea in mind, he lunged at the other children and quickly managed to tackle the blonde who had his hand pointing at Izuku. Everything was too fast, the other children could not react in time, they could only watch as from one moment to the next Bakugo was on the ground being pushed by a boy with 2 colored hair. Izuku seeing this worried about Shoto, because he knew what Bakugo was capable of doing, so he immediately stood up scaring the other children, because they did not expect the green-haired boy to do that after the blows, besides that he did not seem to be as hurt as he should. The children saw Izuku standing and their leader on the ground struggling to stand up against the new boy. Bakugo's entourage knew it, maybe before they were emboldened, because Izuku was always one. Besides that, being quirkless he could not defend himself, but now the green-haired boy was not alone, their leader was on the ground and the new boy could have a quirk. Luck was against them, not one wasted time and cowardly fled in terror, leaving the 3 children alone. Izuku he took off the dirt he had and quickly went for Shoto, whom he grabbed by the shoulders while Bakugo on the ground struggled to stand up. The explosions that the boy made were not strong enough to cause any damage, but once Shoto saw this, he remembered the brutal training he had with his father, so with effort, he managed to move the blonde's hands so that they would not harm him. Bakugo was even angrier at this. Itsuki. Sue, let me go. Trash W, who do you think you are, huh? Do you think you're better than me? You're wrong, kid, half and half. I'm the best of all. I'll be a great hero. Now let me go. Shoto. You were hitting my best friend. Heroes don't hurt people. You don't deserve to be a hero. Izuku. Shoto, let it go. Will attract attention, and I don't want to get in trouble with my Aunt Mitsuki. The blonde struggled, but Shoto listened to Izuku. It was true, if they got into trouble it would only hurt his parents. The boy let go of Izuku, and seeing that he had the energy to continue fighting, he looked at Izuku. Shoto. Run home, Izuku. The green-haired boy nodded, he didn't need to hear more. Quickly both children started running. The green-haired boy was running alongside Shoto. The training with his father had given him a good physical condition, although when he heard Bakugo's explosions, he didn't think about it anymore and started running faster. Shoto was slightly surpassed by the green-haired boy. The boy also heard Bakugo's explosions, so he increased his speed, but still couldn't catch up with the green-haired boy. But because of the situation they were in, neither of them paid attention to this, and they quickly arrived at their house, where they knocked a couple of times before Rei opened the door for them and let both children fall exhausted on the floor. Seeing Izuku's physical condition, Rei got worried, so she called Inko, who arrived with her best friend. The white-haired girl helped Shoto stand up, while Inko with her telekinesis managed to lift Izuku. Rei. Shoto, what happened? Shoto. I was about to arrive at the park when I saw a group of children hitting and insulting Izuku. The bicolor was agitated, his heart was beating rapidly, but even so the two women could understand, and immediately Rei looked up at Inko, who already knew what Shoto was talking about. Inko. Katsuki. The white-haired girl looked worriedly at her son and then at her nephew, but also noticed Inko's annoyance. Rei. Izuku, will he be okay? Inko. Yes, I'll just take him upstairs for a bath, I won't be long. Rei. Yes. The white-haired woman only saw how her best friend went up next to the boy. Previously the woman had been informed of the violent attitudes of Mitsuki's son, and obviously Rei never approved of them. She even wondered how the blonde had let her son become like that. For her part, Inko did what was previously said. While Crypto went up to see the condition of his owner, Inko helped her son to change, worried that the boy could not move much because of the pain. Inko. Son, how are you feeling? Izuku. Much better than how I look, ma. I think this time at least they tried to hold back a little. Inko. Why do you say that? Izuku. Because it doesn't hurt as much as I thought, or maybe I'm already getting used to it, haha. The boy sketched a slight smile, but you can't fool a mother. Inko immediately knew it was an empty, full smile. The woman hugged her son, while Crypto rested his head on the boy's legs to comfort him. Izuku. I don't know why he hates me, ma. Inko. Oh son, you know. I feel like Bakugo doesn't hate you. Hating is something very strong and you are just children. He is forming just like you. He is finding his place in the world. Unfortunately the people he hangs out with are guiding him down the wrong path. Katsuki is a good kid, but with bad thoughts. You know him, son. You both want to be heroes in the end. It may not seem like it in him, but with time I hope he changes. In the end he will have to see that the world does not revolve around him. Izuku. If I could show my powers he would accept me and not bother me or hit me or insult me. At that moment Clark entered the room. Apparently the father of the Midoriya family arrived and was immediately notified by Rei, so without saying anything he went up to his son's room where he heard the latter. Clark. Being socially accepted is not the same as being your friend's son. Izuku. Pa. Clark. If you show your powers maybe yes, I'll stop bothering you, but what happens if you show your heat vision and then your X-ray vision or your super hearing? This would cause questions, and you wouldn't be able to answer them all, son. Besides, Katsuki has grown up with a huge ego which increases daily. In his idiosyncrasy he is the center of the universe. There is no one like him, no one who can be so strong, skilled, surprising. Inko. That's true, that's what we were talking about. Clark. The children around him feel safe with him because he is the great Kaken, the one with an amazing quirk, who faced elementary school children. He is the number one in school, but he thinks it is because they pulled him, because they know they are below him and they already consider him number one. Izuku. He always says that everyone is below him, especially me. Clark. Look Izuku, I'll tell you something, nobody is perfect, we are good at something, but we must understand that there are other things where we are better, and this should not make us sad, but should even motivate us to be better. Like I told you, make our weaknesses ours. Izuku. Our strengths. Clark. Exactly. Now, Katsuki has grown up without any challenges for him. Everyone moves aside when he walks, but what would happen if he finds out you have more than one quirk? What would happen when you are in UA and he finds out you have more? At this age it is obvious that he would get angry, because you would be leaving that perfect world that he created where there is no one better than himself. Inko. Your father is right. Clark. If I'm asking you to hide your powers, it's not just to protect my identity, son, it's to protect you. We have to know how to master them, control them, use them when we think it's convenient. The quirks in our powers are not a game, they are serious business, son. I don't want you to think that we are forcing you to limit yourself. You can do whatever you want, you could play football, American football, baseball, even swimming, but don't do it just to impress. Do it because you are truly passionate about it. You know, when I was young, a few years older than you, I wanted to join the baseball team in Smallville. Izuku. Really? Clark. Yes, I even bought the equipment, practiced daily in the yard behind the farm, I felt I was ready. Izuku. And what happened? Clark. My father didn't let me, I begged him many times, but he always said no. Izuku. Did you listen to him? Clark. Heh no, in fact I did sign up, I showed up, I was in the field in fact. Izuku. And what happened? Clark. Well, standing there in the middle of it all, that's when I realized something. Izuku. What about? Clark. Haha, it was last minute actually, I was ready according to me, but I found out that one of the main reasons why I wanted to get in had nothing to do with baseball. Izuku haha pa. Clark. What I'm getting at is that I understood the reason for my father's actions. Izuku, you can do whatever you want, you just have to be honest with us about two things. Izuku. With which ones? Inko. Haha, well first of all, be sure that you can control your powers. Clark. Haha, that's true, that's the main thing, no bragging. Izuku. Smiling okay, and the second one? Clark. That you really want to do it. The black-haired man sat next to his son, moving Crypto a little, who was being petted by Izuku on the head. Clark. You will go through many changes, son, we do not know which of your other abilities will appear first, so we have to be cautious. From what I saw today, even though we kept you away from Bakugo, he will not stop bothering you just because he thinks you are less than him, it does not matter, you stay away from him, son. Izuku. Yes, that's what I did. Clark. Izuku's constant fights with Bakugo are alarming. Izuku. Even though I didn't start them. Clark. Yes, because the three of us know that you could end them, and that would be a bad move. Izuku. That's true, but does that mean I'll have to run away all my life? Clark. No, not at all, son, but I say it again, you are changing and for better or worse, I went through the same thing, son, I know how it feels. Now Katsuki, maybe he deserves a beating, but the fact that you can do it does not give you the right to do it. Izuku. I understand. Clark. You know, in many of my trips I met many people, but one day I met someone incredible, he had an amazing quirk, it was the abilities of a spider. He was a teenager, but very capable, the fact is that he told me a phrase that certainly has a great weight, and I will never be able to forget it, son. Izuku. What was it? Clark took off his glasses to look at his son with a serious face. Izuku. With great power comes great responsibility, it's in our hands to do good, son, we can make a difference, one step at a time. The green-haired man listened to his father attentively and then nodded his head. Izuku. That's true. Clark. There will be time for the world to know who you are, son, but for now, it's still you, my little superboy. And saying this, the man stretched his fist to Izuku, who bumped it with his father. Thus ended the moment of family talk, because after that Izuku did his homework, played for a while with Shoto, who was worried about the green-haired boy, and then they had dinner. The children were in the living room. Izuku wrote some information in his hero analysis note. He had seen a documentary about the life of the hero Ingenium's family. Thanks to that, the boy was able to make a great analysis of his abilities. For his part, little Shoto was quite interested in what his friend wrote with such passion, so he slowly approached him, managing to see that the boy was drawing the suit of the speedy hero Ingenium. Shoto. You missed a detail on the left side of the armor. Hearing Shoto Izuku's voice, he was startled and dropped his notebook. Izuku. What are you doing? Shoto. Looking at your drawing. The boy got off and took the notebook from the boy, who started to follow him, embarrassed that someone saw it. Shoto. Hero analysis for the future. Izuku. Shoto, give me that. Shoto. Turbo hero ingenium u o grave u I acute u circumflex o acute superscript 2 a belonging to the Ida hero family. He has a quirk called engine, which provides him with engines located in his forearms that allow him to travel great distances at turbo speed, managing to run faster than a vehicle in pursuit. The mixed-haired boy continued reading the extensive analysis from Izuku, who was chasing him to get his notebook back. After a while, the little green-haired boy managed to surround his friend and intercept him, thus finally managing to take the notebook from him. Izuku. You shouldn't have read it. Shoto. Why not? Izuku. Because it's embarrassing. Shoto. What are you saying? At that moment, the mixed-haired boy put his hand to his face in disbelief at what he was hearing. Izuku. I'm serious, Shoto, it's ridiculous. Shoto. Of course not, it's something incredible, Izuku. Izuku. Of course not. Shoto. Maybe it wouldn't be if a villain got it, but in good hands it's something great. Izuku? Why? Shoto? Why? Dude, no one's ever done anything like that. Izuku? It's a little hobby I have. Shoto? Wow, it's good, believe me, those notes are helpful. If you find an opponent with a quirk similar to someone in the notebook, you would only have to remember your notes, and you could make a great plan of attack. Izuku? If you see it from that side. Shoto? By the way, speaking of attack. The green-haired man saw his friend who had the same expressionless face. Izuku? What's wrong? Shoto? What happened in the park? The green-haired boy immediately knew what his best friend was talking about, so he lowered his head and tried to change the subject. Izuku? Look, I think they'll talk about your father, I don't have an analysis of him. Shoto? I'm his son, I can tell you whatever you want, so don't try to divert the topic. Izuku? Izuku? I had to try, right? Shoto? Trust me. Izuku? It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I don't know how to do it. Shoto? It's easy to explain, just say it, why does that kid bother you? Izuku? His name is Katsuki Bakugo, he is the son of my aunt Mitsuki, she is our mother's best friend, he was also supposed to be my best friend. Shoto? What a friend. Izuku? I know he wasn't like that before, but ever since his quirk appeared, people made him believe he was indestructible. For him, there's no one cooler than him, everyone is below him. Shoto? The others didn't seem to mind this much. Izuku? Do you have a quirk? Hang out with him, flatter him, do his bidding, and he'll let you be by his side. The rest of us who don't do this are the ones he attacks. Shoto? Go friends. Izuku? It's always been like this. Shoto? But why don't you defend yourself? Use your quirk, hit him or something, you can't let him always make fun of you, you're not a punching bag. The green-haired man just sighed before laughing sarcastically. Izuku? That's the problem, I told you that if you had a quirk you could get together with him, so guess what? The little green-eyed boy raised his arms showing the obvious, at that moment Shoto understood, the boy didn't use his quirk not because he didn't want to, but simply because Izuku belonged to that percent of the quirkless population. The child lowered his arms, feeling slightly sad. Izuku? He was my best friend, now I think maybe he hates me, life isn't fair for everyone, haha, I don't even have friends anymore. The green-haired boy simply sat on the couch watching the report they were making about Endeavor, while Shoto stayed watching the TV where they showed the image of his father. Immediately the boy put his hand to the scar on his eye, the heterochromatic approached his friend and took him by the shoulder. Shoto? You know I never had friends, my brothers had two who one day they disappeared, but I never could, the way my father raised me didn't help much either, my scar is proof of that, and let's just say that the other children didn't think being friends with a burned one was a good idea, they made fun of me too, they make fun of me for my scar, sometimes it's not whether or not we have a quirk that's the reason for the teasing, but they do it just for fun, as my father would say. Half the world gets up to work and the other gets up to annoy. The green-haired man looked at the two-colored man who extended his fist to him. Shoto? But I feel like that's behind me, after all I told Bakugo, you are my best friend, you helped me without even knowing me, you have motivated me to talk more, you are someone strange Izuku, but you are definitely a good person. The green-haired boy looked at his friend's fist, who looked at him with a slight smile. Izuku? Haha, thanks Shoto, haha, it's true, you're my best friend. The green-haired boy stood up and fist-bumped the mixed-haired boy who felt better for having helped the freckled boy. Shoto? A burnout and a quirkless sounds like a good team, right? Izuku? You don't even need to say it. Shoto? And now, tell me what you want to know about Endeavor. The little green-eyed boy looked at his companion who tilted his head. Shoto? I told you I'm the son of Endeavor, you don't have to watch a report, just ask. Izuku smiled gratefully and then took his notebook. Izuku? Thanks Shoto. Shoto? It helps that you teach me how to draw, you have talent. Izuku? My mother has helped me a lot. Yes, Shoto. Todoroki was happy, the boy now understood the green-haired boy a little better and was also able to help him, his life was definitely going well now. So the children grew up together. The following days, the Midoriya family noticed a change in the youngest son of the Todoroki. The boy was a little more open to dialogue with the other members of the family. In the same way Ray was happy to see this. Endeavor for his part went from time to time to the house. The man was surprised because before it was noticeable the hatred that his son had for him, but now that feeling was changing. Although there was still some rejection on the part of his son, at least now he spoke to him more, always with a tone of quite marked respect. On the other hand, and shortly after Izuku turned 7 some truths began to come out. The green-haired boy had managed to find out his best friend's quirk. Izuku was surprised because it was undoubtedly a powerful ability. The boy was quick to request a demonstration of this, but Shoto only showed his eyesight, missing the green-haired boy. At this Shoto had no choice but to tell the tragic story behind why he repudiated his firepower, giving Izuku a broader perspective of the history of his family and his mother. Izuku? I see. Shoto. I'll never use my fire side, my mother says it's okay for me to use it, but honestly I'm still scared. For his part, the green-haired man tapped him on the shoulder. Izuku. Well, at least you have a quirk. Shoto. Izuku. Izuku. I'm serious, friend, having your parents' quirks is another way of saying that they will always be with you. Shoto. You wouldn't think the same if you were in my position, my fire is cursed. Izuku. I don't think that exists, the truth is I feel like you're limiting yourself, you want to be a hero, but you would only give half of yourself, although you still use the fire side without realizing it. Shoto. I don't want to have a fight about that Izuku. Izuku. Neither do I would lose anyway, but I'm serious Shoto, let's suppose that if you always use your eye side and you always win, okay, but what happens when you reach your limit? You would have to use your flames to level your temperature, your quirk complements itself. Shoto. But. Izuku. You said it, either way I don't want to fight, we both know the outcome either way I'm just saying that giving half of your strength won't make much of a difference, in fact you'd look weaker doing that. Shoto. Hey. Izuku. At the end of the day, it's your power Shoto, not your father's. You decide what to do with it. You give direction to your flames. Forgive me, but he may be your father, but that's it. Shoto. But her flames led my mom to do this to me. Izuku. Yes and sorry to say it, but he did that, not you, it's like saying that I'm just like my father, just because I'm quirkless, do you see how ridiculous that sounds? Shoto. It's not the same. Izuku. Yes and no, but well, you must understand that he is not you and you are not him, they are totally different people. The mixed-haired boy looked at Izuku, but he shrugged. Izuku. I'm just saying, think about it Shoto. The green-haired boy patted his friend on the shoulder before going down to eat, while the mixed-haired boy stood up analyzing his best friend's words. Once he did this, the boy closed his fist and looked at his hand before simply following his friend. So a few normal days passed for everyone until one day something unexpected happened and Izuku fell ill. Apparently the boy was in elementary school when he began to feel a rather aggressive cold. His teacher for her part was questioned by this because the heat was quite comfortable. The woman approached Izuku and touched his forehead, taking a surprise because the boy was quite cold. The woman immediately sent him to the infirmary and from there they called his parents who took him home worried. Izuku could not even use his heat vision to keep warm. For his part Shoto arrived from school and when he found out about Izuku's condition, he quickly went up seeing his best friend who had many sheets and blankets on him, but Shoto noticed how the boy was shaking. Shoto. Just look at how you are. Izuku. Trembling did you come to see how I was or to make fun of me? Shoto. Me 50-50, I've never seen you sick. Izuku. Neither do I guess there's a first time for everything. Shoto. I guess, how do you feel? Izuku. As if I had both poles in the room, I'm quite cold. Shoto. This time I swear it's not me. Izuku gave a slight smile. Izuku. Yes, I knew it was your fault. Shoto. I'd say you caught me, but I think you're hallucinating haha, I'll get you some hot tea Izuku, I won't be long. The boy smiled in response and Shoto went down. The mixed-haired boy took a while to return, but Izuku saw him enter the room with a large cup which was steaming. For his part Crypto just saw the boy doing nothing. The dog was in the room taking care of his master who thanked him for the tea. Izuku. For a second there I thought you lied to me. Shoto. There was a good show on TV. The heterochromatic passed the cup to the green-eyed man who took a sip of tea and immediately stuck out his tongue in visible annoyance. Shoto. What's wrong? Is it hot? Izuku. Very funny. Shoto. You see that the cup was steaming, in theory it's your fault Izuku, although at least I feel better, you can still feel the temperature changes. Izuku. And wow but Shoto is weird. Shoto. Why? Izuku. Because I feel the cold coming from inside my body, my breathing, everything. Shoto. I hope you're not copying my eye side just to make me use my fire side. Izuku. Haha then we would be talking about my quirk being copying quirks. Shoto. That would be scary, if you didn't have a limit nobody would stop you. The green-haired boy smiled slightly, but then they heard Ray speaking from downstairs to his son to come down and eat something. Shoto. Well, I guess visiting hours are over, I have to go down. Izuku. Sure, thanks for the tea. Shoto. It's nothing, as soon as I finish eating I'll come see how you're doing, Popsicle. Izuku. What a clever soba kid. The mixed-haired boy stood up, petted Crypto and headed to the door, but before leaving he stopped in the doorway. Shoto. By the way, blow on your tea, it's quite hot, I don't want you to burn your tongue. Izuku. Long he. The funny green-haired boy threw a pillow at Shoto, who managed to escape and leave the room. Izuku for his part smiling saw his tea. The boy took a breath and blew into the cup, only to realize that he had frozen not only the tea, but also the cup which was covered in ice. Izuku. Wow. The green-haired boy spoke to his parents about this, who saw the cup with a look of surprise. Clark. It's really freezing. Inko. How did you do this, Izuku? Izuku. I don't even know, I just wanted to cool my tea and this happened. Clark. Well, you could say you have iced tea now. The two green-haired men looked at Clark, who shrugged. Clark. Sorry, I had to make the joke. Izuku. What's happening to me? Clark. Nothing, son, or at least nothing bad, your icy breath is a power that I also have. Izuku. Yes, I know, but why did I get sick? Clark. Taking into account that your powers were dormant and that they also awaken enhanced, I can say that this is linked to your super breath, now you have to release it and learn to control it, you've seen what it can do. Izuku. Yes. Clark. If we look on the bright side, at least we're on the right track. Because we're not alone, you'll have to learn to control yourself, Izuku. Try to blow with minimal effort. Izuku. Isn't it difficult? Clark. Our lung capacity is much higher than average, son, it will take you time to get used to it or master it, but when you do, well, Izuku, you'll have to see for yourself, haha. Izuku understood this and nodded, now he would have to know more things to control. The green-haired boy was more nervous, for the boy this was quite a responsibility and pressure. Clark, for his part, was quite serious, as was Inko. The couple did not hesitate to express their doubts. Inko. What's next, Clark? Clark. I don't know, Inko. Inko. What do you mean you don't know? Clark. Inko, I don't know how to be a father, my parents adopted me, and almost immediately I developed all my abilities, I don't know how to deal with this, there is no list, they are random powers, tomorrow I could have the flight, and the next day I could carry the truck with one arm. Inko. Clark. Clark. Yes, I know I'm not the father of the year, I want to help our son, but I don't know how to do it. Inko. Well, technically he already has your invulnerability. Clark. We already saw that his power in heat vision is very powerful to the point that it even hurts him, I don't think I'm the model father. The green-haired girl sighed and hugged her husband. Inko. Clark, I don't know how to be a mother either, I don't know how to deal with a son whose powers are beyond our understanding, but we are here, we are a team, we love our son, we must move forward, yes, the power that Izuku shows is bestial, but that means that the world will never be unprotected, now, we have to support him, we can't leave him alone, he will feel alone at school, and at the academy, he has Shoto, but he doesn't even know that Izuku has powers. Much less that you are Superman, when you both enter school the questions will come, besides I think it's time, my love. Clark. Time. Inko. It's been 2 years since you took Izuku with you, back then we agreed that he wouldn't be able to understand what it meant for you to have more than one power, but now he's years old, maybe it's not the right age, but you should start telling him the truth of both of your Kryptonian heritage, the truth of the multiverse and what that means. Clark. Inko, explaining that would be quite a strain on him, his power is already a huge burden. Inko. Yes, I know, but our son is not stupid. He will start to question why one day he has heat vision and the next day he has cold breath. Clark. Explaining what happened on Krypton and on my homeland would mean telling you. Inko. I know, the death of your parents and friends, but look, you have to be strong, Clark, I support you, and yes, Izuku may not understand right away, but he will eventually, after all in this increasingly crazier world the craziest things could be the reason for everything. Clark. Izuku is years old, honestly I would have preferred him to grow a little more. Inko. Haha, well I highly doubt that when he discovers he can carry a truck with one hand he'll listen to you much, besides he's not a teenager, yet that would be more complicated. Clark. That's true, well, I guess you're right, the faster the better. I could teach him to speak and write in the Kryptonian language. I know it's almost impossible to find another Kryptonian in this world, but if he were to accept his Kryptonian heritage, then he'd have to learn from the mistakes they made in order to make a better world. The black-haired man kissed his wife with doubts, but determined, so a few days later, and when Izuku was better he went out to practice, his icy breath was powerful, but he had to control it, because it was capable of freezing large things almost instantly, it was difficult, and he did not control it completely, but over time he was able to at least reduce the power with which he could exhale it, but once this was done, he had to learn to differentiate between his own breath. The icy one and the super breath, since there were times where he moved large objects like refrigerators or ovens instead of freezing them, the same thing happened the other way around when instead of being able to lift dirt or some small object he froze it. The only thing that could be considered a negative point is that being a novice in the subject, the boy could get sick if he used his ice breath carelessly, in the same way as he could not control his super breath, he did not know how to contain all the air inside, his breathing was wrong, so when using it, he could run out of air after a few seconds. But the real challenge came later and, to the surprise of the green-haired boy, he had to alternate his training with studying another type of writing, another type of language, and the history of a world he didn't know. In the end, his father didn't lie. It really was difficult for the little green-haired boy who didn't know the reason for these new lessons. The days passed and the lessons followed as well as some light explanations which confused the green-haired boy more and more. His father saw him. Izuku had more doubts than answers because he always avoided mentioning the subject or evaded it, which obviously made the boy more confused now by his father's evasive attitude. This was how it was until Clark had no other choice. A year passed and Izuku turned 8. The party was pleasant and fun for the little green-haired boy who was unaware that with this, the moment his father had been waiting for had finally arrived. A couple of days after his birthday and using the same garbage can on the beach which had already become his favorite place to train and with the proportions suitable for his son, the Kryptonian fully explained his story. Needless to say, Izuku initially thought it was some kind of joke on his father's part, some kind of joke or something like that. But the man, preventing this, called her best friend and godmother of the green-haired man, Nana Shimura, who confirmed the black-haired man's story. The woman told her story, obviously avoiding the reason for her battle against All For One. The beautiful black-haired woman recounted how she saw the Kryptonian fall. She spoke of how he saved her life and then saw him do the impressive things that everyone was already used to. Izuku was surprised. The green-eyed man could not articulate words due to shock. Nana for her part was surprised because she did not understand why Clark was telling Izuku his true story if he did not have powers. Clark. Inko taught me that if I want my son to trust me, then he has to know the truth of who I really am, that involves my true world. Nana. It's a lot for a child to digest. Clark. I'd rather he find out about me than he finds out on his own and thinks I lied to him. Izuku, for his part, upon hearing this managed to react. The green-haired boy knew that his powers had no connection with each other, meaning they were not caused by a specific thing like the impressive speed of Ingenium or the fire of Endeavor, but, being so excited to have them, he had never stopped to think why. Izuku lowered his head, looked at his clothes, his hands, his feet. The boy touched his face and then looked at his father before taking a breath to be able to speak again. Izuku. So you're not from this world? Nana. World and reality. Clark. You know it's hard to explain the concept of multiverses to an 8-year-old, right Nana? Nana. You got honest. Izuku was incredulous at the words, but the more he searched for meaning, the more his father was right. The natural rule was 1 quirk per person, and until now there had not been any person like his father who could be called a superhero. Izuku had many questions, but with his aunt Nana there he could not formulate them as he wanted. Izuku felt his breathing cut off despite not using his power, so after blinking a couple of times, he quickly thought of a question. Izuku. So that's why I'm quirkless. Because half of my genes don't belong to this world or reality. Actually the real question was the second one. The first one was just to keep up appearances, although his father quickly understood this and in his mind, he formulated the real question better. Is that why I have more than one power and didn't inherit my mother's telekinesis? Clark sighed and nodded his head affirmatively, making Izuku take a step back. Nana. Yes, now I prove my point. Clark, he is a boy. Clark, for his part, looked at the black-haired girl with a serious face. Clark. You were supposed to be here to motivate me. What could have been a discussion between friends was interrupted because a child's curiosity is strong and Izuku Midoriya's apparently had no limits. Izuku. So there are copies of the Earth that we can't see? Clark. Well, they're all close to each other, but they vibrate at different frequencies, the timing is different for each one. Nana. They are here but at the same time they are not, they coexist without knowing that they are not the only Izuku. The green-haired man, knowing this, had another idea in mind, and that is that knowing that there are copies of the Earth, the question was imminent. Izuku. But then there are supposed to be a lot of options in this multiverse. Clark. Exactly, it's actually harder, but you get the concept. Knowing this, Izuku had an easier way to ask a question that, without knowing it, was about to open and expand his mind. Izuku. So there are more like me, more Izuku. The black-haired man, for his part, looked at his son, amazed at the quick deduction he had reached. Izuku, for his part, saw his father waiting for an answer. He didn't want to be lied to, and Clark knew it, so after thinking it over, he nodded slightly at Nana's surprised look, who had also had this same doubt some time ago. But there was no time to think at that moment because they both saw how the green-haired man lowered his head in disappointment. Izuku. So that means what they tell us at school about being unique is a lie. There are more versions of us out there now. I know the Kaken know that Bakugo is right, there's nothing special about me. The green-haired boy began to tremble, disappointed in himself. For her part, Nana clenched her fists and closed her eyes. She hated this image of the little green-haired boy. The woman felt the impotence of not being able to help. The heroine turned her gaze to see what the little boy's father would do, but he was no longer there. Without knowing how quickly he had moved, Nana saw how Clark, worried as only a father could be, got on his knees and put his hand on his son's shoulder, causing him to look up, looking directly into his eyes. Clark. Son, you have to listen and understand this, you are unique, you are Izuku Midoriya, you are my son, yes, out there are more versions of yourself, but each one is special, you are you, and you are everything I want, my boy, my son, you have something that makes you different from the others, and one day you will know it. The green-haired man looked at his father without much enthusiasm. Izuku. But it's complicated, I don't have grandparents. Clark. If you have a son, look, I know it's hard to understand, but in this world, many things that you thought were impossible are true, believe me, your grandparents would love you, and just like me, they would be proud of you, both of them. For her part, Nana felt that this topic no longer concerned her, so she approached them both, interrupting the moment. Nana. Wow, that must be hard to swallow, you know what? I'll leave you two to talk alone. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call me Clark. Then saying this, the woman rose a little in the air and using her buoyancy, she left the place, leaving father and son alone. For his part, Izuku, who had already digested the news a little better, turned his back on his father while he looked at the sun which was already setting, giving a beautiful postcard of the ocean. Izuku. So that's what we are, aliens. Clark. Well, the alien is actually me, your part human son. Izuku. I don't understand it, Pa, it's difficult. Clark. I know, imagine how I reacted when your grandfather showed me the ship he arrived in when I was a baby, haha, it's funny, he was just coming back from church with your grandmother, one random Sunday, when suddenly a ship fell in front of the truck and there I was. Izuku. How was it? Clark. How did that happen, son? The surprise. Great, that's when I understood why they forbade me so many things. Izuku. But I don't understand, this is complicated, quite, I don't know who I really am. Clark. You are my son Izuku, you are as human as anyone, you just have to take it easy, that's why I taught you everything I know about Krypton before telling you where we are from, trying to get you to adapt to the culture of my home planet, and yes, I know son, it's complicated, but you did it. Izuku. Was it hard for you too? Clark. Hahaha, yes, quite a lot, although your grandparents helped me, this is why I created my secret identity, it helped me quite a bit. Izuku. Secret identity, is that why you wear glasses? Even though we can see better than anyone in the world. Clark. Haha, well, there are more factors than the glasses, but in summary, the secret identity helps us, son, it's a way for the heroes to have a life without always wearing the cape, we have to keep up appearances, that way we protect those we love, like I protect your mother and you. The green-haired man, for his part, was still intrigued. He didn't understand things. Izuku looked at his shirt, realizing that it had his father's logo on it. The green-haired man sighed. Knowing that he had more doubts and insecurities arose in his mind. Izuku. Pa, I don't know if I can do it. Clark. Do what, son? Izuku. Being a hero, like you, I don't know if I'm capable, people see you as the greatest hero of all. Clark. Haha, not all of them. Izuku. Well, yes, but what I mean is that you are important, for I don't know if I will ever be. Clark. Izuku. Izuku. These powers we have you ever regretted having them? Clark. Haha, no. Izuku looked at his father, thinking that his answer was to motivate him. Izuku. Not even a little. Clark. Well, you found me out, they have their moments, but regrets, I don't think so, they're a big burden, the weight is heavy, but I don't regret being who I am because in the end they've allowed me to do, see and witness wonderful things. Izuku for his part looked at his father, the boy lowered his head before continuing to speak. Izuku. Pa, can I tell you something? Clark. You're my son, you can tell me whatever you want. Izuku. It terrifies me, before I thought it would be exciting, and well, I won't deny that it is, but with everything I've discovered, I don't know anymore, I'm not so sure, it seems like I'm a time bomb, any of my abilities could kill, and the responsibility increases with each one of them, I don't know if I can really be a hero anymore. Clark. Izuku, look son, before anything you should know that you are not a time bomb, yes, you're right that our powers are very strong, but it is for that very reason, because of the responsibility we have when possessing them, that we do not use them carelessly, because we know the meaning of power and what it can do. I never use all my strength, because I know what it would cause, it's difficult, but that's why we train, to be better and achieve a better tomorrow, working daily. Always putting a part of ourselves in each of our actions. Izuku looked at his father, who smiled at him. Clark. Our family protects hope, and at the same time we give that same hope to people, that's why we are heroes, son, a hero protects his own. Izuku. Just like you protect us. Clark. Exactly, Izuku, listen, usually my identity was secret, except for people I completely trusted. Izuku. Justice League. Clark. Exactly, well, for some members John. Diana. Bruce, Barry, obviously my parents knew my secret, haha, it's logical, but when I left Smallville and moved to Metropolis, this didn't change at all, even in my job at the planet, I also had to keep a secret, and yes, obviously it brought me problems, but what am I going with this? It's that we will always have to be careful, son. Our identity protects the family. It's not just a disguise, it's a shield for those we love. Izuku? Yes. Clark? You have to know who you can trust to tell such a big secret. Izuku? And why doesn't Aunt Nana know? Clark? I do it with her for other reasons. I know little about her son, but I know that she has suffered losses. At first she was the one who helped me realize that you had powers, but I didn't want to get her excited. Well, neither of us. I wanted to get out of doubt first. Her help would be useful when you can fly, but until now I don't want to worry her. Izuku? My Aunt Rain knows that you are Superman, but neither she nor Shoto know that I have powers, neither Mitsuki nor Bakugo. Clark? I told you, son, this trust thing is harder than it seems. Izuku? How much? Clark? I'd actually like to say that when you grow up you'll understand, but the truth is that it's a little more difficult than that. Unlike me, you do belong to the world, and for better or worse, you are something totally new that would change things in a much bigger way than the Quirks already did, son. Once the world discovers what you are, and what you can do, I don't know what could happen. Izuku? Will I be rejected? Will they think I'm a villain? Clark? The people of the earth know, people sometimes reject what they don't understand, but you must stand firm, son. You are not a villain, you are my son, and I know that when the time comes you will be a great hero. That's why I ask you to keep the secret of your powers for now. The world is not yet ready to know you. The green-haired boy looked at his father, who sat on an old refrigerator which hid the marks of Izuku's heat vision. Clark? You know, son, something I've always believed is that I didn't adopt this world, or well, mine he, but it was the world that adopted me. I've had the experience of seeing the best that this world can offer, thanks to the parents who never considered me less than a child. I tried to raise you the same way, and that's why I hope you think the same. Izuku? Yes. Clark? Izuku, I'll be honest with you, you're my son. I love you for that, and I'll always be there for you, but for better or worse, the fact that you're my son makes that even though your mother and I raised you as a human being, part of you isn't. But I don't want you to think that you're different. I know that life, the world we live in, is chaotic, but that doesn't mean you should lose hope. People aren't entirely bad, they can be good people, Izuku, they want to be. But they need the light to show them the way. You will protect hope, and that's why I know that when the time comes you will achieve wonders. Heroes exist, and that has to show you their potential for good. Remember that you have the strength to change the world. Don't be afraid, and never let anyone tell you what you can or cannot do. Remember that being weak and strong are not categories of the body, but also of the mind. Izuku? Pa. The black-haired man looked towards the ocean. The night was covering them with his cape. Clark smiled and hugged his son. Clark? Now it's time to go home. Your mother will worry if we don't get there quickly. The green-haired and the black-haired boy walked towards the truck calmly. Izuku was a little calmer with the explanations. His mind was a jumble of things because of the information that was given to him so suddenly, and it was for this reason that after a couple of seconds, another doubt arose in Izuku's mind. Izuku? But if mom knows about our powers, why does she still worry? Clark for his part just smiled before answering. Clark? Haha, your mother will never stop worrying about the two of us. That's how she is. Nothing can hurt us, but poor is the one who has to face her wrath. The green-haired boy smiled and got into the vehicle. That answer had somehow calmed him down, as well as given more meaning to the words his father had said to him before. For his part, his father drove calmly home, but not before picking up some food for his son. Yes, he knew it. The boy still had doubts, but now at least he felt a little less strange. Now he knew his lineage, and he would definitely protect his legacy. He would be a worthy bearer of the symbol of hope. In Izuku's eyes, the determination was obvious. Whoever saw him would know instantly. There was no one with a desire to become a hero as great as Izuku's. Yes, the boy was now determined. He would become a hero who would never turn his back on anyone. He would always fight for the common good and would be a beacon of hope. That was his goal, and no one could ever stop him. As the days went by, Izuku showed a slightly more confident attitude than before. The boy was someone altruistic and who never gave up. Inspired by the words of his father, Izuku distanced himself completely from Bakugo, but still did not stop defending whoever he saw in trouble. Even when he ended up badly due to his promise of identity, Izuku, a great understander of the black-haired man's words, decided to see if he could trust people again. The boy wanted to learn to trust his companions, and even when the green-haired man defended everyone, several times they had set traps to hit him. One of Bakugo's subjects pretended to be hurt, and when the green-eyed man came to help, everyone would go after him. This was why, although the boy will always help whoever needs it, he stopped trusting people, but slowly that was left behind. On the other hand, and without knowing it, Shoto was the perfect example that trust is something that is earned. The boy, like the first time he defended Izuku, continued to do so every time he found the freckled boy in trouble. It was for this reason that sooner than anyone would have thought there was already a quite clear and marked enmity between Bakugo and Shoto, both children with a surprising quirk. Bakugo witnessed the ice that Shoto could create, which was capable of withstanding his explosions. On the other hand, the children, when they saw that someone stood up to their leader, were amazed. No one had ever faced a blonde. The infants were surprised, but when they saw that the bicolor child had a quirk capable of counteracting that of their leader, they thought that this new boy would be the same as Katsuki, so they quickly left Bakugo alone to go with Shoto, and thus not have problems. Izuku for his part thought that Shoto would be the same as Bakugo, so he already expected the icy mistreatment, but was surprised to see how the bicolor immediately drove them away. Shoto. If you're following me just for protection, then I don't want your friendship, I'm not your personal bodyguard. Saying this, the boy went to help his friend, while the children returned with Bakugo upon seeing the bicolor's refusal, which annoyed the blonde even more as he considered that this had only been a condescending attitude on the part of the heterochromatic. Obviously this evolved into a more marked attack towards Izuku, who now tried to leave before the blonde. Or always stay away from his range of vision so that he could not attack him, in addition to moving away from him in the hope that over time he would get bored of him. But Izuku's luck can never be that good, because being the only Quirkless in the neighborhood and at his school made him everyone's target. Avoiding Bakugo wasn't very easy. On the other hand, and to keep Izuku away from Bakugo, Clark and Inko put Izuku in music lessons, specifically on the guitar, this at Izuku's request, because he was somehow intrigued by the way some musicians played so naturally. Clark had no problems with this, and time would prove them right in something, and that is that music could keep Izuku calm, thus avoiding having unexpected problems linked to his powers, although the other side of the coin is that Mitsuki, trying to get Bakugo to get along with Izuku, enrolled her son in the same classes. The blonde had become adept at the sounds that the drums made, so when they asked him what instrument he would choose, he did not hesitate to take the drumsticks. What seemed to be the beginning of a torment for Izuku changed to something good. Apparently Izuku's luck could not be all bad, and being a large school they had specialized teachers for each instrument, so Bakugo, when choosing a set of percussion instruments, was kept away from Izuku, who chose a stringed one, thus avoiding confrontations or aggression with the blonde, for his joy and comfort. Fortunately, and omitting his school days, it seemed that things were a little calmer for Izuku now, who was convinced of one thing. His father was right, his secret was a great responsibility, he had to know for sure who he could trust with something that big. Izuku didn't need to think about it much, because after talking with his parents he made his decision. Shoto Todoroki, his best friend and practically a brother to him, would be the first to know. The news took the parents by surprise, but both smiled knowing that in the end it was something that would happen. The children got along exceptionally well, and if Izuku could trust anyone, it would be the bicolor. Clark. Well, at least now I can heat my coffee with my heat vision. It was slow to see it in the coffee maker. Inko. Hey. Mitsuki gave me that coffee maker. Clark. We have to admit it was slow, honey. The family smiled, supporting Izuku, who thanked them with a smile on his face. A few days passed and one Sunday morning Izuku woke up with a decision to tell his biggest secret to his best friend. The boy came down, and after taking a light bath and brushing his teeth, he poured himself a bowl of cereal and sat down ready to eat. After a couple of seconds Shoto came down, greeting the green-haired boy and imitating his cereal breakfast. Shoto. Yesterday you arrived late from your classes, right? Izuku. Did I miss something good? Shoto. They showed a report of Eraserhead, Present Mick and Midnight. Izuku. The eraser HEROI grav UOE, the noisy hero times I grav 1/4 O acute E grav U circumflex thorn macron and the only plus heroine O grav U umlaut I acute U umlaut est set A tilde E acute E circumflex E. I have a small analysis of them in the drafts of the first notebook. I couldn't find anything because they are relatively new. Also Eraserhead is not someone who gives many interviews, he looks like your father lol. Shoto. Hey. Izuku. We both know I'm right. Shoto. I won't deny or confirm that. Izuku. Okay, but then I missed it. Well, I guess they'll repeat it, they always do it with young heroes in their first interviews. Shoto. Who are you? Izuku. As far as I know, your best friend hahaha. Shoto. You're definitely not the Izuku Midoriya I know. Izuku. And you're the same Shoto Todoroki I know. Shoto. Usually you wouldn't miss a show like that, plus you'd be almost dying from not being able to take your notes. Izuku. Relax. Shoto. Seriously, Izuku, where were you? Your dad came to get you, but it took him a while to come back. You're not going to tell me he bought you another Superman figure? Wow, I could swear you're the person with the most Superman items. Izuku. First of all, thank you, although I don't know if it's a compliment or an insult. Second, how funny, and third. The green-haired boy swallowed, thinking one last time if what he was doing was right. The boy looked at his friend's face. He knew that Shoto was someone he could trust, he was practically a brother to him, but he had already made a mistake before. Katsuki was an example of the mistake Izuku could have made before. The boy took courage before being able to speak. Fortunately for him, and to help him with his decision unconsciously, his faithful dog Wolf, Crypto, came down the stairs. The animal moved his food plate with his trunk, leaving him in the middle of the children where he began to eat calmly. The boy saw his pet and stroked his fur before speaking, sure of his decision. Shoto. And third. Izuku, are you okay? Is the cereal bad? I don't think I'll eat mine anymore. Izuku. And thirdly, okay, I'll tell you the truth, I was training my heat vision. The boy was looking seriously at his best friend, who changed his expression, relaxing his face, which quickly after a few seconds became a smiley, while Shoto laughed. Shoto. Haha, good one, man. The green-haired man, for his part, put his hand to his face. Izuku. You don't believe me, do you? Shoto, who still thought it was a joke from his best friend, went along with it. Shoto. Oh yeah, of course I believe you, don't try to attack me with your emerald vision. Izuku. It's hot. Shoto. Izuku, you're good at making jokes, who would have said it? Izuku. Come on buddy. Shoto. You can't be serious, old man, you said yourself you were quirkless. Izuku, for his part, looked away, shaking his head slightly. Izuku. Whispering, well technically I'm half alien with powers, so in theory I didn't lie. Shoto. Did you say something? Izuku. Haha, nothing. The green-haired boy smiled at his best friend. One thing was to say that he had powers, and another very different thing was to tell his whole story. Shoto, for his part, looked at his best friend with curiosity. Shoto. And then? Izuku. What? Shoto. Did they take you out to eat? Or did Bakugo put you in a tuba and they had to take you out? Izuku. I can't fit in a tuba, and I don't know why you're asking if I already told you. Shoto. You were training your heat vision, I heard, so what? Are you going to sell hot dogs now? Izuku. Well, I was also practicing controlling my ice breath. Shoto. Selling popsicles is supposed to be my thing in case being a hero doesn't work out. Izuku was getting desperate seeing how his best friend only seemed to be making fun of him. Izuku. You don't believe me, do you? But the bicolor just shrugged as he swallowed the portion of cereal he had ingested. Shoto. You don't trust me, Izuku, calm down, I understand. Izuku continued looking at Shoto, who had already taken another spoonful of cereal. The green-haired boy had an idea, and taking advantage of Shoto's distraction, he took a breath and began to blow towards his best friend's cereal bowl. Shoto lowered the spoon to take another bit of cereal, but the cutlery simply hit something hard. The mixed-haired boy lowered his head, surprised to find his bowl of cereal turned into ice. Shoto. Did I use my quirk by accident? Izuku. Or maybe it's just really cold. Shoto. But I would have found out it wasn't me. Izuku. Now you believe me? The mixed-haired boy turned to see Izuku, who was smiling. Shoto. You have a device that freezes things, right? Izuku. Oh please. Well, it's not a device as such, but I do have both of my lungs. The mixed-haired boy was about to complain when suddenly Izuku blew carefully on his hair, causing it to stand on end and fill with frost. The mixed-haired boy opened his eyes in surprise. The boy removed the frost and quickly grabbed Izuku's throat, who walked away smiling. Izuku. Haha, hey, don't use force on me, Dark Lord. Shoto. Do you have a device that cools your breathing? Or some kind of liquid nitrogen hidden? Izuku. If I had liquid nitrogen I'd be more frozen than your cereal. Shoto. Then I don't understand, did you put something in my cereal? Izuku just smiled before taking a spoon and placing it in front of him. Izuku. Haha, your theories are good, Agent Shoto, but I have a simpler one. At that moment the mixed-haired boy saw how Izuku's eyes turned red, and a second later a pair of thin rays came out of them in the direction of the spoon, which began to deform from the heat. Izuku stopped this, blew again, cooling it, and put it on the table. Izuku. Actually I was training my powers. Shoto, for his part, was stunned by this revelation. The boy could not express anything. Words would not come out of his mouth. Izuku, seeing this, just smiled. Izuku. Yes, I have a quirk. Shoto. You have boo, but how? You told me that the doctor had said that you would never. Izuku. Well, I guess being Superman's son will have its advantages. If Shoto was mute before, with the last revelation the poor boy almost fell over. Could one of the most important heroes in today's society be his best friend's father? At that moment, Clark came down. The man looked sleepy, but when he saw the children, he smiled. Clark. Good morning, kids. The black-haired man advanced towards the kitchen, being followed by the sight of Shoto, who did not know what was happening, because he did not believe it was possible that Clark and Superman were the same person. It was not until minutes later that he saw him come out with a cup of coffee which he heated using the same heat vision as Izuku, who managed to understand him. Clark. Ah, faster than with the coffee maker, I just hope your mother doesn't hear me, haha. Shoto was now surprised. The black-haired man took off his glasses and sat down to read the diary. Shoto. You are as Superman. The black-haired man looked at the boy and smiled. Clark. Right now I'm Clark Kent, but I guess you caught me. Hey Izuku, is it just me or is there a deformed spoon next to you? Izuku. Clark. Well, I hope your mother understands. The mixed-haired boy came out of shock a little and looked at his best friend. Shoto. You developed a quirk. Izuku, you have a quirk. The boy was excited and happy for his best friend. His bowl of frozen cereal went to the background, but then Clark scratched his throat, getting Shoto's attention, who saw how the boy tilted his head. Izuku. Well, actually. Shoto. What's wrong? Izuku. Let's just say I've had them since before I met you. The boy looked at Izuku strangely. Shoto. But you yourself told me you were quirkless. Izuku. Well, actually. Shoto. You lied to me. The bicolor looked at his best friend, who looked at him seriously. Izuku. Shoto. You were able to defend yourself from Bakugo the whole time and you never told me. The black-haired man looked at Shoto. He knew that was one of the problems when you hide such a big secret from someone who trusts you. Izuku. Well, yes, but. Shoto. So you lied to me. Izuku, you told me you were quirkless, that's why you always got hit, but what? Now you're going to tell me it's not true? That you were just pretending so I would come help you? Do you think I'm your personal bodyguard? I thought you were my best friend. Izuku. I am, but. Shoto. You decided to lie to me for what? So I wouldn't suspect you? Izuku. It's not like that. The boy had raised his voice a little, surprising the mixed-haired boy. Izuku. I hid it from you because I can't control it. I hid it from everyone because I can't know what I really am, because I don't like to boast, and because that's how I protect my family. The youngest son of the Todoroki was shocked by Izuku's words, who, seeing that his friend didn't say anything, continued talking. For his part, Clark stood up and went up to the room. He knew he couldn't support Izuku, it was one of those things he had to do alone. Izuku. Listen, I was sad because I thought I wouldn't have a quirk, but I also didn't know my father was Superman until he confessed it to me, along with the news that there was a possibility that the doctor was wrong about his analysis. Apparently in America they know a little more about this than we do. Shoto. Aha. Izuku. I got excited, it was obvious, you know how I am, I started training, my skills weren't coming out, so in part, it was one of the reasons for not saying anything, because I didn't want to seem like a liar, that's why not even my Aunt Nana knows. I waited patiently, and one day it seemed like the theory was true, I felt more agile, more alive, so to speak, I thought it would be amazing. Shoto. And it is, right? Izuku. No, honestly it wasn't what I expected, my abilities were random, I didn't have a button to choose which one I wanted first, and they also appeared at the most unfortunate moments. When I developed the first ones it only caused me to be made more fun of, they called me a phenomenon, weird, among other things. Bakugo's teasing did not decrease, and it was also painful. I didn't know how to control myself, I didn't know how to stop them, I was terrified, there were times when I even wished I didn't have them, never to have developed them, maybe they would make fun of me, but at least it would save me the pain. My parents started a more arduous training process, but they couldn't continue because they didn't know what would be the next thing that would awaken, it could be flight or speed, it was like tossing a coin in the air. You don't know what result will come up. The bicolor saw his friend, who was looking at his hands as well as touching his face. Izuku. I'll never know what I could wake up tomorrow. Every day I wake up different, my abilities could be dangerous if I don't control them as I should. It's a great weight, Shoto, the responsibility is even greater. Sometimes I wonder how my father can carry all that and never get tired, but I guess he learned to do it. I on the other hand am alert. I don't know if one day I could be a danger to everyone, but that is why I hid my powers. Because that way no one could think that I am the son of Superman and my mother will be safe. Shoto. Few heroes have their civilian life hidden from the media. Izuku. It's more than a costume, it's a shield to protect those around me, and I don't want to attract attention, I don't seek fame, only the safety of the people. That's why all the children outside, including my uncles Mitsuki and Masaru, don't know anything about this, not even Bakugo. It's not a question of superiority but showing off my powers just to have friends will be useless, because in the end, they won't join me because they like me, but because of what I can do. Shoto. But why? If you kept your secret with such effort and good reason, then why are you telling me? Izuku. Because I trust you, and I think that's something important. A secret like that can't be revealed to just anyone and you know it. You're my best friend, Shoto. Besides, at some point you were going to find out, and I prefer it to be from me than someone telling you behind my back. You're part of the Shoto family, almost a brother, that's why I decided to trust you with this. The green-haired boy raised his fist towards Shoto, who saw his best friend remembering that first time he met him. The boy smiled, and after sighing, he bumped his fist with the green-haired boy. Shoto. Just because you froze my cereal. Izuku. What does that have to do with anything? Shoto. You would be doing me a favor if you defrosted, haha. The boy understood and using his heat vision did as requested. The green-haired boy served himself another plate and smiling began to eat next to his best friend. Shoto. And. Izuku. What? Shoto. Are you going to enter UA? Izuku? That's the idea. Shoto. Wow, hahaha, I want to see Bakugo's face now. Izuku. I won't say that I don't. He. Shoto. So you'll also have a double identity like your father? Izuku. It's in the plans. Shoto. It will be difficult considering the bush hair you have. Izuku. Look who's talking, walking pokeball. Shoto just smiled before taking another bite of cereal. Shoto. So this thing about keeping your powers hidden and your double identity is a big secret. Izuku. Yes, and I hope it stays that way. Shoto. If you trusted me to tell you, then trust that nothing will come out of my mouth, Superboy. At that moment Ray, who had already woken up a little and attracted by the laughter of the children, went down to eat, where after greeting both of them, she noticed the spoon deformed by the heat, which caused the woman to feel. Ray. Does this mean you already told Shoto about your powers, Izuku? Raising the cutlery. At that moment, both children, upon hearing that, choked on their food before seeing the white-haired girl who was still smiling. Ray. Is that a yes? Izuku. Aunt Ray, you already knew? Ray. Haha, I'm also Izuku's mother, and you're also Superman's son, it was easy to deduce. The green-haired man looked at his best friend, who was also surprised. Izuku. Well, this saves me from telling him. He. Ray. Calm down, little one, your secret is safe with me. The woman ruffled the green-haired boy's hair and headed to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Linko and Clark were in their room, until using his super hearing, Clark noticed that the conversation was over, so they both proceeded to go downstairs to talk a little with Shoto and explain a little better the reason for Clark's double identity, which the boy understood. The family had breakfast, and Clark changed and then left his home and started patrolling, a normal day for the Midoriya and Todoroki family. For his part, the Kryptonian was flying calmly. The man spoke with Nana, who, in order to cover more ground, decided to split up. Gran Torino would cover the south, Nana the north, Endeavor the east, Clark the west, and Almight the center. The relationship between the blonde and the black-haired man did not improve at all. Clark tried to start a conversation with him in order to find a solution to their differences, but this did not work well, because Almight almost started a fight against him, which Nana had to stop, causing the teacher-student relationship they had to break even more. Clark, seeing this, decided that it was useless. Almight would never understand him, and in the end only Nana would be affected. Genji spoke to Clark, telling him a little about his experience at the academy with the blonde, which helped Clark understand the behavior of the symbol of peace, so that he finally decided to give up being an ally of him, because from what Genji had told him, All Might would never accept him. Putting this aside, the black-haired man was calmly flying over a residential area. It was already in the afternoon. Clark was aware that he had to return in an hour or two for Izuku's training, but then he heard it, a cry in the distance. Clark stopped. It was not a cry of pain, but it was still perfectly a sign for help. The black-haired man quickly managed to locate the origin of the lament, and with speed he managed to get to the place. The Kryptonian lowered slightly until his feet touched the ground. He was at the entrance of an alley, although he did not have to enter it, because on the sidewalk he could see a little girl, who had a school uniform, blue skirt, white socks and black shoes. Her blouse was white with a blue collar. She had a red scarf at the bottom of the collar of the blouse. The girl was fair-skinned. She had her hair tied in a ponytail. This was an ash blonde color, a little paler than Mitsuki and Bakugo's. Clark noticed that it was she who was crying, so faithful protector of the innocent. The man approached her until the little girl herself realized she wasn't alone. Noticing the shadow that covered her, the little girl raised her face, finding herself face to face with Superman. Superman. Calm down, little one, everything is fine. The man raised a hand to calm the girl down, but at that moment the blonde was in shock because she hadn't expected the visit of the man of tomorrow. Clark smiled, trying to calm and not alert the girl. Superman. Are you okay? The black-haired man asked this without receiving an answer. The Kryptonian looked everywhere trying to find out if the girl's parents were there, but when he saw that there was no one around he asked again. Superman. Are you lost? Where are your parents? Upon hearing this, the blonde began to cry again, although something that surprised Clark was that apparently the girl did not notice this because she continued looking at him in astonishment while tears fell from her face. Clark, for his part, put one knee on the ground and quickly examined the blonde, trying to find any damage on her, and to his surprise, he found some bruises on the girl's skin, as well as some scratches, which worried the black-haired man. Superman. What's your name, little one? And it was at that moment that the girl, who was still crying, managed to speak haltingly for the first time, slightly coming out of her astonishment. Himiko Toga. The black-haired man was relieved to know that the girl was fine, so without wasting any time he extended his hand to her. Clark. Okay, can you stand up? But the girl only suppressed her desire to cry, surprising once again the black-haired man, who did not know what was happening, but the girl took a breath and with a calm voice spoke once more. Toga. Someone like me, can I really be a hero? Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.